forgot to mute the stuff. So sorry if you heard 2 audios at the time. I think it's better. All right. Hi, let me explain to you what I am doing. And this is the sort of fun stuff that you sometimes have to do live when you are live. YouTube chat has not, I keep saying YouTube chat. YouTube has been super messed up for the past couple of days. Like super frame droppy. And at first I thought it was me, but then I asked around and apparently this has just been happening. And it's not anything I can do about it. And unfortunately that didn't fix it. Okay, that's wonderful. That's super great. It could still be me, but I feel like, why did everything work perfectly? I changed nothing and then suddenly YouTube is falling apart. I'm gonna need someone from YouTube chat to tell me how this looks and if it's noticeable, but last time, like last night, I played the Witchy game and it totally fucked up the VOD. Completely. I had to upload it as a video today. And unfortunately it doesn't look any better today. So I'm just gonna have to see how it is and maybe drop my YouTube settings, which is gonna be really a bummer. Okay. As far as I can tell. I was wondering if decided to become a reaction YouTuber. Me? I already am. My most watched videos on the channel are my reactions to Elden Ring bosses. All right, how's it look in YouTube chat? Can you notice anything? Is it hiccuping? Because it looks like it to me, like really poorly. Like it looks fucking horrendous. So I'm just gonna have to lower the quality. Gosh darn it! Okay, let's do what I did last night. Sorry, tech stuff. I'm hitching? Okay. I tried, thanks for letting me know. I tried switching the server. That's why I reset the stream. I tried both YouTube servers that I have access to, which is like primary and secondary. Both are fucked. So I guess I'm just gonna have to lower my YouTube quality, which is a huge bummer, but it should be better now. At least the VOD will be good. Did I set everything up? Shit, 1 second. Let me make sure everything's set up properly. It's not... Oh my god. Sorry gamers, this is the stuff I normally do before stream, but when I have to reset a stream, I gotta do it now. Okay, we should be set up now. It's in the playlist, everything's good. Everything should be okay. Alright, sorry about that. Hi everybody. Persona 6 teaser? I saw that there was one, but I didn't see it yet, so I actually wanted to watch it today. Like right now. Oh, stupid Google Chrome. Okay, I'm very excited. It's probably just gonna be like scenery, but I'm very excited about it. Teaser's a pretty strong term. I mean, have you seen Persona? That's kind of what they do. You gotta remember, this is their announcement. This is how they announce things. They basically give us... A couple of years ago, they gave us a color. Like, literally a color. Sorry, I'm gonna quit Elden Ring real quick while we watch this. Oh, I'm down here now. Teleportation magic. Like less than Elder Scrolls 6 trailer? I know, but this is normal. Remember, Persona is symbolic and representative and esoteric and weird, you know what I mean? Elder Scrolls is not supposed to be any of these. Volume warning? Okay, thank you so much. It's low. We've lowered it. Okay. I know, it's just a black screen. It's normal. All right. Okay, we're gonna watch this because I'm very excited. I love Persona. It's my favorite series. and they teased that Persona 6 would have the signature color of green. That's all that we knew before now, because each Persona kind of has a signature color, with like Persona 3 being blue, Persona 4 being yellow, Persona 5 being red. Persona 1 and 2, a little less like that, because it's sort of, Persona 3 was very much like a switch in the series. Like, they changed the mechanics heavily and it became not just a dungeon crawler. So anyway, a lot of this starts with Persona 3. But 6 is green. And they showed this off by tweeting a picture of all the protagonists and then a green paint can. And everyone freaked the hell out on the internet for a bit because Persona 6 is gonna be green! And now we officially have the announcement. This is the official like announcement. That's all I know. I'm just very excited about it. Let's see. In-game footage and cinematics content subject to change. Yeah, no kidding. It's gonna be a minute. Love you, Atlas! Gravestones. Oh, that's spooky. It's very spooky already. More gravestones. Very creepy. Okay. So they're going back toward dark, that's for sure. I'm scared. Is there gonna be a jump scare? It's a statue. Oh man, they're going real creepy with this one, huh? It's like, it looks like Goosebumps or something. What a green they chose. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Holy crap. Oh my god, no, no, no. What? That's actually freaking so exciting. Wow. Yeah, please, Wolong as well. I'd love to watch the Wolong 2 trailer. I'm very excited for Wolong 2. Persona is a pretty dark series, but I think it's easy to forget that, considering how they sort of do stuff sometimes. But Persona 3 is very dark, and then they sort of moved away from it. It's all about like nihilism and, you know. Wolong. Beautiful. It's dark but not really spooky. This looks spooky. I know, I agree. So I'm really interested to see what direction they go. And this is very bright. Hang on, can I make it black screen? Okay. Can you go away? Yeah, thank you. Goodness. Yeah, no, Persona is one of my favorite series of all time. Amazing music. Amazing just everything. 5 has become my total favorite. So 3, it's all about like memento mori, remember that you will die, right? Like live for the moment, like and really about like wanting to live and fighting for survival. Um to the point that the way that you trigger your persona is by holding a gun to your head, because that feeling of like you are about to die activates the persona. It's very like, and you're constantly in this state of adrenaline when you're summoning your persona. They really push this. And then 4, I wasn't the biggest fan of 4. I know that's like some people either 4 is very, I find some people love it, some people are not the biggest fans of it. I'm sort of not in the biggest fan category, but generally it's very like bright and happy and yay and hee, but they're also hunting a fucking serial killer. And it's like really twisted. And it's like, I don't know, there's like a tonal dissonance to it. Yeah, it's literally Scooby-Doo. It's like, zoinks, we better go find the brutal serial killer. Like, it's fucking insane. Anyway, didn't love that one. But they sort of move very much away from it. And then 5 is about rebellion, so it less focuses on it and more about defiance in the face of these things. And then 6 seems to be going like very spooky indeed. I will remind you that 3, the opening cutscene is the main character walking through a city where suddenly coffins have popped up out of the ground. The sky is blood red, and he's just kind of like, this is weird, but I guess I better go to my dorm. And that is very, like, there's a deep creepiness to it. And yeah, it's very, this seems like a return to 3 is what I'm going to say with that. 1 is much more about nihilism. I suppose. I always thought 3 was more, but I think it's because 1 and 2 explore like they're just dungeon crawlers. You don't have that daytime nighttime aspect that you have in the other personas that allow you to connect to the characters a little bit more and like have like bonds outside of the constant combat and dungeon crawling. There is still a shit ton of dialogue, don't get me wrong. There's still a lot of like relationship building, but they're not as much about that because of it, right? It's not to say they're not good. It's just I think that 3, the reason a lot of people like dismiss 1 and 2 is because 3 is the first that started what Persona is, right? I would say 1 and 3 are very similar because what's interesting is it feels like 1 has a side path. Actually, I only know a little bit about 1. I haven't played 1 or 2 myself, but 1 has a side path that's like very much basically the entire plot of 3. Right? Like, it really is it feels like 3 is an expansion on 1 with different characters. So, anyway, long story short, this looks like a return to form to their, like, really creepy roots that they've sort of been moving away from with the past Persona games. And keep in mind, with how long it takes to make a Persona game, we're talking about, like, fucking 15 years that they're since their return to form. It's crazy. Like, Persona takes a long time. They're huge games. They're massive, right? Anyway, let's watch Wolong. I'm very excited about this one too. I liked Wolong. The bosses were a huge highlight. And after Neo 3, I'm very excited to see what's coming. This is not on my radar at all. Toei Tecmo is on a freaking roll right now with Pocopia too.
Of the elixir of immortality. A champion rises, destined to quell the chaos of this senseless cycle.
Okay, alright, alright. Oh my. Very flashy, very aerial. Woof! If they do that semi-open world thing they did with Neo 3, this is gonna be a 10 out of 10 banger. Wolong is like Neo, but not. Basically.
So, it was you who set the Red Cliffs ablaze.
Like, to be extremely reductive. Neat, I'm in. Beautiful. Like Neo Sekiro? Is it really? I can't really remember the difference. I liked Wolong. I actually beat it. I forgot. It's all about deflecting. Yeah, no, that's true. I totally forgot. Wolong I really liked, except near the end, the zones got really repetitive. The boss fights were amazing, but that was my impression. Just like I was kind of like over the areas, but the boss fights were impeccable, sort of thing. And since they've made Neo 3, oh shit, I have to open YouTube. Hang on. Not YouTube. Open, there it is. Ah! See, do you see what I mean? This is what happens when I open Elden Ring. Flashbangs me. It's very rude. A lot of Neo enjoyers hated it because it's not Neo. Yeah. I didn't like Neo until 3, so I'm sort of that, like, bridge, I suppose. Became Ben Starr meme for a second? Yeah. I actually think I'm gonna make that another emote, Ben Starr meme. Like, of me as Ben Starr, that is. Yeah, we have a new emote, by the way. I was so focused on the tech issues and the trailers. Wraff you. It's a new animated emote of me going kind of like that. It's only on Twitch, though, because YouTube doesn't have animated emotes. No RNS game announced? What is RNS? Alrighty. What did I want to talk about? Well, the theme for today is going to be, for the playthrough, for the lore run, is going to be a look at the previous ages. Also, I finally went and I grabbed the clinging bone, and by grabbed it I mean I hacked it into the game via the tarnish tool. Well, I didn't hack it. I modded it into the game. It's different. It's modding. It's not hacking. It's modding. Anyway, the clinging bone is the item that drops from Ensha when he invades you. I just totally forgot to load it up. I grabbed his armor, but I didn't grab his weapon. You can see it right there, the clinging bone. So I just wanted to grab it for, you know, thoroughness' sake, because frickin' Ensha is broken in seamless co-op, and I didn't know, so I needed the item, so now we have them. So we'll, I actually think that Ensha, the Royal Remains, the Clinging Bone, and a lot of what we're going to be talking about today is actually very relevant. I'm not a hacker, I'm a modder. Gosh. We love modders, isn't that right? We love mods. D-Rez, thanks so much for 3 months. I appreciate that very much. Thank you so much. Appreciate the support. I have had a great weekend. I played friggin' what's his face? Mortal Shell 2 and Witch Game. I'm having so much fun. And now we're back to Elden Ring. Oh, dang it. I forgot to fix my teapot. Persona is amazing. I'm a huge fan of Persona. I played 3, like, FES way back when it was like, I remember it was $10 on the PlayStation, and I was watching some YouTuber play it, and he's like, it's $10 on PlayStation, you should buy it. And I watched him play it, and I'm like, yo, this game looks sick. And then I bought it, and then I played it, and now I'm a lifelong Persona fan. Wraff, you was a reaction to, I believe, the game Ill. It was very gory, but I don't really remember. Probably Ill, though. It was very scary. Very creepy. Very gory. Very gore. They announced a new Spyro game? Oh, that's exciting. I never played any of the Spyro games. Yeah, a severed head and, like, stabbing the face and stuff. Like, looks cool, though. Yeah, no, that's not meant to be a negative on the game. It's just, like, it's not for me. It's too scary and gory, but, like, that's okay. It looks sick for the people who enjoy that sort of stuff, I suppose. Wait, the chairs respawned? That's crazy. Okay, anyway, sorry. We are going to be exploring and continuing with the mountaintops of the giants today. Giant's Grave Post is where we left off. We didn't actually, we're not going to go here right away, though. I still have to do the rise and whatnot. Oh, shit. Okay, wait for it. I'm listening for something. Here. Do you hear that? That sustained note in the background. If you listen to the music of the Forge of the Fire Giants, I don't remember, or the Mountaintops of the Giants, this song, right around 37 seconds. It's still there. It just played again. It's that same sound. I don't know if it's the same note or pitch or whatever term, but I feels like the same sound as the Envoy's horns. Someone said they think it was a violin harmonic. Okay, so is it the same violin harmonic that the envoy horn uses? I talked about this on the Discord, but it sounds like to me like the same sustained note as the envoy horn. Thing plays a lot in many situations. I just never noticed it before. I don't really notice the music in this game. I notice it in so much as it exists, but I don't like sit there processing it because I'm often playing game, doing commentary, reading chat. Do you know what I mean? There's a lot of other draws on my focus, which makes it sort of funny how completely unfamiliar I am with most of the songs. If you played the songs for me, I might not even be able to tell you they're from Elden Ring. That's just kind of how my brain works, right? However, when I was getting the thumbnail for the Mountaintop of the Giants today for YouTube, I heard that's this one. And it sounds to me exactly like the envoy horn. There it is again. I don't know if it's meant to be the same thing, but it sure sounds like the same thing to me. And if so, I thought that was very significant because it's as if it's saying that long ago the shaman, not the shaman, the envoys played here because this was the end of one age and the start of another. And that is very much what happened here. So we hear a lot about the Glomide Queen and how the defeat of the Glomide Queen sealed the Rune of Death. And that is obviously very important. But the defeat of the Fire Giants seems to be what marked the start of the Age of the Erd Tree. And we got that at the first Church of Marika, which on its own is a very striking name. As in First Church, as in the place that, you know, and the speech that happened there was the one, it sounded like Marika speaking to her soldiers, to Godfrey and them, and the Tarnished, well, who would become the Tarnished. And they fought to create an age glistening with life. That was what she said. To create a new age, one glistening with life. That was her goal. That was her dream. And that suggests that the age here was not the one, the previous one was not one glistening with life, which may be because of the Fire Giants. What's really interesting to me about that as well is we don't really get an image of what the world was like. And we don't really know who ruled. There's lots of ideas of who was the ruler. The Hornsent seem to have been in power. They definitely had their kingdom. But what's interesting is the Hornsent were also opposed to the Fire Giants. So what's very possible is that Marika was the Age of the Erd Tree more particularly, of which she is the head, the symbol, the god of that age, was an age of unification versus the previous age being a divided one. And it's kind of hard to say who ruled it. You know what I mean? Final Fantasy VII when it comes out? Maybe. I still have to play the other, the middle one. Hey, thank you, should have worn shorts. It's a little strange thing to come in and just be like, I'm teaching Russian, to be honest. Like, this is freaking weird. Like, I'm teaching lore, so? Anyway, I think that that's what's so striking about the previous age, is it seems to have been, like, from DLC, we get more context. From base game, we definitely get an image of a land constantly warring with others. Right? They had to constantly fight. And even in the base game itself, it makes it pretty clear that a lot of their fighting was not necessarily violent fighting for conquest. It was to protect their land, but nonetheless, the consequences were bloody and violent anyway, like any warring. So like the giants were completely wiped out, and we don't really get an image of the giants, what they did, who they were. But the thing is, we kind of encounter them so late. But this is sort of the moment that's meant to compare Marika to Gwyn and Vendrick, the previous rulers from other Dark Souls titles. Dark Souls 3 doesn't really have like the Vendrick, the Gwyn. So that's why I only refer to Dark Souls 1 and 2 in this regard. Let's do the Rise. I just want to get like a good scene here. This is the same thing as Gwyn killing the dragons to start his age. He killed every single one of them in order to start the Age of Light. Vendrick came to Drangleic and conquered and killed everyone with his army and crowned himself king of Drangleic. This was, just to be clear, far before Nashandra ever came to him. All the rulers need to destroy what came before in order to start their age. And in the story, it's usually presented as a good thing and a heroic thing. Like, I've talked about this a lot, the compare and contrast of Gwyn and Vendrick and Marika is very interesting because a lot of people will defend Gwyn, but the moment Marika gets brought up, the word genocide is used very consistently. And keep in mind, we're very, like, this is a video game. We're not trying to relate it to real life stuff, but I find it very fascinating that when Marika is brought up, we get evil, we get genocide, we get all these terms versus Vendrick coming in and conquering the land that he then crowned himself king of. Silence. Gwyn killing the dragons, well, he needed to start his age. And what's really interesting is how the giants are depicted. Because first, we see them dead. They're gone. We see no sign of them. But in Caelid and Liurnia, we see these giant carts that are meant to be fire giant faces. And this is what they look like. And they breathe fire and they're huge. And it's like, this is what they were fighting. They were terrified of them. So we get to hear about the fire giants, and we're like, whoa, like this is what they look like? I bet they were scary MFers. And then we get here and this is all we see. Dead bodies, pierced, a sad, empty realm. It's very reminiscent of Dark Souls 1. In that game, we do see a few dragons, and half of them are just like this, corpses or otherwise. Very few of them are functioning or alive. And just like in this game, we find one giant remaining. Only one, and we're supposed to pity him. Just like in Dark Souls 1, we find one surviving ancient dragon who is a baby, freshly out of its nest, and will be a baby for all of its life as far as we can tell based on how dragons live. Just a baby in its nest. That's it. No, there are dragons left in Dark Souls 1. I am talking about dragons. Because there are a handful, but there's very few. Calamite is one who, by the way, Calamite is just evil. Like, it's very funny because I think it could be something about how the giants are more humanoid and thus we have this, but I do really think it's interesting because if you look at the side by side, what Marika and Gwyn did was exactly the same. And what I would argue as well is that in Gwyn's case, it was kind of very strange to think about because Gwyn and the dragons, they weren't really bad. The dragons weren't evil. They weren't killing anybody, but their sheer existence made it an age where nothing could change. That was what they did because they are the everlasting dragons. And thus, when they were in power, the world was simply gray. And in order to create an age of light, followed by an age of dark where things could change, they needed to all die. The Ash Lake Dragon, yeah, that is an ancient dragon. Also, there are a few that are meant to be descendants of the ancient dragons. Always see people the Eartrees fought long after they've already lost clinging on to life. It's very easy to sympathize with that if you don't dig any deeper. It's true, but I would argue that the same imagery is present in Dark Souls. It very much is. We see zombified dragons And we know that's all that's left of them. We look at them with pity. Most of the remaining dragons are these awful creatures that have become twisted by their fate, or straight up just babies. So we're similarly supposed to have this moment of pity for those who came before, like, oh man, that sucks for the dragon. Undead dragons specifically are what I'm talking about. Also, Gaping Dragon is a descendant of the everlasting dragons and closely related to them. So his body and his constant hunger is meant to be pitiable. Midir, although that comes like way later, so he's sort of different, but still comparable. Calamite, yeah. Also, the poison spewing things could be said to be remnants of Nito's miasma attacks. Undead dragons, I think, is their name. Gaping Dragon is meant to show how far they've fallen, not just how far they've fallen. We get insight into Gaping Dragon from an interview with Miyazaki where he talked about how the Gaping Dragon has changed because so keep in mind, the dragons were unchanging. And suddenly they find themselves in an age where things change. And as a result, they began to change too. And one of those changes, for example, is represented by the Gaping Dragon, and he feared dying and thus ate. It was like an interesting response, like he doesn't want to die, and what can be more representative of life than consuming? So he became this warped creature with this endless appetite that constantly just wants to eat, as if eating will keep it alive perpetually, right? Its desire to stay alive warped its body. And this is a direct consequence of Gwyn starting his age and killing all of them, to the point that all the remainders were left to suffer, effectively. So what I'm trying to say here is I think it's cool to compare, because yes, when we look at this, when we run through, like, just take a look at this, like all these just bodies, this sad music, this somber tone playing. Of course we pity them. Of course we feel badly. Of course we're like, my goodness, like what happened here? We just see what was left on a battlefield long ago. But really, this is the start of an age, and it is always bloody. Ancient Dragons and Dark Souls, very nice to not have the boring they were all evil stuff. But that's sort of the thing. What I'm saying is, if you yourself justify Gwyn having killed the dragons as necessary to start his age, then why... I'm saying you, not literally you. I just mean like the general you, right? Like, if it was cool that Gwyn killed the dragons because he needed to start his age, and it was a good age and therefore worth doing, then doesn't that same logic apply here? This is what it looks like when you start an age, and the game does not shy away from teaching you and showing you what it is. But I think the lesson is lost on a lot of folks, because what they conclude is the Erd Tree is evil, and that everything it is evil. And it's like, but that's also not the right answer. Sort of like in Dark Souls, the conclusion is not that the dragons were evil. The conclusion is meant to be like, yeah, okay, he started an age, but he still had to do a lot of messed up things to get there. Also, Vendrick. He came to a land and he had good intentions. What his intention was to stop the curse of the undead. He wanted to do that, and to do that, he needed to be in Drang Lake, and he needed to rule it, and he needed to become a monarch. So what he did is he went there, killed everybody, or forced the people who lived there out, one or the other. We don't get to see this, it's just told to us in a line of text, and thus crowned himself king. And then he acquired the 4 Lord Souls and became a monarch, right? Like, this is Vendrick's doing. So a lot of people don't know this because it's just given to us in lore, but that's how he became a king, by conquering and killing the people who lived in the place that he needed to rule. Despite his good intentions, it started with violence. So, if you are critical of Marika, I hope you are equally as critical of Gwyn and Vendrick. Is basically my conclusion to this. Because what's really funny not really funny, but perhaps interesting, is that while the dragons are kind of depicted neutrally, almost every depiction of the fire giants in the game is indeed negative. As boring as it is, it seems they may just have been destructive fire beings who wanted to burn and kill everything. Which is why their present depiction is all the more sad. Because it contrasts what we've seen from them. Keep in mind, I'm talking about the series, like FromSoft games. Yes, in the FromSoft games, yes, it is necessary. We learn this through, at this point, 3 different games. Because the existence of those who are different, and I know that sounds so terrible, but think of the dragons, like literally think of the dragons. They have everlasting scales, and when they control, we don't even know what, because it really is just given to us in a line of dialogue. Haven't played Dark Souls 1 yet? Well, let me tell you something about the community. The community will justify forwards and backwards Gwyn's behavior. They don't even know that Vendrick was a killer, but the word genocide is thrown around idly with Marika. And basically, this is one of those moments where I want the community to look at itself, look yourself in the mirror, and tell me if you are the person who goes, well, of course Gwyn had to... You want to know why? Because Gwyn is not depicted with any nuance. Marika is. This is a more filled out and less mythological world. We still have a great deal of mythology. Of course, we have gods and alchemy and magic and immortality and gold and people who are 2 people all in one and magic and zombies and whatever. But Gwyn is basically Zeus. It's almost 1-to-1. He, just like Zeus, threw lightning spears to destroy those who came before so that they could create their age. This straight out of Greek mythology. Tall, bearded guy who throws lightning bolts. That's Zeus, dog. And what did Zeus and the other gods defeat? They defeated the Titans. The Titans were these fearsome, immortal creatures that they had to not kill, but defeat so they could put them underground and seal them away, because while the Titans ruled, the gods could have no age. Another comparison is indeed that Zeus is a freaking piece of hot garbage to most of his children and wife. But anyway, the point is that idea is there. So we don't even flinch when we hear, and then Gwyn went to war against the great everlasting dragons, and his lightning bolts tore apart their stone scales. We're like, oh, cool, yeah, that's how you got to do it. That's just like the myth I read. We don't even blink. We don't even think, oh, war, oh, genocide, oh, violence, oh, killing, oh, bad. But here we do, because it's depicted differently. But in terms of mythology, yeah, that's how it works. Because remember, this is a mythos. The giants were destruction and fire. And Marika wanted to create an age glistening with life where life could thrive, and so they had to go. I mean, you're joking, I'm not. That is also an aspect, because there is one very interesting other difference between Gwyn and Vendrick and Marika that is sort of surface level as well. And yeah, then we also, speaking of Titans, have that. We got giants. These are the giants. And then if that's not a giant, I don't know what it is. It is something else, though. And we also see these in Caelid. Definitely lose sympathy for the dragons because 3 of the 4 we interact with don't leave a great impression. Yeah, but then people will be like, oh my god, Fire Giant's so sad. But he's like the shittiest boss fight ever. So maybe he deserves it. Also the hands. Another location with the hands. Once again linking them to just places where great violence or fucked up things happened. Which is in this case just, you know, pure violence. How did the name Titan even came to be? Oh, I was talking about literally the Grecian Titans. The predecessors to the pantheon of gods. That's just a fair term to use for whatever this is, but this, I don't have an idea of what this is. I think it's just one of those mysteries. I think people have theories that they are meant to be like the Titans of Greek myth, because, I mean, if these are giants, then that makes them look tiny, you know? We really don't know what they are. I will argue, though, that it's just a sign of other ages having come before. And just how long of a timeline we're talking about here. I'd argue that Marika's killing of the giants was more justified than Gwyn's dragon hunts, if only because the Flame of Ruin is what can kill the tree, and Marika is the tree. It was phenomenally fucked up, but you can make the argument it was self-preservation. I mean, I would also argue that it wasn't just self-preservation because the giants wanted to kill the tree. Do you know what I mean? It's sort of this very challenging thing to discourse because, of course, we're talking about like really, really heavy topics like warfare, right? And what it is to protect yourself in terms of warfare. And, you know, it's very easy to get all philosophical, but please remember we are talking about a video game, and I'm not trying to relate this to reality. In the context of the story, a lot of people wanted to kill the Erd Tree and the age that Marika was creating. So they had many enemies and very few allies. They just so happened to have won. Keep in mind, if this was a different game, if this was any other studio, we would be soldiers in Marika's army. We would be the people who had been killed by the Hornsent, destroyed and burnt to death by the fire giants, and we would be sitting there like, we have to kill them, we gotta stop them, they're evil, and we're the little cute underdog who's gonna succeed against all odds. But that's not the story we've been told, and that's what's so interesting. The hands are present where grafting occurred. Well, the only time that they're present where grafting has occurred that we know of for certain is, well, they're not in Godric's place. So. Presence of dragons left over after the murder and ones trained to be pro-Gwyn, such as Midir, proved that the other slaughter of near all of them was unnecessary. Except, wait, how does that prove this unnecessary? All it really proves is that Gwyn is good at using things that are useful to him. Because you have to remember, a key aspect of Gwyn's lore is he despises everybody. He hates the giants. He uses them as slave labor. He hates humans, but he uses them as soldiers in his army. He hates dragons, but his best friend / lover is a dragon. And I'm not kidding about the lover part. Gwyn is a really interesting character because he's basically scared of everything and everyone, and hateful of everything and everyone. But he still has them in his army, and that he still uses them when he can, because he's also a practical guy. Nothing if not practical, I'll tell you. Yeah, he also sort of hates his kids, but in the sort of narcissist way that as long as they do what they're told, they're okay, but otherwise, like, damn. So for example, he has like giants whose entire purpose is to lift a gate, and they are chained up and beaten. Although, to be fair, you could argue that's not Guinevere, Gwendolyn, because that's, like, after his time. So, Gwendolyn takes after Dear Old Dad in that regard, that's for sure. Vendrick, at least, isn't like that, as far as we know, but his pursuit of a end to the age of, well, not the Age of Dark, but his pursuit to like save the world and stop the undead curse that plagues humanity has him turn a blind eye to a lot of atrocities, for example, committed by Aldia. Not to mention all the warring he does in that name. So it's a very noble goal, Vendrick, right? He wants to stop this awful curse that plagues humanity. He wants to fix the world that was broken by someone who came way before him. It's just his solution is like, let's go to war about it. Like a lot. Gwendolyn is kind of the Morgott. Gwendolyn and Mesmer are very similar as well. Morgott too. The issue that I have though is that Gwendolyn also, as far as we know, Sen's Fortress. Well, actually, no. Sen's Fortress was likely repurposed by Gwendolyn. But, okay, Sen's Fortress is this fortress in Dark Souls. And to open the gate, you ring a bell. And these giants that are just tied up and chained up and have scars all over their bodies because they were beaten, respond to the bell and they pull the gate open. That's how you get in there. They have been there for a very long time. And their literal only purpose is to open the fucking door. Sorry, 2 bells. 2 bells, correct. That is how giants were treated. There's also a giant blacksmith, and then there's also a giant who was one of Gwyn's most loyal knights. So it's one of those, like, he hates giants, but, oh, he's one of the good ones. Gwyn's that guy. Gwyn is literally that guy. It's pretty brutal, the treatment of people. But here's the thing, too. For example, you could argue, oh, but the Misbegotten are the same. Yeah, but we know the Misbegotten changed. Their role changed. They were not despised until far later in the course of history. Versus the giants were always hated by Gwyn. And so were humans. While the dead giants are in the same position, it does appear as if they were all impaled at once. We don't really know the nature of this. Because if you look at it, we've been seeing these same things all around. But they don't have giants on them, these things. And they look like braided trees. They're also thorned. And the giants themselves are covered in thorns. It's as if the thorns climbed around them. Like, look at this. The arm is severed, but there's thorns, like, still attaching it from the inside. And thorns, of course, represent the guilty. It's as if briars of sin wrap themselves around them. But it's very strange because this isn't something we otherwise see. We know that Godfrey defeated the fire giants, and Godfrey was the head of this army. But he doesn't use this type of magic. He doesn't use magic at all. How it looks when someone dies from Deathblight, it's not dissimilar from Deathblight. If you see the whole Deathblight tree, that's accurate too. It looks kind of like this, but obviously not quite. However, I did want to talk about that, speaking of Deathblight. So, like I said, I gave myself the clinging bone. It's the item dropped by Ensha. It's a fist. Let me equip it, actually. Arcane! Ooh, now that's interesting. Horrific weapon made of a hardened skeletal arm wielded by Ensha of the royal remains. Do bones do that? Where they twist like that? Ugh. Fitted by placing one's hand into the fist's grips until they dig in. O clinging creature, a king relinquishes not the hand. Skill Lifesteal Fist. Skill that demonstrates mastery of the art of controlling vital energies. A slow, controlled punch with an energy-infused fist that renders foes unconscious and steals their HP. Only effective against foes of human build. This is a mainstay from Dark Souls. So I don't have the arc to use it. But if you look at it, look, we're literally holding bone hands. And the hand claws in and digs into ours, and that's how we wield them. Balancers have an attack that would fit how the giants were killed. Which one? Things impaling them don't look like random briars. They all look like tridents made of briar. Yeah, and they're braided. We talked about this. They're spiraling, but more like 3 parts, so therefore braided. honestly, I'm still not sure who directly did this. Because Radigan, as far as we know, didn't exist. And while he does use magic, and he is associated with thorns, this isn't anything that we've seen him do. We know that Godfrey was the one who defeated the giants. Mesmer wasn't here, as far as we know. He might have been, but we don't see him, so we don't know. So the impaling, of course, now that we know about Mesmer the Impaler, does give us an idea. But it's not depicted quite like this, so I still find this to be very much a mystery. Don't you impale yourself with at least one of your briar spells? Oh, that's what briar spells are. Yeah, you stab yourself and the blood forms into briars. I will say, though, the pose is also really interesting because it sort of looks like they themselves stabbed themselves, right? Like the position evoked is that of seppuku, of ritual suicide. Because if they were impaled directly from below, then they would be more vertical, right? Could the Erdtree itself have done this? I don't think the tree itself did this. The briars look similar to the entrance of the tree. The entrance of the tree is Radigan. Radigan created the impenetrable thorns. They are directly associated with him. Which I find rather interesting, considering, remember I talked about Radigan as the destroyer to Marika's creator. The thing is, we don't see him do anything like this. We don't. And briars and thorns have other implications, but it's just, I can't really put my finger on what this is. I have ideas, but I can't be 100% certain. Oh, right. The reason I wanted to read the Clinging Bone. Lifesteal Fist. It's very much unique. It's a strange weapon, and Lifesteal Fist is a mainstay in FromSoft games. It's all the way from Dark Souls 1, where you could do Lifesteal Fist, and what you would do, it was specifically invaders. They would do this. They're not literal invaders. They are the Invader Covenant, the Dark Wraiths, and they were so feared that an entire city was flooded. Gwyn flooded an entire city. It had to have been Gwyn, right? Oh no, it might have come later. It might not have been him. Maybe Gwendolyn. So, talking about this, I know we're talking a lot about Dark Souls, but I think it's relevant to sort of compare and contrast and show how FromSoft tells stories and to talk about these different figures. New Londo was a city of humans. And, oh yeah, this is way after Gwyn, so this was probably Gwendolyn. Yikes. There was a city of humans, and eventually what happened was they fell to the dark, which is a complex, nebulous concept, but they became twisted. And part of it was that there were these scary guys called Dark Wraiths, who are the Invader Covenant, and they steal humanity. Their idea was that when you steal humanity from someone else, you become more human and therefore better and stronger, effectively, is sort of the understanding here. The people who ruled at the time, which was probably Gwendolyn, following in his father's footsteps, were so terrified of the Dark Wraiths that they flooded New Londo. It was Gwyn that did it. The problem is that the kings falling to the dark happened after Gwyn gave them his soul, and he specifically did that right before he left to go burn himself. So I actually don't think we can give credit to Gwyn for that. Yeah, the Dark Hand is different than Lifesteal Scythe, but we're talking about the concept of what's happening here. Because if you've ever seen the Lifesteal Fist animation, it's the exact same thing as with the Dark Wraith Studio. It's a very slow grab where their hand is charged with this red power, and if they get you, then they just suck your humanity out, or in this case, your HP out. So conceptually, it's the same idea, but we don't have humanity in this world. So the term is different. Great way to yoink some free humanity from the NPC? Yeah, I suppose it is. But yeah, anyway, besides this idea of stealing life, which I find very interesting considering it's a corpse, O clinging creature, a king relinquishes not the hand. Meanwhile, you're using hands. And this is used specifically by Ensha of the Royal Remains, who is wearing armor that is the bones of someone else. It is said that the bones belong to an ancient lord, the soulless king, the lord of the lost and desperate, who is known as Ensha. In other words, those who live in death have come before. We don't know if there was an age of those who live in death, but considering there was a king, the soulless king, Ensha, presumably, yeah, there was. We just don't know very much about this age. Just like we don't know very much about the age of the giants. Just like we don't know very much about the age of Placidusax, the ruler of Far Missoula. We don't know too much about them. And now, I know we haven't moved much from the spot, but this is like a really interesting thing to talk about and how deep we can go from this. We also have, I wanted to show off some amber, real amber. Because I realize that I have a very unique opportunity to show you guys what real amber looks like. Because I have a ton of it, because I'm Polish. Alright, so first of all, the game gives us amber. And it looks basically like this. Red, blue, green, yellow. And you know what's crazy? This isn't even actually that inaccurate to what real amber looks like. And this is like just gonna be like a little show and tell moment. But it turns out all of this is completely accurate to what amber can actually look like in reality. So here, check this out. This is real amber. So this one is the more typical orange hue that you'll see. It's almost red. It's almost like a cherry red, but if you see it in the light, which I might be able to show off, we'll see. I don't know if I'm going to flashbang you if I turn on my flashlight. No, that's just going to be too bright. We're going to have to deal with what I have. I don't wear this very much because it's kind of huge and chonky and kind of wears me, but the amber is stunning. So, Poland is the biggest source of amber on the planet. So, it's very common in Poland. I have tons of amber because I also am a girl. And let me tell you something, when you are a girl and you have family in Poland, you get so much jewelry. Every event, what jewelry. So I got, but I couldn't even tell you where I got half this stuff. But I've had amber since I was a kid. And I had this moment where I'm like, most people haven't really seen amber, eh? So let me show you what it really looks like. We're going to do a bit of a deep dive. And then we have this earring is actually perfect because you can see all the different potential hues side by side to compare. So we have green amber, yellow, orange, and then we have, there's also some in this bracelet that is opaque, if you see that. So amber, as you might know, is fossilized tree sap. Look at the different colors. It's so stunning. Sorry, the camera's losing focus. A little further. Come on. Come on. Over here. It's probably focusing on the plushies in the background. There you go. And when something is stuck inside the amber, it shines like it's gold. This is one of my favorite pieces as well. Look at the depth. Look at the shine. So amber is often set so that, you know, it's see-through so that you can see all the way through it to allow the shine all the way through. It almost looks like gold flakes are stuck in it. Because some sort of plant life or leaf or something is in it. So those are the main colors that you can see. And I was doing some research on this because I wanted to show you guys these because I thought it was really cool to put like a real image of what this stuff actually looks like in reality and the depths of color that are possible. And I was thinking to myself, I don't think blue amber is a thing. I was wrong. Blue amber is real. Just like the medallions. It comes specifically from the Dominican. That's why I'm not aware of it, because it isn't Baltic amber. Poland has the most amber because it is on like the place that Poland is just has a ton of it. There's like the Scandinavian forest plus time plus the right conditions plus whatever plus like, you know, the earth shifting over time or whatever. So a lot of it comes from Poland, but blue amber comes from the Dominican. It's very, very rare and it looks almost exactly like this, funny enough. So this hue is a little stretched, as you can see, compared to, I know it's a tiny image, but this earring. Come on. That would be like sort of, I call this green amber, but I guess technically it's more like a light yellow, like a very pale yellow. Either way, not quite like this. As far as I know, I don't know if there's truly Viridian amber, but there is also another rare type of cherry red amber. I don't have it. The closest I have is like something like this. That hue. But even if you look at that, it is almost red. Side by side to the crimson amber. What do you think? So, while I was looking into this, I thought I'd research exactly how long, because it's a fossil. That's what amber is. It's literally a fossil. How long does it take to form a fossil? Well, on the low end, hundreds of thousands of years. On the high, millions. Amber, at its youngest, takes 40,000 years to make, to form on its own. And at most, millions. So, when we hear that the Erd tree's old sap becomes amber, could this age of the Erd tree have been even longer than we estimated? It's not ready for the geology lore stream? I'm telling you. Isn't it cool to put a picture to the real, like, to video game stuff? But yeah, what if the age of the Erd tree was not thousands of years, but tens of thousands? Like, what if that's the length of time that we're dealing with here? Because we could be. Now, of course, you could also be like, oh yeah, sure, it's video games, so things happened a little quicker. You know, it's not literally 40,000 plus years to form. Okay, sure. But still, it's fully possible that we're dealing with times this long. With people alive for this long. Because of the nature of the world that we're dealing with. I love how biological everything in Elden Ring is. I know, it's phenomenal. Like, that's what's so cool about amber. No one piece of amber is the same as any other. Because some have plant flakes in them. Some have insects in them. I find those kind of creepy. Because that's like a bug in there. But, I mean, it's very cool conceptually. Like, fossils that you can wear. It's awesome. Yeah, Dino DNA? Y'all ever seen Jurassic Park? That's how it happened. That's what they did. So interesting that so many little details in the game, like the colored amber, have a basis in reality. Exactly. No, seriously, it's awesome. Okay, I'm gonna go back and do this rise before we progress too far. Also, I kind of love this route. Like, look at this. So this is where we started, and we have to go all the way around in order to access the forge. I also need a death blight. A death root, I mean. So that's why I want to bring this up when we're talking about previous ages. Because the lengths of time we're dealing with could be very long indeed. Imagine you've been a queen for 40,000 years. Just for a moment. You shoot that out of your eye? Oh, well, that's interesting. There you are. Slower to make me appreciate Elden Ring and the level of depth and detail they put in so much more. Honestly, same. It's so fun to deep dive into these topics and think of them anew. Got it. Alright, we gotta get out of here before the donks drive me crazy. Although, realistically, we actually want to go over there. I think I'll go stop the donking. It is an assault on the senses. Is the fire giant Radigan's father? No. I think Radigan being of the giants is less literal, because Radigan is Marika. Yeah, like I said, this place is an assault on the senses, because not only do we have fucking lightning and thunder, but we have the constant donks. I kind of hate Castle Soul. Silence! The castle itself is fine, but like everything else is just torture, so. Also, this one has no protective soldiers, but it has like the most skulls. Whoa, whoa! Oh my god, it scared the daylights out of me. Alrighty, at least the donking is over with. So let's GTFO out of here. Right, the lions, of course. Okay. Oh, ice lions. Yes, these are the only ones that do that specific attack. Does have that Deathrite bird nearby. Also has, yeah, Deathroot. And someone was asking about the giants, like where did they kill no one? Well, they probably, the Erdtree probably just buried their own dead. Probably in the nearby graveyard. And now those people are those who live in death. Now, Castle Sol is a very interesting location. We've heard about it quite a bit. We've been hearing about Castle Sol since Liurnia. Latenna wanted to come here. Well, specifically to find a medallion. And it's associated with Mikola. Apparently the soldiers who are stationed here were doing something for Mikola. They were granted the medallion that would gain access to Mikola's Halig tree. So there's an association here. Now, Sol, of course, means sun. we've heard about, you know, the Nox, the people of the night, and now we're encountering people of the sun. But there's very, very, very little lore about them. One is an RNG drop, a shield referring to the Sun Realm shield. It's called the Sun Realm shield. It is used by corpses in Altus. And a lot of the very particularly ancient and gold bones. And it describes the seat of the sun having long since faded. And effectively that, with Castle Sol and some minor details, are literally all we hear about the sun. And this is the symbol. It looks like... Well, it looks like something out of Saros, doesn't it? The sun is forever. It looks like a bleeding sun. An eclipse sun, specifically. Which is interesting. Looks like the dark sign. What is the dark sign? That's a different game. No, I'm just kidding. It does look like the dark sign, but the dark sign is simply, well, in a lot of its depictions, is an eclipse, yeah. This game doesn't really do the... God, I hate all the animals. This is like the opposite of being a fucking Disney princess. They stand just far enough away that when you swing, you don't hit them. Oh my god. Why is the eclipse gray-white? I don't know. They just drew it that way. ES1, it looked like an eclipse. Yeah, the imagery of it being an eclipse is not new. Supposed to know it all? Okay, but like, did you not hear when I said that Castle Sol has like some of the least information? Because it's likely a relic of a very long fallen age. Oh my god, there's another fucking dog. So there's these birds again. The birds are born in the storm, and we see them around Stormvale, but not just. Well, they're associated with storms, but now they serve, well, Godric, from what we can tell, but also over here. I wonder if there's any relation. I don't want to be that guy, but what? Yeah, the sun has its own associations in this game. They're just very subtle. Ooh, exile armor. That's lucky. We get some lore. Normal birds in the mountains? Yeah. So these ones are odd because they're similar to the lions, which we might think are only associated with Godric because they do have weaponry attached to them. Oh, another exile armor. Well, that makes it a little less special. Banished Knights. We saw them in Godric's castle. But these are ice ones. And also, ghosts. That might explain why there are no soldiers. No wandering mausoleum soldiers specifically. Oh, you're doing another Berserk thing. Okay, listen. The imagery often comes from Berserk. A lot of the time, it mostly ends there. It's like saying that Mikola is, what's his face? The Griffith. Yes and no. Like, Mikola is his own character. the depiction and the art, a lot of it is inspired, but the filter is otherwise its own thing, which is why we talk about it in the context of this. If you want to just be like, this whole game is Berserk, you would be correct, but you would also be sort of simplifying it overly much. No, some people do argue that this entire game is Berserk. So they're really, to me, it's kind of just like saying, hey, there's a sun in Dark Souls too, you know? You're right, but it's also like everything, a lot of the imagery comes from Berserk. It's just also its own thing. So I'm talking about it more in the context of the game itself. Okay, so we got the Helfen Steeple. Greatsword patterned after the black steeple of the Helfen, the lamp wood which guides the dead of the spirit world. The lamplight is similar to grace in appearance, only it is said that it can only be seen by those who met their death in battle. So this introduces us to a lot of weird stuff, like, excuse me, pardon me, what? The lamp wood? The what? Now, where have we seen something like that, chat? Something that guided us and guided the dead. Those weird statues of that hunched over guy who has a tiny candle and then it points like grace toward places where the dead are buried. And that figure is likely Roses, who guides the dead. And now we have Helfen Steeple. It requires int, not faith. Unique skill, Ruinous Ghost Flame. Swing the sword to bathe its blade in Ghost Flame. The Ghost Flame adds magic damage to attacks and also has a bitterly cold bite. It's very sinister, isn't it? And we get this weapon from a Deathbird. It's pretty, but it's very sinister. Like, this is supposed to guide. I will say that, yes, the light that we see here is red, which is very interesting because we do see red grace, but we have specifically seen this light said to guide the dead already. And it is the statue of Roses. It guides us toward catacombs. It's meant to, in gameplay, it's meant to show you there's a dungeon that you may not have found. And if you have found the dungeon, it doesn't point. But if you haven't, it shows this, yeah. Comes from a Tibia Mariner? Aw, dang it. Yeah, that's my bad. The other thing, this thing comes from the Deathbird. Where is it? There it is. The Death Ritual Spear. But the scaling is the same. And not to mention, the Mariners are interesting. They are sources of death root. Every single Mariner drops a death root. I'm trying to think if there's any as an exception. In base game, every single one drops a death root. The Deathbirds do not, but we know that they are corrupted by Deathblight for certain. So they're strongly linked. The Mariners are, of course, referencing Charon, the what do you call him? The boatman? He's the boatman in Greek myth who guides the souls of the dead to the afterlife. He literally takes them in his boat. So that's supposed to be the association there. So, Link to Death, Deathbirds. This is basically the remnants of a death religion. And the worship of death that predates, well, the Age of the Erdtree by a lot because, well, death has been gone. A steeple is literally a church spire? Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention that. Yeah, no, it's literally depicting the spire of a church. Uh-huh. Oh, whoops. Hang on. Ahem. Strange man. Oh, great sun, frigid sun of soul. Surrender yourself to the eclipse. Grant life to the... I feel like I'm playing Lords of the Fallen all of a sudden. I can't... Shut up! I can't fight when you're talking to me! God damn it. This is like the worst guy in the game, because even at the Grace he can attack me. Okay. Come on. It's okay though, because I'm a strength build, so okay, Lords of the Fallen moment over. So sorry. Let's start that over. Oh, great sun, frigid sun of soul. Surrender yourself to the eclipse. Grant life to the soulless bones. That's weird. The eclipse shuttle. So, the frigid sun of soul. And we also have cold fire in the form of ghost flame. And what ghost flame is it burns on the bones of the dead. The death birds used to be the ones who would not kindle it. I forget the term. Where are my weapons? Right here. Okay, sorry. Not scrape it. What do you... I forget the term for what you do to a fireplace. You use a poker to poke at it. Can't even remember what it's called. Where are my great swords? I passed them, didn't I? Those are colossals. There it is. Death's poker. Barbed rod carried by death birds. The birds are graveyard fire keepers. It is said they rake out... That's what I'm looking for. Rake. No, they rake. They rake out the ashen remains of the dead from their kilns. A poker would be used for stoking, I thought, but that's not what they do with this one. See, stoking would be to get the flame bigger. You poke at it. You're like, hey, wake up, flame, be bigger, right? But rake out is interesting. Also, the ashen remains of the dead from their kilns. Kilns of what exactly? And now we have the Eclipse Shuttle. Storied sword and treasure of Castle Sol that depicts an eclipse sun drained of color. In Sol, the sight of an eclipse inspires a dreadful awe, preventing an onlooker from averting his gaze. Which blinds you, by the way. Their fire isn't hot, so I guess it doesn't really need to be stoked. I suppose. But, I mean, it still needs fuel. It's just a cold fire rather than a hot one. Unique skill, Death Flare. Set the lusterless sun ablaze with the Prince of Death's flames, inflicting the death element upon foes. Follow up with an additional input to bring down the armament, triggering an explosion. This is the only Death Blight weapon in the entire game. Unlike the weapon associated with the Deathbirds. What about the Clinging Bone? So the Clinging Bone is arcane, differentiating it entirely from the others and linking it to something a lot more primal. The Deathbird weapons require intelligence. And the Death Hexes require int and faith. But the Prince of Death, which of course refers to Godwyn, requires a great deal of faith more than anything else. It was enough to break PvP 100 times. The Eclipse Shuttle was not the problem with PvP. What happened was there was an exploit that you could apply death buildup to your body and then run at people and stun lock them to death and they would die in Deathblight. The Eclipse Shuttle is actually not that bad because it's just a curved sword. The buildup is really, really, really slow. So most of the time you're not actually going to Deathblight anybody. They're just going to straight up die. Hey, thanks! Glad you're enjoying the stream. Kiln of the First Flame? Yeah! So it's as if the sun itself is just a kiln fed by the ashen remains of people, of the dead. Eclipse Shuttle was a thing used to make the tunnel buff work. Yeah, but that's not really Eclipse Shuttle's fault. I just don't want the poor weapon to be, you know... That's like hating the Serpent Hunter because people weapon swap its moveset. Like, that's not the Serpent Hunter's fault, you know? IGN was recommending that people use the exploit in PvP. Yeah, except they were doing the Blood Flame exploit, which still hasn't been fucking patched, by the way. So as far as I can tell, FromSoft just doesn't give a shit. FromSoft doesn't care about balance. It's the one issue I have with From Software is their fucking balance. And they'll patch a tree out of the game because speedrunners use it to do a skip, but they won't. Whatever, it's fine. That's From Software. Okay. They do not care. No, it's not that they don't care about PvP. It's that they're really fucking bad at balancing. They absolutely do care about PvP. They're just really bad at balancing it. Because if they didn't care about PvP, they wouldn't have done a PvE, PvP buff and nerf split in Elden Ring for the first time. They're just really bad at it. That's the thing. You know how we always talk about, oh, you only hate that boss because you're bad at it. Well, the reverse of this is... FromSoft, they love PvP, but they're really bad at balancing it. Okay. It's a new emo. Yeah, I added it today. Enjoy the new Wraff U. Sometimes I get the feeling they don't play their own game enough. Honestly, with Elden Ring, I really think they played it with nothing but casters. Or strength. Or strength. Just not dex. I don't know what they were thinking. Anyway, so the Eclipse Shuttle is associated with Soul, Castle Soul, and the sort of purpose of Castle Soul seems to have been to grant life to the soulless bones. And presumably that is Godwyn. Now, this is a storied treasure of basically what we can tell is an old civilization that used to exist here. A remnant. So this predates Godwyn. And yet it's associated with him. Because he has become the Prince of Death. Deathbirds also predate Godwyn. A lot. Like death itself, all these things. And yet, they have been corrupted by what has happened to Godwyn. So Godwyn has become and truly been reborn as the Prince of Death. And his state has affected death itself and damaged it. Because, well, Godwyn was killed with the Rune of Death, a fragment of it, right? So death itself changed him. And he changed it back. He has become a cancer growing on the roots of the Erd Tree, but not just on the roots of the Erd Tree. His growth extends in a way that we can't visually see. Death itself has been changed by him. The piece of death in him has become corrupted, which is why deathbirds look like this, which is why Deathroot is spreading everywhere. Death has changed, not just him. Originally, death was twisted by the removal of death, right? No, as far as we know, the removal of death didn't really do anything to death itself, because it seems to have been just a clean excision. It's fine. Death seems to have been fine, as long as it was kept together and intact. But a mixture of a piece of the Rune of Death being stolen by Ranni for the Black Knives and the Knight of the Black Knives, mixed with her forbidden right. Because remember, if she had simply used the Rune of Death the way she was likely supposed to, it would have been probably fine. But she combined the Rune of Death with a forbidden magic where she would kill only part of herself and do the opposite for Godwyn, right? And thus, something happened to Death. Now, apparently it's not the first time this has happened, because Castle Soul exists. The idea of soulless bones being granted life again is something that they are doing because there's a precedent. Also, I want to talk about this as well. O great son, frigid son of soul, surrender yourself to the eclipse. Grant life to the soulless bones. The sun is called to surrender itself to an eclipse, because the sun being eclipsed is literally it being hidden from view. It's, you know, this moment of great weirdness in the world, this constant source of light. All of a sudden, everything goes dark in the middle of the day. The sun itself is being called to be hidden away, as if this will grant life to Godwyn again. And they're talking about Godwyn. We get this because of the Eclipse Shuttle. It's linked to Godwyn. In other words, they were trying to bring Godwyn back to life here. And then we immediately kind of get an idea of why this place is linked to Miquella. Because Miquella wanted to do, well, as far as we know, he wanted to do one important thing. He wanted to have his brother die a true death. Oh no. Taking a weird route. Never really explored this direction. Right, this is Wraff. And these are two different things, keep in mind. The whole point of killing Godwyn, she needed to kill her body, but her mind lived on. Godwyn is dead, his body is... No, his body is alive, his soul is dead. Mm-hmm. Well, I've never played Deltarune, so I guess that saved me. Yeah, I think this state that Godwyn is in, with his soul gone but his body alive, is what corrupted Death itself. Because, what is he? Like, if you were to describe someone whose soul is gone but body remains alive, he lives in death. That is what Godwyn has become. And that nature, and the rune of death being partially freed in his body, is causing all of this. Oh god, I'm here again. Oh no. I have to read the Exile Armor as well. Oh, I went in a big circle. Right, perfect. Okay. And that's the thing. The game doesn't directly tell us that Death is warped. But take one look at a Deathbird. Church of the Eclipse, by the way. Take one look at a Deathbird and you're probably like, that shit ain't right. And you'd be right. And then through all these little pieces of evidence, we start to learn that Death itself and the form of the Deathbirds has changed, and what could have changed them other than Godwyn. This is furthered by the fact that, once again, Deathbirds, they actually have a single move that applies Deathblight. Their Scream. You have to be in proximity for it to trigger, so a lot of people may not know this. I wasn't sure if they did Deathblight for a bit, but no, there is a single move of theirs that applies Deathblight, which means they themselves have become corrupted by it. Oh my god, this scared me. Oh, more Albinaric torture. Castle Soul is a very strange place because we're seeing an absolute combination of so many different things. We're seeing banished knights, but also they behave like wandering mausoleums. we're seeing the same tortured Albinarix from Mount Gelmir. And Leyndell. We're seeing the... Oh my god. God, I hate Banished Knights. But they're like wandering mausoleums. We see Banished Knights. We see they're covered in thorns, their weapons. Let's read the Exile Armor too. Damaged iron gauntlets worn by soldiers sent to the penal colonies. You know, I'm not really sure if that means that they themselves were sent to prison or if they were sent to guard prisons. Also, Latenna specifically mentioned wanting to come here because these people were trusted by Mikola. And the implication of that is that they were honored by getting partial access to the Halig Tree, just like the Albinarix in the Albinaric village. But Albinarix are being tortured here. Oh my god. These Banished Knights are the most annoying ones in the fucking game because they also vanish when they're getting hit. They cheatsy little bastards. Hell yeah, pants! Like seriously, when they're salty getting their ass beat, they just teleport away. Vanished Knights. Exactly. I really do wonder what is up with the Albi torture here. Okay. I have some thoughts on the Albinarix in relation to Mikola. And let me tell you, Castle Sol and the way the Albinarix are used around Mikola's Halig Tree suggest this is one of the first reasons that I had reason to suspect Mikola of being not quite above board even before the DLC. Like, if you want to talk about why we were like all the lore heads were like, yeah, of course Mikola's evil. Like, what are you talking about? Like, hurry up and get to the twist where he's totally evil. Like, we were waiting for it because of places like this. So, this is not Mikola's home or anything, but these soldiers were doing something for him. And we have evidence of this. And that, to me, also suggests that there was some tacit approval of everything they were doing here. Including this. To the poor Albinarix. So... there is also this idea of, like, the sun being hidden, and this is the right time to fulfill a ritual that will bring Godwyn back to life. Because here's the thing. At one point, Mikola wanted to... what is it? Infused with the humble prayer of a young boy, "O brother, Lord brother, please die a true death." So, the timeline of this is a bit odd. So we're supposed to know that Mikola is the young boy. And the phrase young boy is really difficult to sort of parse with when it comes to Mikola, because there is a distinction made between Mikola as being a perpetual child and his actual childhood. Because I truly do think that even though he never fully matured in terms of body, I think mentally he did. I don't think he's forever a child. A lot of people attribute some... naivete or like emotional immaturity to him because of DLC. I don't think that's the case. I think that his curse was that his mind matured, but his body could not. So in terms of intelligence, in terms of genius, he was very, very high and had a lot of it, but he couldn't fully achieve his plans because of his curse, effectively, right? Kind of assumed it was something done by the master of the castle, like of his own accord. It's true, but maybe it's just me. I think that if bad things are happening in your territory, then you approve it. Mikola either knew and didn't care, or didn't know and didn't care to know, and both things are kind of striking. This is supposed to be Mikola's territory. These people were trusted with access to his Halig tree. There's only two places that get that, the village of the Albinarics and Castle Sol. They are honored with it. And he couldn't be bothered to care about the torture going on here? So I don't know which is worse, but both kind of have like a, Also, how would you bring someone back to life? Because think about this. Think about, not even back to life, because the body is alive, but the soul is gone. How would you return a soul from the underworld back to a body? Well, that kind of sounds like something akin to necromancy. They don't obviously use that term, right? But like, something is going on here. And one of the means that you could do that, conceivably, is a cost. You sacrifice lives to bring back another, right? Very interesting connection with Fia and Godwin that closes her story if you defeat Fortisax. Yeah, so Fia also absorbs life energy. She is a deathbed companion. And her thing is that she absorbs life energy and thus can give lords another chance at life. So potentially, if she had been interested in it, she might have been able to truly bring Godwin back. But her interest is more to protect all of those who live in death, and thus she births a rune with that life energy instead. So, what if you don't have a deathbed companion? What if you don't have access to one? How would you do that? Potentially with life energy. And that might be what was happening here. Also, there's something very sinister with the idea. In Sol, the sight of an eclipse inspires a dreadful awe, preventing an onlooker from averting his gaze. If you look directly into an eclipse, you will go blind. It literally focuses the sun's rays to such an extreme degree that you will go blind. So they literally cannot look away. And this, we're not talking about a real eclipse, we're talking about a magical eclipse with a frigid sun that will bring someone dead back to life. Are they sacrificing the people here to feed them to Godwin or something like that? Right? Kind of like bringing Radon back with Mohg's body? Not dissimilar. Yeah. However, it fails. But there's more reasons for that. Anyway, for now, let's fight the boss here. I was actually going to go do something else, but this is actually perfect timing for this. Also, pretty extensive castle, huh? There's a reason it's called Castle Sol, with the church in it. This is like meant to be like a whole little mini town. Also, yeah, it turns out we do get a reason, an explanation of why the sun is white. It's because it's a colorless, cold flame. A colorless, cold sun. Now, when I think of a colorless, cold sun, and then I hear about a kiln that was sort of stoked and raked by the death birds, could that be the frigid sun that we're talking about? A gigantic kiln where the bodies of the dead went? Rykard uses necromancy? Rykard, he doesn't really use necromancy so much as he just eats people. And he uses their spirits because they are within him. So he has eaten people and they are angry that they got eaten because, like, who wouldn't be? And thus he uses their rancor as an attack. It's a little different, but not dissimilar. Also, yeah, someone just mentioned there is necromancy in this setting. Yes, there is. Sorcery of the Servants of Death. Once thought lost, this ancient death hex was rediscovered by the necromancer Garrus. Okay. It requires int and faith. Just like all the death stuff. Well, all the death spells, I should say. Because the death weapons need either int or faith. Really just the Eclipse Shottle needing faith. All the others are associated with the Death Birds. Or the the Tibia Mariners. And those require int. There's an association here. The death hexes that Garrus rediscovered were from the same death religion. Fought Necromancer back in some dank cave. That was Garrus. We literally fought Garrus and talked about that at the time, yeah. God damn it. This is a great section. Oh, God. Where'd he go? Oh, wow. Stormveil all over again? Yep. A lot of the same soldiers, too. Remember, though, they're banished knights. They have no place to go. And Godric, well, Godric took the weaklings. He took the ones with nowhere else to go. Sorcerer painting. I don't remember exactly where that was. I remember where it is! Oh, I have to go talk to Goldmask and get the jellyfish. Memory unlocked. This is the one where you get the clit hood. I remember it very vividly. I fucking hate Castle Sol. Like, I want to love it so bad, but it's like it was specifically designed to be the most nightmarish place in the game. Is that the steeple? Hang on. I never looked up. Gamers don't look up, as you know. Boss sucks too. The boss might legitimately be one of the worst bitches alive. Strength makes it better, though. Okay. Not quite, but it sure is reminiscent of Elephant Steeple. Where did my... Did I accidentally put my weapon away? I sure did. Unlike his little friends, but they die fast at least. I mean, they die fast if you got strength, that's for sure. I'm thinking this will be a lot easier than usual. Boss is easy with Impaling Thrust. Okay, but what if you don't have Impaling Thrust? Is your answer going to be just use Impaling Thrust? And then you kind of have my issue with the boss. It's like, just use the one thing. Just use a specific thing. But what if you don't want to use a specific thing? What if you just want to use, like, the thing that you've been using throughout the game? Know what I mean? Okay, we're gonna do... Yeah, let's just do this. Just use spells. I know you're capping, but this is actually one fight that showcases why spells are not everything. Commander Neil, not to be confused with Commander O'Neill. Jesus Christ, it really is a different video game when you're using strength. Holy fucking shit, that damage. My lord, that would not happen with Dex. My lord. Okay. Whoop. Whoops. I did try to dodge that. Okay, bitch, can you, like... give me a second? Oh my god, I hate him so much. Like, I didn't even get up yet. Ugh. Enjoy bewitching branching those nights? That might actually be something I do. So yeah, this is another sign, by the way, that this is one of Miquella's soldiers, because we've met another commander, and that was Melania's... well, I say Melania's soldier. We have to remember, Melania is Miquella's soldier. So, we met Commander O'Neill, and now we have Commander Neil. And I do say Neil, not Neal, because I actually knew someone named Neil, and he spelled it exactly that way, N-I-A-L-L, and his name was Neil. And who am I gonna say this? I'm gonna be like, your name is wrong, haha. Anyway, Neil and Neil. It's the same guy. This is Miquella's soldier. He was Miquella's soldier in the first place. And here's another one. Okay. Just one moment, please. I got fucking true comboed. It's still so much easier though. Are they like brothers? No. I think it's just a coincidence. Maybe it is Neil. But like, I knew a Neil, dog. I knew a Neil. It was spelled exactly like that. So when I saw it, I'm like, yo, why is there two Neils in this game? I think it's also notable that we find them in two places where like really bad things have happened. And they're just like, hell yeah, dog, cool things happen here. Because that's the lore of Commander O'Neill. Is O'Neill is like, yeah, I know bad things happen here, but like, it was really cool, so... He sees that fight with honor. He looks back at it fondly. It's also possible that this was a penal colony? That they turned Castle Sol into, well, a prison, which is why there's Alvinarix here. Wait for him to come here. No, I dodged that. I clicked the... Oh, great. Probably gonna die. Never mind, I made it out. Are you done? Nope. Why did that not work this time? I'm confused. I'm really confused. I did the exact same thing last time, and I iframed the jump. Maybe my timing is different. Okay. Maybe I don't do a jump attack there. I don't have time for it. Oops, sorry. Trying to run like it's Night Rain. Get away from you, Heckler. Alrighty. There we go. He's a bit of a staller, but it's okay. Alrighty. Veteran's prosthesis. Bladed prosthetic leg enwreathed with the power of lightning, instead attached to the fist. Commander Neil, veteran of Castle Sol, offered this prosthesis in exchange for the lives of defeated knights held prisoner. He went on to lead these men as an army of no nation. So did he gave the leg and then he got it back? Always confused me. We use it as a fist.
All glory to the Twin
Stars,
Great
baby.
Stars build, Slayer of bosses, Breaker of stances.
I agree. I've always
and
found that
all-around
phrase very
cool stuff.
confusing. He offered his leg in exchange for the freedom of these imprisoned knights, and he also has banished knights serving him. Now, banished knights are interesting because they are specifically banished, and that is like a big aspect of what we know about them. So as a result, we know that they don't really have a place, and thus they serve many different people. Here, they seem to have served out of loyalty, and they're literally all ghosts, right? So even after death, they serve him because this is a place where everyone is a ghost. Also, he still has the leg, so I really wonder what happened in the bargain. Did he like give his leg and say, I will free you all, and then they fought whoever they gave the leg to? It's a bit weird. But as much as it says that they are of no nation, we have this ghost. Lord Mikola, forgive me. The sun has not been swallowed. Our prayers were lacking. Your comrade remains soulless. I will never set my eyes upon it now. Your divine Halig tree. Halig tree secret medallion left. Left half of a split medallion depicting the Halig tree. Brandishing the medallion with both halves conjoined will activate the Grand Lift of Rold, granting access to a hidden path. In other words, the secret medallion will guide the bearer to the land of Mikola's Halig tree, and it is specifically linked to the Grand Lift of Rold, the same place. So the path that takes you from the mountaintops to the Erd tree will also take you to Mikola's land. It's as if he altered it himself. Because the Halig tree and Elphael, remember we talked about squatting? We talked about Godric, how he's squatting in a castle that someone else built. Rykard is also squatting in a castle that someone else built. Not Mikola. He built his own place. And he also, I really do also find this a little bit funny. It's the same place, the same elevator that you use to get from Leyndell to the Forbidden Lands, right? And he didn't build Castle Sol. And like I said, you could argue these aren't really his soldiers, but I think that would be a vain argument because this guy here, this ghost, is looking out over here. And what is that? It's a giant tree. Now, when I say giant tree and we have that right next to us, you might be like, are you sure that's a giant tree? Yeah, remember how high we are? That is a gigantic tree. It's just nothing compared to 6 foot over here. You know what I mean? 5'11", 6 foot type moment over here. But still. And we're hearing about the Halig tree, and this ghost is looking out directly over here. That's the Halig tree. Wonder if he stopped caring as much about protecting it after they failed to call the eclipse. Yeah, so there's a couple of ghosts here that are desperate to bring the soul of Godwyn back. So not bring him to life, because he is alive. Bring his soul back. That was the goal here, but it failed. They failed. Their prayers were lacking. And because they failed, they would never be able to see the Halig tree. And yes, the medallion is not protected. But it is by Neil and his ghost army. A commander that shares the same appearance as another one of Miquella's soldiers. However, they failed and thus are forsaken. Rudy says comrade instead of brother. We don't know the original text was being translated, but either way, like, he may not have told what the purpose was. But there's only one soulless guy that we know of that Miquella would have wanted to save. But yeah, the Grand Lift of Rold takes you to Leyndell, which is the heart of Erdtree worship, and it will also take you to, eventually, the place that leads to Miquella's Halig tree. It was probably just a gameplay thing, right? But FromSoft loves mixing gameplay and lore. It's very interesting to me that Miquella basically co-opted the same elevator to link to his special self-built land and his special tree. Because what was his goal? Well, he has a land that is centered around a tree called the Halig tree. Huh. It sure sounds like he's trying to recreate the Erd tree. And that's Castle Sol. Every build has its own challenges. Unless you're playing Strength, then you have no challenges. And you get to actually play the game. It's great. It's actually so great. I feel like I'm on vacation. It's so quiet here, without all the giant ghosts coming out of the ground. They're a link to the Tibia Mariner, so once you kill the Tibia Mariner, they don't spawn. Except for that one, apparently. I forgot, it's right here. Painting. The Great Hood. Hood far larger than the head it is meant to cover. A burial shroud of sorts for those who discover at long last the truth they sought. Increases intelligence and faith to the detriment of HP. Yes, surely this is the moon that young Renala gazed upon. Wraff Point. Stargazer's ruins. So, there's another group that we know lived on the mountaintops and was allied with the giants. More specifically, that they were cool with the giants. And that is the astrologers. And now we find the Stargazer's ruins. And right nearby, a picture of the... Oh...
You promised me when we turn 14, we go to see the stars. I've been waiting ever so long. Forever and ever, it seems.
This jellyfish talks. And she's a child.
Where did you go? You promised me when we turn 14, we go to see the star. Dear sister, you're finally here. No time to waste. Let's see the stars.
And we get the best gesture in the game at long last. Fancy freaking spin. So the jellyfish are apparently, at least these ones are, and that suggests that others are too, the spirits of children. Unbased if you think that's the worst gesture. Primal glintstone blade. An old glintstone blade that has been stained with blood. Reduces FP consumption of sorceries and incantations at the cost of maximum HP. The old sorcerers would slice open their hearts with these blades to imbue a primal glintstone with their soul, and thus did they die. Who do we know who did that? Selin. And she aspired to be like the old sorcerers, Lusat and Azur. Also, this is sealed by the spirit of a child, and we summon another spirit of a child in order to open it. Looks so breakable. Something happened to them. And sealed away is that. Some sort of effectively twisted ritual implement. Hang on, I'm looking for something. And now we know why Aurelia, the jellyfish, a floating spirit that illuminates its surroundings, prone to tears, the jellyfish girl searches for her distant home, will bravely spew poison at foes on her summoner's behalf. It seems her name is Aurelia. So we get a little bit more lore on this specific spirit. It's most likely because Roderica gave her to us. Remember, Roderica can speak to spirits. We, as the player, cannot. We can summon them and we can see them, which is more than Nephili can do, meaning we have some link to spirits, but she can speak to them. So that it seems her name is Aurelia is likely Roderica giving us this spirit and saying her name is Aurelia, and then we help her find her home. My goodness, these bats are freaking tanky. We don't know how Aurelia got separated. But it's very interesting that it's a depiction of the old sorcerers slicing open their hearts. They imbue a primal glintstone with their soul and thus they die, but they keep the same body. Examine grave. Here lie Aurelia and Aureliette, who never saw the stars. Which is so sad because they were astrologers, they were stargazers most likely. So not only are the jellyfish spirits of the dead, but they seem to be spirits of children who linger because their wishes were never fulfilled. They were most likely twins because Aureliette specifically says, when we were 14, you said we'd see the stars. There's definitely something about a coming of age there, with 14 being like the age where you were allowed to become a true astrologer and, you know, gaze at the stars properly. And the fact that they were both 14 at the same time suggests that they're twins, yes. But other than that, we don't know anything about them. It just gives us some more insight into these jellyfish spirits that we've been seeing all around. And we normally can't speak to spirits, but this one we can hear. I don't know if it's because of Roderica. I don't know if it's because of us having Aurelia. But we are able to fulfill that spirit's wish, and then they're able to go and see the stars. See the stars is maturity? Sort of. It's possible... Okay, the astrologers... I have to go open the Rise, and then we'll talk about this a little bit more, because the Rise gives us further insight into the old sorcerers. There were multiple groups and multiple factions. But considering these two are linked to the... by this specific item, the primeval sorcerers... I worry something may have gone wrong with them. Look who it is, gamers! It's them again. Still looking at the tree. Hi!
Nice to see you. I can't believe you've come all this way.
No new incants. He hasn't had any discoveries since Radigan is Marika. Give a prayer book. Oh, I do have the Giant's prayer book. We'll give it to someone else. Actually, do I have runes right now? 1 second. I do. I have a ton.
Do you need something else?
Yeah. Here you go, buddy. Have a prayer book.
That is a work of heresy.
Sure is, sweetie
Its
pie.
incantations bear no lineage from the Erd Tree. Very well. I'll take it off your hands. I cannot afford to maintain my innocence any longer. I must dirty my hands to test my faith, even if it offers only the most meager of hints. I will do whatever I can to help my master.
Giant's Flame Take Thee. One of the incantations that draws directly from the power of the fire giants. Hurls a massive ball of raging fire. There is no record of this incantation in common prayer books. Only a select few prelates know of its existence. Same lore. Hurls several balls of fire at once. Extremely destructive spells. Like, think about what these spells would have been like. They are very much akin, once again, just a thematic comparison to Dark Souls, to the chaos sorceries. Sorry, not sorceries. The chaos pyromancies, which are exceptionally destructive. Think about what this would do to life. Like, really, just think about what a giant... This looks like fucking artillery. The fire giants were indeed very destructive, most likely. About the noble gold mask.
I've been gripped by a terrifying thought. The rhythms and calculus of the Master's finger betray a suspicion of the holism of the Golden Order, a conceit, I am afraid, that cannot be overlooked. Oh, but how could this be? I dread to even entertain the possibility, but somehow I cannot cast aside my doubts about the Master. Tell me, have I simply lost my head? Only, if the Master were true to the Golden Order, why would he think to breach this forbidden mount of fire?
Any more?
Oh, Master, put my mind at ease. Dispel these fearsome thoughts. I want to place my trust in you, to be your scribe.
Give tonic of forgetfulness.
What is this? It will make me forget, you say, so that I can push aside these frightful thoughts. Would that I could. Would that I could.
That's our other potential use for the tonic of forgetfulness. He won't take it, but you can offer it to him. So, Gold Mask is doubting the holism of the Golden Order. Now, this is sort of interesting because the Golden Order itself, especially fundamentalism, which Gold Mask is linked to because of his scholarship and his study, it's kind of interesting because this is basically what Radigan did. Radigan, we get this lore, sort of decided to turn worship of the Erd Tree from an object of blind faith and turn it into scholarship, truly. However, it also led to, frankly, a little bit of, well, lying. I don't know how best, I'm just going to tell you what he did, and we've been talking about this a lot. He despised references to the Erd Tree in its primordial form as the Crucible, basically. So at one point, the Erd Tree was not the Erd Tree. It was not always this specific object of faith. It was not always this golden light of hope, and is now fogged away by the light. Thanks so much, weather effects. Okay. He resented any idea that the Erd Tree was not perfect and was not eternal. And that included any reference to it being the Crucible. And we know this from many different sources. We've discussed them several, like every time we've talked about this has been brought up. So I'm just talking about it more generally now. But for example, the Misbegotten, initially their scales and feathers and wings were seen as signs of the divine. And then later, as society and civilization developed, they were disdained, right? Likely Radigan. The reason for this is because they're associated with the Crucible. And furthermore, we get more evidence of this in the form of the Crucible Knights, who at one point were the center of Godfrey's army, and now are just scattered all around the lands. And apparently it's because their raw strength was seen as chaotic, and thus they had to go. They're literally Crucible Knights. They are associated with the Crucible. It had to have been Radigan. So that's sort of the idea here, is that the Golden Order in this state of fundamentalism under Radigan is also, while it's associated with scholarship, is also inherently focused on, well, lying. Maybe you wouldn't call that lying, right? But to me, the idea of dismissing that the tree used to once be something else is a lie. And hating that it was once something else makes no sense, but that is what Radigan did. He resented anything that was associated with the Crucible, anything to do with, well, red. Because remember, what specifically signifies the difference between the Erd Tree and the Crucible? The color red. Really? Because red is ancient. It is red-tinged gold. It's still gold, but it's tinged with red. And then when it became the Erd Tree, it's pure gold. And that's what he idealized. That's what he sought. That's what he thought was perfect. Pure gold. So any reminder that his perfect symbol was once not pure gold had to be concealed and hidden away. And this fanaticism eventually led to the creation of the Golden Order fundamentalists as hunters of those who live in death. And even Gold Mask, what's the exact phrase? I'm going to pick it up because it's like perfectly written. The noble Gold Mask lamented what had become of the hunters, How easy it is for learning and learnedness to be reduced to the ravings of fanatics. All the good and the great wanted in their foolishness was an absolute evil to contend with. Does such a notion exist in the fundamentals of order? And that's basically the idea. Suddenly, those who live in death were a thing, and it was perfect for them to be seen as this great evil that needed to be contested. But before that, there were signs that the Golden Order became more extreme, resenting anything that was associated vaguely with the Crucible. So, we talk about the red hair, Radagon's red hair, him despising his red hair. We talk about its link to the Giants. But really, what the game tells us again and again and again is that things associated with the Crucible, or very ancient things, are shown with the color red. So, yes, the Giants have red hair. It just means they're ancient. The Leonine Misbegotten, the Red Wolves, they have red hair because they are associated with the Crucible. The reason Radagon resents it so much is because it's a symbol that links him to the Crucible. And to me, that's crazy. Let's, as an example, just to sort of, because it's interesting. It's scholarship, it's study, it's meant to, you know, take away just blind faith and ground it in rationality, and yet he despised references to the Crucible because it's chaotic? Like that, it makes no sense, but that seems to have been the conclusion that Radagon came to. To relate it to something, it'd be like resenting the theory of evolution because humans are not monkeys. No! Monkeys are bad! We hate monkeys! Evil! That's basically what Radagon did. That's effectively what the Misbegotten and the hatred of them represents. Evolution? We came from those creatures? Never! That seems to be effectively what it is. If you can think of another example or like a comparison, feel free, but that to me is the crux of the story. Which is interesting because, like I said, Radagon is supposed to be about scholarship, and yet he despises these things and rejects them, which I find very strange. It's like he's trying to narrow down the Golden Order. Bullmask is surely a weird guy. Yeah. So, it's a bit odd because, like, what Radagon stands for seems to be study. But what that really seems to mean is more a balance between intelligence and therefore sorceries and understanding, and then faith as well. Because he has a lot of faith in the Erd Tree. That seems to be the center of his focus, is the Erd Tree and its golden rays and its perfection. And everything else is sort of secondary. Goldmask chillin'. And here's the thing, Goldmask is starting to doubt the holism of the Golden Order, and I'd be very curious to see what conclusion he comes to. I hope we will find out what it is.
It will make me forget, you say, so that I can push aside these frightful thoughts. Would that I could. Would that I could.
Okay.
May the
Bye,
Golden
Corn.
Order shine through you.
I think this story is also supposed to evoke... We have blind faith, literally, the prophet wearing a blindfold, representing literal blind faith, and the scholar, who has great faith but is also trying to understand. The theologian who wants to understand his religion truly. One is not necessarily superior to the other, because we also know Corrin is specifically a two fingers faithful. And what's really funny is that he himself has been rejected by his own religion, which is why he's got that wheel around his neck, because he saw a vision of flame. That is why he is what he is. If you play as this prophet starting class in Elden Ring, you start with a fire spell. He teaches you the fire spell at the start of the game. He's got the same story. And what's interesting is he saw a vision of flame and was thus dismissed as a heretic and forced out of the religion. But the reason for this is because the tree itself is asking to be burnt. And some people, some Tarnish, glimpse that. And it is seen as heretical because burning the Erd tree is the first cardinal sin, and yet it is what the tree wants you to do. Because that is where we are being led. I forgot to point this out, but I mean, we still have grace. Grace is still leading us onward through the Forbidden Lands. Because this is what we're meant to do. So, that's what's so interesting about Corrin. His faith is so strong, but even his own religion rejects him. But he doesn't reject it. However, he has a very narrow scope of what is acceptable. Get the fire spell as prophet starting class? Yeah, you start with, which one is it? I think it's catch flame. Yep. Which is very good. The tree has wants? Yes. Because the tree has become golden for a reason. There's very strong evidence, and we've been talking about this throughout, but my main and sort of new theory is as simple as Marika is the Erd tree, and that was what made it the Erd tree. Was her linking herself to it and becoming the Crucible, and thus transforming it into the Erd tree. So, a lot of people aren't sure and sort of discuss, does the grace come from Marika or does it come from the Erd tree? I would say the answer is yes, because it comes from both. Minor Erd tree. So, two of them spawn in here, and it can actually be a very vicious fight, but unfortunately I'm a strength build, so we don't get to see too much of that. Bye-bye. So anyway, it spawns a clone of itself. I had just enough time to show that, so that's perfect. That's great. That is a very interesting rise, isn't it? And it is in this Forbidden Land. We talked about this before, but this Forbidden Land, a lot of very ancient things come from here. The astrologers who later became the Carians, the Raelucarians, and probably the Nox came from here. So this is their oldest location. And the Stargazer Ruins is their... what's left of the astrologer civilization, as far as we can tell. And, yeah, what we find there is an item that was used to kill themselves so that they could replace their hearts with primal glintstone. How do we add stuff to quote? I don't even remember. I really don't. It's been so long. Okay, I don't fully remember this, so we're just gonna go for it. Okay, I decided to YOLO, but we should be a little bit more careful. Someone is shooting arrows at me. Why does Marika want to die? Because she wants to end her age. She has been queen for a very long time. And it is not natural. She wants to give her children a chance to rule. No monarch should rule forever. It's actually very noble in that regard. Unfortunately. Her other half does not agree. I think she became disillusioned. I don't even know if it's disillusionment necessarily. Like, you could argue that, but I think it's as simple as the fact that a mother wants nothing more than to see her children succeed, right? That is what a mother wants. Yet she has created an eternal age in order to protect the people she cares about, but the consequence is that they can never rule. They can never achieve anything. Was it here? Oh wow. Oh wow, did they buff this? It is so fucking clear. What the shit? Or did Seamless do something? Holy crap. It did not used to be that vivid. Heretical Rise. Yeah, honestly, I used to see it as like she realized that she messed up and her age was evil and cursed and she had to undo it. I no longer think that, actually. I think it's as simple that you can agree that you made something, but it can't be eternal because that would make it stagnant. She literally just wants to give someone else a chance, which is the most natural thing in the world. No king or queen should want to rule forever. Hey, dear. Falling snow marks something unseen. That's the hint, by the way. More of that weird glintstone? Yeah. So this is the Heretical Rise. We have seen this specific, strange, warped glintstone. It looks almost like death blighted, but in one location. Right here. At Linnea's Rise, and there was a graven mass there. Pretty far away, but if you remember, there's a lot of things that are here and also in Caelid. Oh, interesting. Anyway, let's find out what's the reward here. Collect the Rune of Death, one or more of her children died regardless. Yeah, that is because, well, she planned that, but she was supposed to die. That to me is the greatest evidence that she's been trying to die for a long time, was that she helped Ronnie plan her own assassination, and then Ronnie instead murdered her child. So she had no other options than to go to extremes, which was the shattering. She had to force the point. She made it do or die. She made it sink or swim, because she had no other options. Founding Reign of Stars. The eldest primeval sorcery said to have been discovered by an ancient astrologer, a sorcery of legendary status. Summons a dark cloud of stars overhead. Shortly after, the cloud will release a violent deluge of star rain. This sorcery can be cast while in motion, charging increases potency. Thought to be the founding glintstone sorcery, the glimpse of the primeval current that the astrologer saw became real, and the stars amber rained down on this land. We saw Selin use this. Which makes sense. Another link between the stars amber and the glintstone. It's referred to as stars amber. Selin also tells us that. Legendarily terrible? Yeah, it looks really cool. It's unfortunately not great, but in terms of lore, this is a very significant spell. This is the Heretical Rise. This is the rise that created the astrologers, or sorry, the primeval sorcerers from the astrologers. Now, you could even argue that Selin was that OG astrologer, and she's just been like body jumping. The whole concept of her being able to switch bodies and be immortal is very interesting. And it definitely links her to like these immortal witches who, you know, traverse time and stuff like that so they can keep on doing their thing. I don't think that that was Selin, but we do know that Selin is very old because she is also of the Carian family. This is hinted at if you do the route of Jaren and what's his name, Iji? Where Iji says that now that the stars are in motion again, a Carian weed can now be taken care of by Jaren. And that is actually why Jaren was here as the guest of the Carians, because Jaren, this is way back, even before he became Radahn's homie, Jaren is a sorcerer hunter. And he goes after Selin specifically because her pesky immortality makes her difficult to deal with until we get the stars moving again. So, Selin is of the Carian line. She's somehow related to R'hllana and Rennala. Also, Azur and Lusat are the founders of the Rhea Lucaria school, whereas Selin just attended, so... But still, you could argue she was the original one, and she even helped Lusat and Azur to study. There is something there if you want to argue it. Didn't catch Selin's family line? Yeah, it's pretty subtle. Also, she's got dark hair. She looks similar. Blue eyes, yeah. Ironic that she's the one who tells us how to get the stars moving again. Yeah, but she needs that too, presumably. Well, then again, we don't know if that, you know, relates to the primeval current, but the primeval current and its study was considered heretical. So, as you can see, this is the Heretics' Rise. We also have the Stargazer Ruins. This is likely the astrologer sort of civilization. And then the Fire Giants were here. So they seem to have been pretty cool with sharing the mountaintops. Specifically with them. Although, I talked about this previously, the only allies that the Giants had that we know of is the Carians, specifically the Carians, and the astrologers, really, it's the astrologers, as signified by the Sword of Night and Flame. But, hang on. Rennala seems to have been the one to sort of hold that alliance. Astrologers who preceded the sorcerers established themselves in mountaintops that nearly touched the sky and considered the fire giants their neighbors and also allies, because Rennala is able to summon a oath-sworn giant. She summons a troll, but still, that's all that's left right now. We talked about this, but the fire giants had big problems with pretty much all their neighbors, including the Zamor, which are known for being ice people. So it might have something to do with that we have people who loved and used ice and people who loved and used fire. But it seems the only people they were okay with was the astrologers, and it could be to do with the fact that the astrologers were only focused on the stars and the life therein. So they didn't care about life on Earth. Really. That is, they're always looking up. They're always looking up at the stars. They don't care what's happening here. Radahn out here be like, I'm gonna ruin these stargazers' entire career. Yeah, fortunately, by that time, people were more into the moon, thanks to Rennala. Alright, that's Castle Sol. Frozen Lake. I do think everything here is done as far as I can remember. So, time to move forward. Even the omens? Sorry, someone just asked about the omens. What do you mean about the omens? goodness for Renala and Ymir. Yeah, I think it... Okay, I don't know what did that, but that's fine. I might be able to upgrade my weapon a little bit more, actually, but... Whoop! Stun lock to hell. Oh, we should mention something else. I forgot to talk about this. This fire giant... hang on, I have aggro, 1 second. This fire giant isn't pierced through the stomach, so we can actually see something very interesting in it. That is a face. That is an eye. That is a nose. And that is a mouth. Chat, what is this? Right here. It almost looks like it's coming out of the mouth. Also, looking at it, there's these, like, wooden bits, and then there's thorns separate. Yeah, yeah. So, we can't see it except on these, which aren't pierced the same way, but that is a face with a mouth, and it looks like, you know, chompy, pointy teeth right there. It's coming out of the mouth, though, if you look at that. Like, maybe it's the angle. It could be hair. It could be hair. Loincloth clipping into the mouse could very well be. Because it does look like their hair, yeah. Yeah, you can start to see it here. The same thorn through the face there. So there's been something really notable about the design that several people have brought up, and we talked about a couple times. The giants, or sorry, the trolls, which are the descendants of the giants, effectively, have a gap in their chest, and oftentimes it's replaced with like a stone. Kind of looks like a grave, something like that. Well, these giants don't have that hole. They have a face there. And that's specifically where they're all stabbed. Through that face. I did forget about something. Except it's not, I didn't really forget. It's over here, though. Oh, shit. Phew. A hero's grave! We're gonna go do it! My stream is lagging. Is anyone else seeing any lag? Ooh. Farm Azula is also up where astrologers look. I don't think Farm Azula is a part of their focus. Farm Azula is a previous civilization, effectively, but as far as we know, the astrologers don't really take much notice of it. They're very fixated on astral bodies. No lag for me on YouTube? Thank you so much. I'll have to try to figure out what's going on, because unfortunately I did have to lower the YouTube quality in order to stream, but, like, as far as I can tell, it's not my net. It's YouTube itself. So, I will look into it, though. As long as there's no lag. The war against the giants, champions battle, trolls betray, fire vanquished, the era of the Erd Tree begins. Oh, I kind of forgot about that. There is a distinction between giants and trolls, and we've talked about this. The giants, the trolls, okay. The relationship between giants and trolls seems to be similar to the relationship between ancient dragons and dragons, as in the wyvern type dragons, the ones without 4 legs and 4 wings, the ones that are weak to the stone scales of the dragons. I forgot this is where we learn this. I always remember that there was something about the trolls betraying the giants, but I couldn't remember where that was. And yeah, this is it. This brings it, I'm going to talk about Dark Souls 1 again, even closer to the original founding. The way the story is told in Dark Souls is literally an opening cutscene. Rather than talking about the shattering, it tells us about how Gwyn founded his age in Dark Souls 1. The story is that once upon a time, there was nothing but gray, and then all of a sudden there was a flame. And with the flame came duality, light and dark. And then someone took this soul of flame, this soul of light, and killed the dragons and started his age and became the Great Gwyn. And they talk about sending death and miasma, disease, fire raining down on them, and tearing apart the dragons with their sewn scales. And it also details Sif, a dragon who was born without scales and thus was not immortal, who betrayed the dragons and sided with Gwyn. Now keep in mind, once again, that is a story that is told to us in the opening cutscene. It's meant to be very far in the past, versus here, we're being told the same story about the founding of an age, but we're encountering it closer to the end of the game. So this is the moment where we're seeing everything about the tree, and now we are seeing the sins, the people that had to be killed in order for this age to begin. So while the story is near identical, we have destroying the giants because they are the rulers of this age, presumably. They signify that it is an age of, well, fire, possibly. The champions battle and the trolls betray, most likely the giants, because the trolls were likely looked down upon because they were shorter, and there's a big thing about stature being important. Fire vanquished, the era of the Erd Tree begins. But rather than, you know, age of gray, age of no disparity, and then disparity with light and dark, we have fire, followed by an age of nature. Which is very interesting, because you could argue that fire is light, but it's very different in this game. Fire is not a good thing in this game. Even in Dark Souls, while it is good, it still has a sort of interesting nature as being both destructive and comforting, just like fire is. You know, you use it, you sit in front of a fire, it's soothing, it's comfortable, use it to cook your food, it brings us great quality of life, but you can also use it to destroy, right? It can also beguile you, it can also burn you. It's dangerous, but it's still important. That's sort of the relationship that fire has. But fire in Dark Souls is more about light, versus here, fire simply represents largely destruction, but still is very important because of smithing. The giants are also the origin of the art of smithing, which is also interesting, considering we have evidence that Marika might have been a smith herself. But we'll get to that. Anyway, fire needed to be vanquished. And think about what this mountaintop would have looked like. Look at this. This is the moment where they were like, and now the age of the Erd Tree can begin, and look at that skybox. It's just gorgeous. So, we've seen this thing, this giant bowl. This is what's left of the fire giants. We've seen it from a distance, but it is massive. So, if that's what it looked like, this whole place probably was very different when it was all lit up. Probably a flaming peak. Oh, also, I should mention that we talked about how there's big mentions of the Queen of the Godslayers, the Molmide Queen, being very important to mark Marika's age beginning as well. But this marks the age of the Erd Tree. Defeating the Glowmite Queen seems to be what made her truly the queen. So we don't get a timeline. We don't know which happened first. We don't know if they were at the same time. Maybe Glowmite happened first. But either way, both the Glowmite Queen and the Giants are associated very heavily with fire. Specifically, fire so violent as to be volcanic and explosive. Volcanoes are incredibly destructive and deadly, right? Like the eruption of a volcano can destroy civilizations. Like, look at Pompeii, right? But they also bring great life to the area around them. Once that lava cools, the volcanic terrain is extremely fertile. So it sort of signifies the destruction begetting creation, really. That's the life cycle. However, the Glowmite Queen doesn't really have that part of the volcano. She just has the pure destruction. Because her whole thing was skinning gods, flaying them alive. Still, even though they seem so separate from one another, ooh, creepy. They're both associated with fire, which is a really interesting thing. So perhaps the idea of an age of fire being ended required both the Glowmite Queen and the fire giants to be gone. Was there a dominant force that ruled the lands between before the Golden Order? Presumably no, there was tons of warring factions. I think that's the thing we gotta remember too, is like, the Erd Tree defeated everyone who wanted to kill them. Which is really interesting. Like, that's sort of what they did. Like, they did war. They destroyed those who would destroy them, and that is what's so interesting about them. Because they also made peace with many factions. So, presumably, if they could have made peace, they would have. I really wonder, if they could have made peace with the Fire Giants, would they have? Or was the Fire Giants' existence and their flame too dangerous to allow to continue? But, here's the thing. The flame still exists. The flame is still active. And that seems to have been intentional as well. Use Stone Sword Key, yes. Oh, whoops. I have to change that and that. Okay. Maybe there was just no way to destroy the flame. It's definitely possible. But at the same time, why keep a fire giant alive? I think it might have something to do with the fell god. Flame Protect Me, the most ancient of the Fire Monk's incantations, creates a fire within that greatly increases fire damage negation. It is said that this incantation was used during the war against the giants long ago, during which it protected the champions of the Erd Tree. So this is where the Fire Monks started, which makes sense because we know they were fighting as part of that war. Marika probably killed the Glowmite Queen after the Giants to make sure they truly died. Ah, that makes sense, yeah, because that's when you would remove the Rune of Death after your enemies are destroyed, yeah. They did worship a fell god, not just worship. We're vessels for it. But yeah, absolutely. Not sure I'll ever be convinced wiping out entire civilizations was necessary for survival. What if those civilizations would stop at nothing to destroy you? Because that's the thing we learned, by the way. Very much. Wow, 2 pieces. Specifically in the form of the Hornsent. They are still... their civilization is decimated. They are a shadow of who they were. Pun perhaps intended. And yet they are still fighting. They are still at war. They are not interested in making peace. That's the sort of question that I have. And that, I think, is the most interesting discourse to have. What if they are still your enemy? What if they will stop at nothing to kill you and destroy you and to harm those that you care about? Forever. Into eternity. Just because they are weakened now doesn't mean that they were always like that. This isn't real groups of people. This isn't real factions. The Hornsent are fucking evil, dude. So evil. And even they hated the fire giants, which is crazy. Because the Carians were allowed to join the Erd Tree, right? Peace was acceptable. The dragons, also fine. Right, it's one of these shadow places. Cycle of Vengeance, right? Yeah, that's what makes Marika's depiction so interesting, though, is like hers doesn't seem to be about vengeance, just about protection, but protection taken to an extreme. Absolutely. That's what makes it so like Guardian in Night Rain. Whee! Guardian kills a well-meaning merchant in cold blood because he could have threatened his people. Can you come out here? Okay, I think bro is stuck. This is like my cat when he stands up. And he like poison Guardian. He made a charm in order to help protect him, but the wish became twisted and it knocked Guardian out. So it wasn't intentional. He really did mean well, but Guardian still had to kill him. By Guardian's code. No depiction of Marika shows vengeance. Marika is always shown as kind and loving. I know, when I say that, I always get people who are like, what do you mean, kind and loving? She killed all the... Yeah, I know, but like, look, where is the depiction of her being vengeful? Where is the depiction of her wanting violence? Where is the depiction of her wanting to kill? There is none. She is the kindness of gold without order. It's crazy. Like, truly, that seems to have been her main motive. Her main motivation was indeed to simply protect her people. She killed all the Hornsent. Well, the Hornsent slaughtered her entire village. Yeah, I know, and tortured them to death. Corpses left behind by the Golden Order, but that's not hers. Like, yes, it was her order. I'm not saying she didn't do war, but what you're not getting... Where is the depiction of her as vengeance? As her as rage? As her as warfare? There is none. Was the Fell God always named the Fell, or did the name come after the giants were defeated? We don't know, because all we get is Fell. I love getting this look at the imps. They really are human-sized. It's crazy. The fire giant also has a remembrance, meaning the Earth Tree also accepts the giants. It's true! Yeah! That's what's so interesting about the remembrances, is even these enemies... No, the Hornsent are not Margit. The Hornsent are the DLC folks. We're just talking about them briefly. We will have to show off more of their stuff later, though. The Margit are the Omen. And now we finally know what they are an omen for. Because Omen is a sign. Also a sign of a curse. So it's like a multifold meaning. It's an omen of the Hornsent's curse. Now we know why they are so... Well, I don't want to say reviled. They are reviled, but the problem with them is that they are indeed cursed. And a curse to immortals is so dangerous because a curse cannot be broken. And this is another remnant from Dark Souls, but I think we can argue that it's present in this game too. Curses cannot be broken, they can only be passed on to another living being. However, in this game, there is no passing off of a curse. There is only, you are cursed eternally. And we learn this from Dung Eater. Dung Eater talks about how he wants to spread the curse, and if he curses someone, they will be reborn cursed, and their children and their children's children too. So that's kind of the problem with the Omen, is you have to pity them. It is not their fault. But at the same time, in an immortal society where they represent being cursed forever, truly, and your descendants cursed as well, I think it makes sense why they were so despised. Now, the question that we get answered in the DLC is how they got cursed and why they got cursed. Also, he freed himself, the little traitor. My in-friend. I have to deal with 3. Oh, right, the crystal dart trick. Thank you. Okay. I wanted to show this off. I've never done it before, no. Okay, sorry, what was I saying? I got distracted by imps. The Omen, right, the Omen. That's basically why. Is that Bubbles? It is Bubbles. Oh, that's so interesting. That suggests that the crafter was from Ool. From the civilization of Ool. Try to press up to throw them? I did, yeah. So, crystal darts. And someone told me about this, and I never tested it. But we did talk about it a little bit, and the significance. Crystal darts make golems go haywire, basically. It, like, hacks them. Throwing knife chiseled from impure crystal. Long ago, it is said that a golem crafter employed a similar crystal tool. This is your hint to do this. You are using the tool that made them in order, like, on them, and it makes them go haywire. It even has, like, a little electric effect, as if you're, like, hacking them or something. So it works apparently on all golems, so we might be able to test them out a little bit in this place. Also, positions of honor for the trolls. And look. Nothing in their chest. Exactly where that strange face was. It's as if it's been excised. Good way to tell which golems are glintstone and which are not. Oh, good point. Which ones does it work on? Whoa! Oh! Okay, you know what, bro? You freaking got me. You scared me so much I fell into the fire. Joke's on you, idiot. Weird crystals from some of the rises? Yeah, it's... Well, no. It's more like the ones that are mined. They are just... They're impure because they're not very, like, full of life, I guess. Like, unrefined. They don't have the blue hue of glintstone. They're just, like, white. Imps, watchdogs, and the big golems. And those are the ones that were, like, definitely made in old, right? Interesting they've been repurposed, though. Uh-oh. Alright, give me just 1 minute. I'm gonna use the restroom, and then we shall continue. No, I have to add the flashbang emote. I was gonna add it. It's very funny. Blueberry. It's snack time. Okay. I don't remember this place, like, fully. I just know it's pretty, you know. The shadow thing is going to be important. I wonder if the trolls are another group that's roles sort of, changed, you know? Because looking at them, they are placed in these positions of honor here, but later, the only ones we see that are allowed to be, like, part of the army are in Caria, and those are different. They're allied with a different group. They are not the traitor trolls. So, I think what the truth is that not all the trolls betrayed the giants. Some did, though. Which... Okay. Some of this is DLC, but I just want to, like, create a parallel here. So, we have the dragons, the ancient dragons, who created a cult in order to kill their descendants because they were inferior. We have the giants, who despised the trolls and treated them poorly because they were shorter. We know this through some of the descriptions of trolls. Trolls treated other trolls poorly for being shorter. And since the trolls are shorter than the fire giants, presumably they weren't very well treated, but they are descendants. And then we have the Hornsent, who, while not necessarily their descendants, treated the shaman horribly because, well, the shaman are in their territory. I think the troll's betrayal is similar here. They were considered inferior and poorly treated. There we go. Oh, what? Remove older emotes? No, these are animated, so I had more slots for animated. I haven't even filled all my animated emote slots. I just, like... Well, I never know what to use for them, so... So animated emotes get a separate slot than emote slots. I still want to look at some of my emotes, though. Wraff, yeah, badly. I know. I just don't know what to, like, make it. That's half my problem. Because I agree. I would love a Yab emote. Yeah, seriously, chat. Take a look at this hero's grave. Giant conquering hero's grave. Oh, this is going to be a very interesting one. The trolls all have these positions of honor. Yep, what can I say? I'm a yapper. Aha, I remember. Oh, by the way, this is Roses. So even under the Erd Tree, he's still depicted as a guide of the dead. So even though, remember, death was removed, but people could still die, it just meant that they were reborn, effectively. Yeah, it is fun. Unfortunately, like I said, it's an animated emote. Trust me, I've been saying, hey, YouTube, you should add animated emotes because I would love to put these on YouTube too. They're great. Like they're so funny. Could be reborn. Sometimes the tree would get hungry. I mean, not really. When do we ever have depictions of someone being like, I was told I was gonna be reborn, but I wasn't? Well, I guess we wouldn't hear about them, but still, like, we don't really hear about that. Bitch, can you just get your fucking cheeks over here? Like, you're wasting my damn time. Come on. That's the thing. We really don't get that. Like, that is never stated. There's not even a single hint that the Erd tree is a lark, that it's a lie, that it's, like, really. I'm glad you like it. I really like it too. I want to play Night Rain so bad. And guess what? We're gonna play Night Rain tomorrow. I'm so excited. Wait. Sorry, today's Sunday. Tuesday. Maybe tomorrow, though. What will stop me, after all? More guides. Of course, the ancient heroes and more. Yes. Shit, I don't know if that one does anything special. I just realized it might have unique moves, but we don't get to find out because I'm afraid that I've killed them. Also here, we got the cranial vessel candle stand. Wait, chat. Don't I get the prelate armor here somewhere? Isn't it hidden somewhere? I think I have to find it. I think I didn't find something in here. Cranial vessel candle stand. Candle stand used in worship of Birak, the most hallowed monk prelate of the Giant's Flame. Concerned over the lazy arrogance with which the monks treated the flame, Birak severed his own head as a lesson to the others, intending it be used as a candle stand. His faith yet smolders from within the cranial vessel. Unique skill, Surge of Faith. Set the flames of Birak's faith ablaze in the cranial vessel, then raise it aloft to rain down fireballs in all directions. Repeated inputs will continue to raise the armament aloft, continuing the attack. Jump down the room where the shadow troll. Ah, that's it. That's it. Thank you. Great.
Maybe they're reborn with it. Maybe it's Godwinland. Wraff Dunk.
What's really crazy about this is basically the exact lore of that show, 13 Reasons Why. Except instead of like a girl or something, I don't really know. He just went, I'm so sick of y'all. That's crazy. I'm so freaking mad at you guys, I'm gonna cut my own head off and stick it on a candlestick. It requires quite a bit of faith, unsurprisingly. What's funny though is, if I'm not mistaken, this was locked away, probably because it shoots flame. Hey, Volvine, thanks for the 100 bits. Godwin lean, that's so true, best. 1 second fight, damn. I know, welcome to the strength life. I'm telling you, it's a different video game. I'm thriving. I'm in my lane. I jump, I L1, everything keels over, I stab it in the chest, and then it dies, and I don't even get to I could probably even level up my weapons even more. We're at 19 and 21. Like, that's high, but like, shit. So we get the full Zamor set. Zamor Curved Sword, weapon wielded by the Knights of Zamor who earned great renown during the war against the Giants. In apparent devotion to winter, the curved blade is styled after an icy wind and imbued with a powerful frost effect. Okay, so what's really interesting here, and this to me is another one of those funny FromSoftian things, so many factions were allied against the Giants. Like, everyone, except for the astrologers, but even then, they didn't fight, as far as we know, they didn't fight with the Giants. Like, it's definitely possible they did, at least some of them did, but most of them seems to have just been interested in looking at the stars. Half of them were like going down the primeval current route, half of them were staring at the moon. So Renala, as a Karian royal, fought against the Erdtree, so presumably she did too. But like, think about how many factions were against the Giants during this. Also, fun fact, though the astrologers were allied with the Giants, the astrologer is also a starting class in this game. In other words, at least one astrologer was a Tarnished and fought in Godfrey's army. So all that means, though, is that one group isn't just, hey, you are a troll, you are on this team. There were splits, just like any army, just like any group of people, just like any culture. The people will agree and disagree on different things, right? And they'll pick their sides. So that makes sense. But still, it's really cool to think about exactly how many groups were like this, like against the Giants. Also, it just reminds me of something like Dragon Age or Baldur's Gate 3. Any of those games where you have to, like, you know, get allies for a great battle at the end of the game. This entire War of the Giants, which in this game is just a footnote in the game's history, would be an entire video game by any other studio. You would be playing as Marika, or as Godfrey, or as a Tarnished, starting your legend, starting your age, being this underdog who fights against all these other groups and these evil bad guys that we have to kill. And here it's just a footnote. Here it's been thousands of years since that happened, and there's been many, many more wars. Like, that's what always hits me with Elden Ring and the sheer immensity of it. That's something they really were able to show off with the open world that I think they did a great job with. Zamor Mask. Mask worn by Knights of Zamor, hailed as heroes in the war against the Giants. These long-lived warriors, clad in biting, freezing winds, are said to have been the mortal enemies of the Fire Giants since time immemorial. And that is all we know about them. That is literally all their lore. That they hated the Fire Giants, fought them, and won. Only problem with the Great Stars chat is that they're so big. I often have to put them away just to do lore stuff. There you are. I feel like it's like 3 jump attacks for almost everything, and then I get a free stagger and it's just dead. Ah, it's the giant seal. I knew there was something I was missing. I thought it was the prelate set, but I think I got it confused with the candle stand because the candle stand is literally one of the prelate's heads. So, giant seal. Sacred seal depicting the one-eyed god of the fire giants adorned with braids of red hair. Sacred seal wielded by fire monks and prelates. This catalyst enhances giant's flame incantations. Well, that's creepy. One-eyed. Chat, didn't the face that the fire giants had have only one eye? I'm gonna put my amber away. Wait, I'm trying to... I'm making notes. Because that's another braid. So right now, the braid, we have impaling spears and the giant seal. So far. Faces have 2 eyes or stomachs have 1 eye? Okay, I was talking about the face chest, but you are right. Uh-oh. Oh, that's a relief. Are amongst allies with the giants? No, they were the ones... Fuck, hang on. I remember this being very annoying, but I'm a strength gamer now, so it should be okay, but still a little annoying. Oh, is this one of those you can't pull the lever? You have to... I'll be back. Yeah, if this was any Dark Souls, I'd be hella dead. The fire monks were actually, what's interesting is that they were a part of the army even before, against the fire giants, even before the war, or before they were destroyed. Because I actually forgot about that. The significance of the fire giants is, wait, this is just, okay, how do I get back up there then? Good. Hang on 1 second. Locking in for a moment. I forgot the fire giants existed during the war, but their role after the war was to keep the flame sealed and to guard it. However, they also became beguiled by the flame, which is basically what happens when you look at fire in a FromSoft game. They love it. Got it. Here we go. There we go. One, two, three. Yep, 3 as always. Also, I love this. The seal of the Golden Order protects you, right? From shadows. Which, you gotta admit, takes on another meaning after the DLC, huh? God, this took me forever on my first playthrough, and now it's like, what, like it's hard? I think that's everything here. So I think I might just teleport out since we can now, since we defeated the boss. Ryan's Mountaintops Catacombs. Oh, yes. Yes, okay. Yeah, no, I think we're good here. I'm gonna make sure. No published lore book? They don't, like, FromSoft doesn't really ever publish lore books. Miyazaki seems to take the same pride that a lot of other creators do, like some creators at least, that he wants to know what people come up with, and he finds it fun to just open the imagination and allow people to fill in the blanks themselves. Which is why he's never done any sort of lore book, because that would kill the imagination, because it would answer so many things. Look at this view. That's the Zamora ruins. So the Zamor were allied with the people of the Erdtree, and I mean, one of them is imprisoned. There's a couple Zamor not on the mountaintops, and one of them is imprisoned in an Everjail, and he's a Radigan loyalist. It's specifically where we get the Radigan Scar Seal. These seals represent the lifelong duty of those chosen by the gods. So that is actually interesting now that I think about it. It does link Radigan specifically to the war against the giants. Right? Because, like, as of that war, we don't know what was up with Radigan, where he was or what he was doing. Presumably he was still a part of Marika. The division seems to have been made when the Karian War was in question. Also, the timeline of that is sort of unknown. We don't know exactly, like, all this stuff was happening at the same time, and we don't know exactly when it happens. Not sure if Miyazaki's on the Duskbloods team. Miyazaki is the director of the Duskbloods, yeah. Kind of like that he doesn't release lore books. I know. To me, the idea of people wanting lore books is so bonkers. People want answers to these questions. Like, first of all, we have a ton of answers and people still don't believe it. There's so much lore to uncover, and I still get people who are like, how do you know this? Where's the... No, that's... You're looking too deep into it. So even what we have doubts, right? And people really want answers? It's crazy. To me, because what people seem to forget... Oops, I slipped. About answers is that they kill conversation. Really? Remember? Like, before DLC, as tired as I was of it, people were like, oh my god, Mikola, he's gonna be this, he's gonna be that. Mikola. Like, our imagination was full of all the potential things that a character could be. And then we got him. He's a brother marrying freakazoid. All that imagination, and for what? Radigan inherited the red hair. I wonder if Radigan... Because, like, Radigan is the one that's close to the Crucible. Like, he represents the closeness to the Crucible. With his red hair. Which might be why he resents it so much. Because that's the thing that he wants to forget, is the Crucible. But no, I do agree about Radigan not having a physical form at that point. I think that he was still... combined with Marika at that point, because that's why a lot of the lore details, like, where did this warrior come from? Where did this Radigan come from? Who is he? There's no mention of him until suddenly he's there, right? Oh my goodness, the freaking hands. Oh, wonderful. Torrent, no, baby! Okay, I freaking hate the hands. be fair, I did not expect the incest. You should have. It's George R. R. Martin, after all. Everyone kept saying, man, Martin writes such good lore. And they lulled themselves into a false sense of security because there was no incest. And then all of a sudden... Was I expecting the incest? No, I normally credit Miyazaki for things. I, like, always forget that George R. R. Martin's involved in this, so I wasn't expecting the incest. That was a surprise to me. To be fair, Miyazaki came up with a man who hates all dragons but falls in love with one in Dark Souls 1, and I'm just saying. He came up with a man who literally hates everything and everyone, including his own children and probably the mother of his children, but he loves his dragon boyfriend. And if that ain't kinky, I don't know what is. Did anyone come up with anything that kinky? Like, did George do anything that kinky in any of his books at all? I'm wondering. I'm just curious. I like to compare kinks, you know? Nameless King? Nah, dude, I'm talking about Gwyn. Gwyn and Seath, bro. I'm dead serious. People get like, what do you mean? And I'm like, bro, they were like straight up in love. My eye is really bugging me. I think I gotta put an eye drop in. I don't know why. It's like... me. But Seath was evil? Bro, Seath was evil as shit. You wanna know the most Pride Month thing of all time in Dark Souls? Gwyn and Seath... Well, Gwyn conquered the dragons with Seath's help because Seath betrayed them, his own people. And then Gwyn made him a duke, and gave him a whole library where he could do whatever he wanted. And then, and this is the key part, gave him a piece of his soul. Gwyn never gave anything to anybody, but he gave Seath a piece of his soul. Now, before you talk about the Four Kings, that is also true. However, the difference between him giving his soul to the Four Kings is that he gave it to the Four Kings specifically as he was going to link the First Flame. So that's at the end of his rule. But Seath got his soul at the start of Gwyn's rule. There is no straight explanation for that. And they had a kid together named Priscilla. I deadass think that that's who Priscilla's parents are, yes. I also think it's really interesting because normally when they have like a traitor character trope, right? Like they do with Seath, the character who betrays his own people, a lot of the story focuses on how they can't be trusted because they betrayed their people once so they could do it again, right? Which makes perfect sense. Like, if you prove yourself to be a traitor, you can't be trusted, which is why oaths were such a big deal, and oath breaking was like the worst crime you could commit in these eras where your word is your bond. Because once you lose your word once, you got nothing left. You have no honor, right? So imagine betraying your people. But yet, they don't do that in Dark Souls. Gwyn fully trusted Seath, and Gwyn hated, like, everybody. There's also evidence that I have a sub-theory. I know this is Dark Souls, but it's cool to discuss and compare because we're sort of in that era that reminds me, this area reminds me so much of Dark Souls with the comparison between the giants and the dragons. So Seath was a traitor, but still loved by Gwyn. Fuck, I lost my train of thought. What was it about? Shit. Oh, no. Is Gwendolyn also their child? No, but that's the question. Oh, the mom. There is this gaping hole in the lore of Dark Souls. Who is the mother of Gwyn's children? We have no idea. Now, there's some evidence, and most of it pretty much revolves around Velka, in my opinion, because Velka is just like the only female goddess like mentioned anywhere in the lore, really. There's also Fia, the goddess of love. Yeah, FromSoft really likes to use their names again, trust me. But anyway, there is a mother, presumably, but we don't know anything about her. And then there is Velka. Velka was the goddess of sin, who has a great deal of influence and power. Gwyn locked up everything to do with her in a painting where he literally hid all the things he was scared of. So whether Velka was the mother of his children or not, he was so intimidated by Velka that he locked up anything to do with her in a prison because she could potentially be a threat. Like, let me tell you, you think Marika's bad? If you think Marika's bad, I want to hear that same fucking heat on Gwyn, because Gwyn was worse in every way. Velka was not a threat to him, but she had influence and power. He couldn't stand it. So he tried to get rid of her. So because of this, I also think that it's possible that Velka is the mother of Gwyn's children, because Gwendolyn becomes the one who takes over the covenant that punishes sin. Filianor was referred to as Gwyn's wife in the code? Filianor? Dark Souls 3? That's his daughter. Oh, the reason he locked up Priscilla, by the way, was that Priscilla was born with a power that could kill him. So even though Priscilla was his daughter, still locked her up. Anyway, so sorry. Okina's here. You remember him? We found his followers, the Inaba, nearby, and they were looking for him. We've seen him as a phantom, but here he invades us. And chat, he's a bloody finger. As in Vare, as in the Lord of Blood. Alright, buddy. Hold still. Why he angry now? Oh, he's an invader. He just wants to kill us with a bloody finger. Also, apparently, the Inaba are searching for noble deaths. And they are the followers of Okina, so presumably that's what Okina's doing, which is why we see him fighting Radahn. He helps us fight Radahn. But really, what he wants is battle. Also, if he's a bloody finger serving the Lord of Blood, he's also probably a little crazy. Because look at Vare. Rivers of Blood, weapon of Okina, swordsman from the land of reeds, a cursed weapon that has felled countless men. When Mohg, the Lord of Blood, first felt Okina's sword and madness upon his flesh, he had a proposal to offer Okina the life of a demon whose thirst would never go unsated. Unique skill, Corpse Piler. Forms a blade of cursed blood for repeated interweaving successive attacks. Follow up with an additional input for further successive attacks. So, it's an arcane weapon associated with, well, primal things. Yes. Kevin's sword? Honestly, I can't see this as a Kevin sword. It is definitely a very popular weapon, but I can't think of anything but Radahn when I think of Kevin, unfortunately. How do you rectify how crazy Vare is with how sane Ansbach is? It's an excellent question, and one we will have to talk about in the DLC. But I really think that Ansbach is also a little crazy. We just don't get to see the crazy level in him. Because to me, there isn't any way to reconcile that. Yeah. Because there's Vare, there's Moog, and there's Okina. Now, we talked about this before. I understand. Moog was brainwashed. But what we've learned about how brainwashing works, the entire FromSoft the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC, it's basically this is how mind control, Miquella's charm works, is basically what it is. It's a lesson, right? Like, it's meant to teach us how it works because every single character is charmed. And as a result, we see how it influences their behavior. So what it does, effectively, we talked about this, is you are still you. You still have the same thoughts, the same personality, but your main focus in life is switched to Miquella, whatever it is. So, for example, Freya serves Radahn, and she really loves to fight. So she serves Radahn by fighting for him, except now she serves Miquella. Ansbach serves Moog, and Moog is working with Miquella, and everyone's so happy and hunky-dory, except now, rather than Moog being the one that he serves mainly Miquella. Tiolier, he loves Trina. He's such a huge fan of Trina, but he cares a little bit more about Miquella, because that's still Trina's aspect, right? So this is sort of the idea. There is an aspect of control, right? That Miquella is able to get them to do certain things. But what that reflects is sort of interesting. And we'll get to this with DLC, I know, trust me. But Tiolier is still making potions, still being all about sleep, still being whatever he's up to. Freya still likes to fight. Letta is still serving Miquella wholeheartedly, except there's one difference with Letta, and this I find very interesting. She stopped killing all of their allies. That's literally the main difference. Because she was so fucking wackadoodle, that crazy serial killer babe, that she kept killing their allies, so Miquella was like, no, calm down. Stop killing people all the time. So there is an ability to control, a little bit, but it seems to be very slight. No character is completely warped. Like, if Ansbach was like, hee, I sure do love blood, and then the curse was broken, and he's like, whoa, shit, I'm like sane again, then we could talk about how your entire person, like, they are not any different from who they are. It's just like a slight warp in their brain, just a little, and they don't even notice it's there. That's it. And that is what is happening with Moog. He is still trying to create a pureblood dynasty. He's still all about blood. And how does he worship? By bloodletting. A great deal. I think Ansbach is just fucking crazy. But the base game was all about how crazy Moog is, and Ansbach is supposed to give us another side to that crazy. Blondes use Bloodhound's Fang dual wield? What the frick does it have to do with blondes? I will have you know that it seems to be mostly redheads, aka the Kevins, with their Radahn helms using that. Bringing the blondes into this, that's crazy. Okina mask, a wooden mask that depicts an old man burying his teeth. The source of the sobriquet of the great swordsman of the land of reeds. Raises dexterity as it lowers focus, and focus makes you more vulnerable to afflictions of the mind. The more he sharpened his mind, the more the absurdities of the world came into stark relief. And so Okina renounced it all and rose to a higher plane. There was only himself, his katana, and its mastery. Before long, Okina became a demon of a swordsman. I can't wait to do Bloodtown as well. I'm very looking forward to Moog's area. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the max upgrade on Sacred Tears. Plus 12. I think that is it. Hell yeah. The Church of Repose. So a place of rest. More hands. Ansbach's calm fanaticism. Oh, you know what? Actually, I did want to mention one thing. Sorry, about Letta. I think another read on Letta is that she is only able to stop killing because everyone is also as fanatical as her, right? So when the charm is in place, she's like, yay, everyone loves Mikola just like I do. And if you talk to anyone, all they have to say is, I love Mikola, I love Mikola, I love Mikola. And so she's happy, right? When the charm is broken, however, everyone around her is suddenly like, oh, Mikola, sure, but I serve Moog. Wait, no, I serve Radon. And all of a sudden, the first word on their on their lips is not Mikola, and that makes her free. I think that that's another read too. To her, everything is Mikola. So if you don't say Mikola first, then there's something wrong with you, and you might have to die. Heavy affinity in the following skill. Troll's Roar. Look into the distance and let out an intense roar, generating a powerful shockwave that blows back surrounding foes. Follow up with a strong attack to slam the armament down. Why she doesn't kill Dryleaf Dane because he doesn't talk? Well, that's one thing, but he is actually just loyal to Mikola. But we'll get to this with DLC to talk about more about the charm, but it will be very fun to compare and contrast, because that's true. Ansbach, it's a little bit of recency bias too. People played the DLC before or like after more recently, so all they heard is Ansbach is really cool, and he's a phenomenal character. He's very charismatic. He's so, like, you know, soft-spoken, intelligent. Like, there's nothing to affront with him, and he's like your homie throughout the DLC. He's like your ride or die, right? So it's very easy to be won over by him and to forget everything we learned in the base game about Moog, and to just be like, oh, surely he's actually a good dude. No, he beat the allegations. He beat the allegations. Yeah, he beat one of the allegations. Ansbach did such a service to Moog. I'm telling you, he deserves a fucking raise. Oh, there's something here. It's like in the mouth, I think. This is the nose. It's in the mouth. Come here. There it is. Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone. And there we go. We can max out one of our weapons. I knew there was something important here. You know what Ansbach is like? He's like the super good lawyer the evil CEO hires after he gets, like, put in prison because of, like, an oil spill or something. Like, that's who Ansbach is. Really? Shit is crazy. Where's the grace? Oh, I think it's down here. What's really interesting to me, and I've been thinking about this more and more. So the thorns, they're going through the body, right? Like the arm was severed, but it's still attached. It's as if the roots, the thorns tore the limb off, or they came from within. It's very violent. Look, like a bit of the bone sticking out. The leg right here too. Bone visible, torn. It's very... Well, it's also kind of relevant to what happens during the giant boss fight, but yeah. It's very strange. It's like their blood became the thorns, which is what happens with blood, with the briars. It reminds me a great deal of Recluse and her twisted form of magic. The curses she is able to inflict, right? Now I know Recluse like comes later, but it really does remind me of that. She is able to turn something into a curse that takes away the flight of the pinion folk. Where is the I literally saw it and now I'm like so confused. Hey, thanks so much for the Prime. Welcome back. Thank you for 6 months. I really appreciate the support. Thank you. Welcome back. Can I get some Wraff donks in the chat, please? Some of the damage could be disintegration over time. If it weren't for the stuff that happens during the fire giant boss fight, I might agree with you. But because part of his boss fight involves him ripping off a limb that is already damaged, it does make me look at this anew. Four hours of lore? I'm distressed. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. That's what the VODs are for. You can get caught up anytime. Nicola is just a spoiled kid. I think that a little bit of his nature, we have to remember when he was born. So I've talked about this a little bit, and we'll get into it more, but like, this is a people that has been at war for a long time. But by the time Radon is born, because they're the important ones I like to talk about when it comes to how they responded to peace. Mikola and Radon are very interesting. Riker too, for that matter. The people of the Erd Tree were always ready for fighting because they were a very protective society. They were all about buffs, blessings, healing, damage negation, huge shields, heavy armor, perfumes that protect you, that give you a bubble of protection, right? Like everything in Leyndell signifies how they handled threats, and it was with extreme defensive measures. They were all protective bulwarks, not just for the tree and the city, but for each other, right? So yes, there was always combat. There were always trained soldiers ready to protect, but generally, by Radon's childhood, there was no fighting, right? So let's talk about the timeline. Godwyn, an adult by now. Morgott, Moog, their age, we don't know, but I think it's pretty likely that Godwyn was the firstborn. At some point, the ancient dragons attacked, and that's the one war that I'm not too certain of the timeline. I really am not sure that that could have happened during Radon's lifetime. That could have been during Mikola's lifetime. We don't actually know, but I definitely think the warring was done with, because there's so much talking about how the House of the Erd Tree and the House of the Moon were combined, right? Mikola probably looked up to, wanted to copy Marika. I actually really disagree with that. I think he looked down very heavily on his mother. I don't think he had a relationship with her, but I don't think that was either of their faults. I think it was Radigan. Radigan had a relationship with Mikola, and Radigan was also very opposed to Marika and likely kept her in check somehow. Maybe the power of the greater will / Elden Beast allowed it to happen, but we definitely get this impression at some point Radigan came to Leyndell and suddenly, where is Marika? We really don't know. I think Mikola was kept from Marika because Marika might corrupt him with her ideas, and thus Radigan had a relationship with Mikola, but Marika did not. Marika is very missing when it comes to those twins like, childhood. We have no idea where she was. Well, we do know. Radigan was out. So that's probably the problem. I don't think, like, I'm not blaming Mikola for this. I blame Radigan for it because he very intentionally likely tried to keep her and him separated because he was the golden child, quite literally. And she was a problem and had to be contained. So there's that. Also, the DLC really shows this off. He is very negative toward her, talks about her flaws, and expresses how he's going to do better. Meanwhile, and this is very notable, there is no Mikola's cross at the shaman village. He either didn't know or didn't care to know. All he does is talk negatively about the age of the Erd Tree, how flawed everything was, how Matir was messed up, and how it had to do with Marika. All this like, no, my mom totally fucked up, I'm gonna do it better. Without any awareness of how hubristic that is, without any actual interest in getting to the truth. And that is sort of the time where you really, that's why I really think that Mikola went so awry, because he didn't care about the truth. He's like, he's the child who was born in an era of peace, and that is a blessing and great, and I think that's wonderful. Everyone should want that for all of their children, and I think peace is the most important thing. But he looked down on someone who did war because she didn't do it correctly, and he would totally do it better, but he doesn't get the truth. He's the one who's judging. He's like, oh, you did what? Oh, I would never do that. I'm better. I'm going to do it better. But he doesn't care to empathize. Right? So that's the thing. He follows in her footsteps, but he's doing it the Radigan way. And he ends up being a lot more like Radigan based on the aspects that him and Trina represent. So that's sort of the issue. Is him as a child, I don't blame him for having no relationship. Marika was likely completely imprisoned at that point. So that's not his fault. But him being so smart, so intelligent, having all these plans. He wants to bring Godwin back to life. He wants to recreate the tree by creating his own Halig tree. He wants to do all these different plans. And now he's like, okay, I'm going to go to the Shadowlands. And he doesn't care to understand the truth of those who came before. You ever hear the saying, if you don't understand history, you are doomed to repeat it? He doesn't understand history. And that is why he is doomed to repeat it. This is why I'm so much harsher on him, because frankly, compare Mikola, the golden child. Cursed, sure, but the golden child of Lane Dell, born as a prince, with all knowledge open to him, all paths open to him, all those potentialities. You remember all the things we talked about in base game, all the things he could do, all the paths he could take, and he chose that one without even understanding it. That is why I'm so much harsher on him than a girl who was born in a village, was invaded, and all of her people killed and tortured. And if she had not been invaded and killed and tortured, probably would have stayed in that village happily without ever doing anything. This is why, even though they have so much to compare them... Oh, that was fucked up. Just flicked me off the edge. And then he followed me. Okay. Doomed to never have anything come to fruition? Yep. His whole thing is trying to break that curse. I don't blame him for the curse. I more blame him for, like, he really is kind of like a spoiled child. But a spoiled child that never grows up and understands. He's like a kid throwing a tantrum because their parent has to go to work and they don't understand why they can't just hang out all the time. But if that child grows up and goes, fuck you, parents, for having to work and make money and stuff. Like, surely there's a level. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna get what I need. I was like, I'm gonna take out the pot throwing trolls. No, they're still as annoying here as they are in Elden Ring, Night Rain. Oh yeah, I'm sure Moog has some noble qualities. I mean, have you heard him talk? He's an amazing... Like, he's so... His speech is so noble. He talks like Morgott. He's clearly a very cunning orator. But, yeah. His whole thing is worshipping a blood mother and flaying her and himself. Well, okay, not flaying. Just, like, slicing, I suppose. And stabbing. So, slicing and stabbing, not flaying. Flaying is Godskins. Oh, shit. And he's got impeccable fashion. He's a little bit of Ansbach and a little bit of Vare. I know. Trust me. But I worry how much Vare. Okay, not here. Not here. It's not here. Blood thing equals vampires to me? Absolutely. It's also cool to see that the giants are different sizes. Like, some are much bigger than others. It's a little bit of a David versus Goliath thing. Like, that's the thing. We are supposed to see these and be like, holy shit, how could you even fight one of these? They are freaking huge. Because at this point in the story, the age of the Erdtree, the people of the Erdtree were the underdogs. With Godfrey likely being the David. Crimson Whirl. It's sort of like the trailer. Remember we saw Melania fighting Radon before the game came out and everyone's like, oh my god, that big scary man's gonna hurt the poor small, you know, Melania, oh no. And then, you know, we get the story and people are like, oh dude, Radon, he just loved his horse, bro. He's a good guy. The truth is kind of somewhere in between. Dude, imagine fighting a whole army, yeah. How do the giants live up here with so little room for them and resources? Well, I think one benefit could be the fact that instead of a stomach, they had a face. So, you know, I think that that could have something to do with it. Alexander's here! Jackals have the ancient Erdtree sigil. However, we actually looked at the ancient Erdtree sigil. I don't think it has anything to do with succession. I don't think it has anything to do with anything, but Moog and Morgott and when they were imprisoned is a very interesting source of conversation because it's not the ancient Erdtree sigil. It's something a little bit more wild. Something almost looking thornier. And there's the last giant. The eye is closed. I'm gonna try to show off as much as I can, but like this is a, like I can't see shit. And I don't really remember this fight because it's not Night Rain, thankfully. But you can see that one of his ankles is real messed up. It's been wrapped with these, with like a splint. Holy shit, that was easy. Basically, a splint has been made with bone and wrapped with these fire giant's braids. Let's take a look at some of these moves. We may have to take a while here so we can show it off. The mouth opens and fire comes out of it. The fire explodes and leaves things burning in its wake. Fearsome. I don't know how Alexander helps you here. Oh, he sure doesn't, but he's doing his best and I love him, so... See, the skin is, it's like it's been peeled. It's like it's raw. And it's never healed. Oh, wow. And if you look at its arms, they're the same way. So those are the parts you can hit. Its skin is very tough. But in my experience, good luck hitting the arm. And then, as if this game wasn't enough like Dark Souls 2. Yikes. In Dark Souls 2, there's a boss called the Last Giant. He tears his limb off to hit you with it. And look. It burns. He holds it up as a sacrifice to his fell god. And with this sacrifice of flesh and blood, the god awakens. A horrifying eye. This is one of them. Imagine what they were capable of. Also notable, he removes his weakness. Like I said, good luck hitting the arms. In my experience, he never fucking puts them down. So normally I just kind of hit him in the leg until it's over. Oh god, this move. Yep. So there's isn't death dialogue, but I'm obviously taking my time so we can show this off. A very scary creature. Like, they are scary. Of course we see it with pity, and we're like, oh. But this is a fearsome being. Alexander helped us show off some stuff, but I think we're good, so. Remember we talked about consumption and the idea of something reasserting itself over time. Oh, I mistimed my jump, damn it. I actually was pretty good at that for a time. Link between Commander Neil and this guy sacrificing his leg? I'm not sure. It's a good idea, especially considering... Oh, look at the shield, or whatever it is. Frankly, it's a strange shield if that's what it is. But it has the same eye symbol on it. But yeah. The fire giant's flame is always available to him, but the god sleeps until he sacrifices his own flesh to it. I missed it again. Pretty evocative, I gotta say, right? Takes off his own leg and burns it. In Dark Souls 2, he beats you to death with his cut off leg. Here, it's given to his god. Now, you gotta wonder, is that where the scars are from? Is that why his leg is like that? Like how the skin has been taken off? Is it a previous sacrifice? Because keep in mind, he does that to himself. Like, yes, we injure the hell out of his leg. We wound him very horribly. But he's the one who takes it the rest of the way off. And it's already been injured. Is this what the Fell God demanded? Looks like a thing to fan flames. Especially the way he holds it. Interesting. Yeah, this is brutal for a reason. Battle damage from the war? Definitely, but this to me, like, look at this. He holds it, it immediately starts to burn, and he takes it off to sacrifice it. This is how they get power, through sacrifice. Offerings of flesh. Now, presumably he would have offered someone else's flesh if he could have. But this is a destructive, warlike people. And their god is hungry. Remember? Someone asked, what did they eat? How did they handle resources? Well, they just sacrificed flesh to their evil summit god. God, I also love how the eye tracks you. Like, it's so creepy. Sorry, Torrent. My bad. Alright, can you put your arms down? Like, that's the weak point. You gotta stop moving them sometimes for the sakes. Oh, shit! Goodbye, Fire Giant. Sorry, I was distracted by having to log in a little bit. We know that when something is destroyed or consumed, it can still reassert itself. We learn this from dragons. We learn this from, well, that's the main one. But there's this idea that you can't kill things, or if you use their power, they will take over you. There's other examples, but that's like the big one that always comes to my mind. I wonder if that's not why the fire giant was kept alive, to keep this god contained in one final remaining worshiper. It is still goofy looking, but it is also creepy and terrifying. Like, imagine fighting this. Imagine this being against you and how you would feel. Remembrance of Fire Giant hewn into the Erd Tree. The Fire Giant is a survivor of the war against the giants. Upon realizing the flames of their forge would never die, Queen Marika marked him with a curse. O trifling giant, mayest thou tend thy flame for eternity. So that's the idea here. The forge will never truly die either. So I think it's a multifold thing. Golden Order propagandists say that Marika killed the fell god. Well, we don't know that it's propaganda. The game tells us that. I can't remember where that is, though. I can't remember what item that is. It is one of the defeats credited to Marika directly, though. Marika must have broke his leg. No, 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 no. The mark of a curse is literally that. The may you... Like that, okay. O trifling giant, mayest thou tend thy flame for eternity. That is his curse. She didn't do anything physically to him. This is literally what the curse is. Because what is he doing? He's still here, tending this flame. That is his curse. It was already his curse before Marika, but he's the last one. Wonder what powers Marika had? Mainly buffs and healing. Every spell directly associated with the Erd Tree is a buff or healing. There's no damaging spells. They're all protective. We don't have all of them yet. Golden Vow. It's a modern spell, but still. Barrier of Gold is an ancient Erd Tree. Or wait, sorry. These are the modern ones. Let me see. These are the ancient ones. Healing. Gradually restoring HP. Gradually restoring a large amount of HP. Erd Tree Worship. There is Elden Stars. But Elden Stars is associated with the Elden Beast, which was what marks it as separate. It's literally the Elden Beast signature move. So it is associated with the Erd Tree, of course. But these are the ones associated with Marika. This is also, but this is more directly the Crucible. So we kind of put them into separate categories. So this is Crucible, combat used by the the Crucible Knights. They're the only ones who use these, so that's why you put that there. This is the Elden Beast directly. It literally tells us the lore of the Greater Will sending this golden star and a beast. So this is Elden Beast. This is Ancient Erdtree. This is Ancient Erdtree. This is Modern Erdtree. And we see how the symbol changes too. We don't see the tree symbol so much anymore. Having we don't knows isn't necessarily a flaw. It's true. I mean, the only reason that the previous games have more answers is because there's they still have a ton of lore, don't get me wrong, but they have less groups, less factions. They have less space to work with. So for example, Demon Souls kind of has this immensity with each of the archstones relating to like a whole different nation, which is kind of comparable to what we have going on here. But in general, the only game that even comes close to the scope of this one is Dark Souls 2, and that is also a game that has some of the biggest questions. So I think it's just sort of a FromSoft thing for sure. I don't know if I want to do this right now, but I'm trying to think of what we haven't done. We have yet to do Mogs. We have yet to do the Halig Tree. Oh, chat. Time. Talk to Melina.
I have long observed the lands between. This world is in dire need of repair and death. Indiscriminate. Are you prepared to commit a cardinal sin?
I'd like you to wait.
Very well. Tell me when you are fully prepared.
Oh, Melina. You know what? Let's get the lore of the fire giants first. I want to go to the round table. We'll get the remembrance lore, and then we'll do this. I think it's just to sort of close the chapter on the fire giant. Yeah, where did we get the lore of Marika defeating the fell god? I don't remember that.
You have returned. What is it?
Like, I know it exists, I just don't remember what item it is, so... Ah, right! We get the veteran's outfit now from Commander Neil. Or Niall. I don't know. An old helm that has seen many battles, worn by Neil, the veteran general of Seoul. Neil was a lone survivor who commanded spirits to defend his long-past master. This aging general could not die, nor did he have anywhere to fade away. Could this be like before Mikola's time then? Oh my god, we also got the Fell Omen cloak. I totally forgot about that. Like, was he stationed at Seoul, or is he from this older civilization? It's interesting that he literally is the same as Mikola's other soldier, Commander O'Neill. So, they have the same behavior and stuff, so it's definitely a bit subtle. This is also often used by, people because it has one of the highest poise ratings, yeah. We do also know, like, who is his long past master? And he defends Castle Seoul. It could be Godwin, I suppose, but I don't have that information. I feel like no. Okay, the Fell Omen cloak. A fell omen of ragged fur worn about the exposed body of Margit, the Fell Omen. Having slaughtered countless champions during the Shattering, the Fell Omen has become a horror to those who harbor ambitions for the Erdtree or for lordship. I love that. Speaks for itself, I feel. Okay. Oh my god. Wait. Oh no, I did read this. I did. Okay, I was scared I forgot to read Estelle's garb. No, I did. Yeah, we read that. Where is Fire Giant? Here we go. Giant's red braid. Hefty whip woven from the flame red hair of a fire giant. Every giant is red of hair, and Radigan was said to have despised his own red locks. Perhaps that was a curse of their kind. Okay, so I'm gonna add that to Giant's red braid. Pretty obvious braid, but so this is that piece of lore that tells us that Radigan hates his hair and links him to the giants. And this has been sort of a big source of discussion on exactly this topic. We know that he hates his hair and that fire giants have red hair and he's a giant. But honestly, I think it's more, once again, meant to be a reminder that old things have red hair. They're associated with this ancient redness, and it's also associated with the crucible. Things that are close to it have red hair. So it's interesting too, because Radigan does have red hair, but his is usually like depicted as the true crimson that we see in like the Leonine Misbegotten and stuff. However, either way, it's all red, right? Unique skill, Flame Dance. Imbue the red braid with the giant's flame and lash out in a wide range with a series of agile swings. They also have these braids all over their bodies. They're garbed in it. So it's definitely a ceremonial thing linked to them. I think it's pretty striking that, well, they're all killed by a braid of thorns. I wonder if indeed Radigan wasn't involved in this somehow, some sort of curse. Because one thing, we do get Marika, she is credited with one thing, defeating the fell god. So Godfrey, the ancient hero of Zamor, are said to have killed and fought valiantly during this war, but the defeater of the fell god was said to be Marika. What if it was Radigan? Because remember, there is lore that things that are attributed to Trina are sometimes attributed to Mikola. We get this whole like, Trina, is she a girl or a boy? Like, people will say both, because when they're one, there's less distinction with them. I don't even know if I buy that though. But yeah, this definitely links Radigan to the giants. It's just with the knowledge of Marika being Radigan, it's sort of, and the whole crucible links and all the other creatures that are linked with red hair, I don't think this is the be-all end-all, if that makes sense. And then we have Burn O Flame, one of the incantations that draws directly from the power of the fire giants, raises a series of flame pillars around the caster. The fire giants borrowed from the power of a fell god, and still they were defeated, yet their failure released them from their solitary curse to serve as keepers of the flame for eternity. So when it says that Marika marked with a curse, this is what they mean. That there was one left, and she's like, you will continue to tend the flame. That was the curse, but it wasn't a curse that she inflicted. Like, people are thinking like a literal witch or something, I feel, but it's meant to be more like, your god cursed you, and you are the only one left, and thus you will be the only one who remains cursed.
Now go forth. Let the words of the fingers guide you.
Yeah, she has a lot of foresight. There's lots of signs of Marika being very clever indeed. Fire monks all have red hair. Do we see their hair? Let's go take a look. What you get when you play host to a fell god? Yeah, I mean, like, the lore... Listen, that's sort of the thing here that's very interesting, is compare the age of the Erd Tree, of gentle warmth, blessings, and everyone presumably being quite happy, with this age of fire giants, where the worshippers of this god give of their own flesh and tend the flame for eternity, that they are cursed with it. I know which side I'm picking. flame monks have black hair? How do we see their hair? Is it under their hood? Maybe on the one-eyed shield? Oh, let me check. Oh man, chat. Yeah, I forgot to read this. I think I showed this off and I got killed by it a couple times, but I just forgot to read it. The one-eyed shield. This also depicts... So look, this depicts the fire giant. This depicts the fell god. That's why there's two shields who shoot fire, is because they're both depicting the same entity, really, but different beings at the same time. Two different beings embodying or inhabiting one vessel. Tricksome shield made from white stone depicting a malformed one-eyed god. The barrel of a firearm pokes through the open mouth. Once worshipped by the giants, this evil deity is believed to have been slain by Queen Marika. I don't really think that's an unreliable narrator. That's true. Everyone thinks that she defeated it. But, like, she didn't. She just defeated the giants, and thus she gets credit. When a king orders his knights to fight and they win, the king won the battle, even if the king wasn't there. That's how I take that. She went to the mountaintop of the giants with her army. They won. Fire giants kaput, toast. She defeated the deity. That makes sense. Oh, that's true. I don't really read lore on the smithing stones because they're just upgrade materials, but I always forget that indeed they do have lore as you level them up, just like the runes. Okay, so let's read them. Smithing stone is found throughout the lands between, and mining galleries built to excavate it can be found everywhere. Smithing stone, the higher level. Mined near the foot of the Erd Tree, these stones are said to have been used to bolster the strength of the royal forces. Then higher up, thought to have been used to hone the weapons of the champions of the war against the giants at the birth of the Erd Tree. And then, the max upgrade. Smithing stone made by polishing a golden gravel stone, a scale of the ancient dragon lord and hidden treasure of Fara Mazula. The ancient dragon lord's seat is said to lie beyond time. This stone lightly twists time, allowing the creation of a weapon capable of slaying a god. Thank you for reminding me about that. Yeah, these have no lore otherwise. Okay. So yeah, you're most likely going to start seeing ancient dragon smithing stones in Fara Mazula. There's just one that I know of in the mountaintop of the giants. I went to grab it. But yeah, we're talking about Fara Mazula, the crumbling city, and this ancient dragon lord. Very interesting indeed.
Greetings. Are you here for spirit tuning?
Hi. No. Does our shield show us what we were confused about in the belly mouth of the dead giants? No, no, no. The one-eyed shield shows us... So this is the face of a fire giant. This is the fire giant we fought. But inside his chest, inside all the fire giants' chests, is this thing. And we also get an answer as to why the trolls had something cut out of them. It was most likely this fell god. But the thing is that the trolls... At least some of them sided with the Erd Tree and betrayed the giants, and therefore their flame. So presumably the removal of the fell god was not a punishment or, you know, anything. It was meant to help them. And what they presumably wanted. They wanted to be freed from their curse of giving the flame. So what's interesting is we have these two things. We're like, how are they both like where is this one-eyed god? It turns out they're one body, effectively. Okay, cool. The heel and Cyclops. Yeah, it is a lot like the Cyclops, the one-eyed god. So, Cyclops were... They tend to be monsters. At least one was a child of Poseidon, though. I don't know too much about the various Cyclopses. I do know that, they had to, Odysseus on his way home with some of the others had to kill one of them. Or no, maybe just blind him. They blinded him, I think. And because he was the son of Poseidon, it's part of the reason why it took Odysseus 10 years to get home, is because he pissed off Poseidon by fucking with his son. But his son tried to eat him, so it's like, man, Greek gods. Even if it didn't really work out for the trolls in the long run, this is probably still a better deal. Yeah, we gotta remember, so trolls are not very, I mean, they're just used as like manual labor, right? They still wield those same broken down swords and Limgrave. They're lugging carriages around, like they're just used for labor, just like Gwyn with the giants, right? So you definitely look at them, you're like, yikes, you probably didn't get a very good deal out of this. But then in the mountaintop of the giants at the hero's grave, we see tons of trolls buried with honors. Like we see them like buried there honorably. So I really wonder like when that changed. Was this another thing that happened over time, that trolls linked with giants were looked down upon? Or was this indeed Marika pulling a fast one? We don't know. But if you're going to pull a fast one, would you really honor the trolls? Okay. I really think it's supposed to make us think of the Misbegotten. I don't think that they were treated that way until later. There's a dungeon up here somewhere if I want to do it, but I don't remember what the reward is. I don't think it's too important. Okay, got the Fire Giant's Lore. Let's upgrade our weapons and then tell in a cutscene.
Well, where have you been hiding? I took you for dead. No matter, it's all the same. Lay out your arms then.
We just learned that there was something really, like something was different when, oh, new dialogue for Hugh, yay. Things changed in how the Golden Order treated groups of people over time. And also, I think it's important to point out that we know that the Elden Lord, even without being literally sharing the body with Marika, the goddess, and Radagon, the Elden Lord has influence on the land. We know this because our whole job is to become Lord, and we get to choose the age, right? So even though we are not the god of the age, we are still very important and integral. We get to choose our ending. Godfrey had definite influence on the society of Leyndell because of the Colosseums all over the place. That was his doing. He believed that combat was this, you know, honorable thing, and brutal combat at that, where you prove you are right with strength. So the Colosseums are his. We also know that the Colosseums were closed because of Radagon, because they were popular in Godfrey's time, and then all of a sudden they were closed. So whoever is Elden Lord has a ton of influence on the land as well. It isn't just the god. They aren't just, you know, for show or for, you know, combat and then you throw them away. Like, they are integral. So there's definite signs that Radagon, even without being a part of Marika, could have definitely influenced the lands between quite a bit. Okay. I need smithing stone 8s. Okay, no problem. Perfect. Let's talk a while.
Are you having second thoughts? Might I have a word then? Your kind are meant to challenge them, to slay them, the demigods and their god. If you remain loyal to your calling, then no matter what you do, no matter what happens to me, I will never cease to smith your weapons until you have one to slay a god.
I totally forgot about that line of dialogue. Hugh encourages us. He's reminding us of what we're there for. So remember that he's this man who's ostensibly a prisoner to the Tarnished, right? But I definitely think it's more meant to be metaphorical, that he is here to create a weapon that can slay a god, and he is a prisoner to that goal. just as the Tarnished is a prisoner to their goal, which is to slay the demigods and their god. So he's sort of reminding you, he's like, listen, that's what you're here for. You are a Tarnished, do this. I'll be there to slay the weapons, to create the slaying weapons, and you will be there to use them. This is like, don't have any doubts, just keep going forward. He's sort of, in this moment, reminding you that you're both one and the same. You both have a duty that you are imprisoned to. I love Hugh. I love him very much. He's such a heroic character. He's so integral. Like, seriously, think about beating this game without being able to upgrade your weapons. Like, okay, sure, EG, you can upgrade them a little bit, but no, really. Could you beat this game without fully upgrading your weapons? He is so important. And he's always there for you. He's the ultimate ride or die, but he's not your ride or die. He's Marika's ride or die. He's there to fulfill that purpose. I love him so much. Radigan really didn't like fun by closing the Colosseums. Yeah, I think it's also like the shedding of blood in that way to honor the Erd Tree to stay strong was very much Godfrey's code. However, the Colosseums were really, really brutal, right? Like, people straight up, like, fucked up shit happened there. To Godfrey, that would be an honor, right? Because it was like fighting and combat and proving your strength is like the ultimate thing to him and his whole way of life. So, like, I get it based on his whole life and everything. But compare with Radigan, who wants to be a scholar, who wants to look into knowledge, not just shedding blood. Like, he would have seen them as, like, cavemanish. Definitely agree with him shutting them down for his nature, but also, like, boy, the Colosseums were violent. Like, look at the gladiators. Their backs are carved up with horrific scars. That's not from fighting. I understand Godfrey, but I have to censor some of his behavior for sure. And, like, similar with Radigan, like, closing the Colosseums, it fits his character, but I'm also like, well, kind of makes sense. It was a brutal age. Duke is not a brainwashed slavesmith. See, that is the type of stuff that I really, really dislike when people say, because to me, that takes away his agency. Just like Melina. Melina and Hugh, I feel, are these characters that we feel bad for, and thus we take away their agency. We're like, no, they're just a slave. They don't want to do this. This is so sad. And then with Melina, you even get the choice to subvert her wishes. You get to, you know, choose the frenzy flame if you so choose. And she does not want that. She begs you not to do it. And yet people will still claim they did it for her. Right? You cannot take away their agency that way. They want to do this. It's awful. It breaks my heart when people say that. Colosseums also feel related to the death religion, as seen in all the items related to being near death. It's possible, but all the iconography on them is very much focused around the lion, which links them to Godfrey, and not to mention his nature. Like, I think it's just, with the Colosseums and Godfrey, I think it's as simple as he believed that fighting is like the biggest sign of you are correct, and you are also like, it's a sign of worship. To die in combat was the greatest honor, and thus he created the Colosseums. I don't know if it links to the death religion, honestly. Of course, dying links to the death religion. I guess you could argue that, but it's just, in that way, he's actually rather simple, right? I really think sometimes, you know, it is what it says on the tin. Okay. Oh, Melina. Radigan was way less considered than Godfrey. He's king consort and not king. Means he counts very little compared to Marika. Well, I mean, sort of, but like we're showing that there is signs that the Elden Lord had influence. Like quite a bit of influence on the way the land was structured. It's not just, not to mention, the thing about Radigan is whether people cared about him or not, he shared a body with their god. And for some reason, the moment he combined with her again, suddenly she kind of vanished. And we see way less signs of her influence and her choice and her presence Because presumably, this was the point where she sent away the Tarnished, knowing that they were going to come to kill her and her family. She was already setting up a way to end her rule before Godfrey was sent away. So, by the time Radigan is there, Marika is an active enemy to the Golden Order. And yet she needs to remain alive to be the vessel for the ring. And Radigan can't kill himself. So that's sort of the thing. No, hard disagree about Hugh. We'll talk about it, but what is he telling you? Is he telling you, hurry up and do this so you can free me? Or like, I need to be free? And what happens when his chains are burned? Does he leave or does he stay? He wants to do this. I talked about this before. The Round Table Hold existing is likely his doing. He is the host to it, and he is linked to it. The same way that the Duchess is, or the Priestess is in Night Rain, which gave further evidence to this theory that I've been talking about since this game came out. I've talked about this, but I used Bloodborne and Gehrman as a sort of comparative thing. It's the type of thing that's so easy to forget. Why does the Round Table Hold exist? Because of Hugh. He's the only one there who, when it burns, stays and doesn't just go inert. He is an active member of the Round Table Hold, and he is likely the reason that it exists in the first place. So he is a prisoner because he cannot leave the Round Table Hold, because if he leaves the Round Table Hold, it will cease to exist. So he is a prisoner the same way the Priestess is in Night Rain. Or Gehrman is, although it's a different nature. Gehrman didn't choose it. Gehrman made a terrible mistake. No, he's not like the giant blacksmith. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Hard disagree. This is one lore theory I get very passionate about, because it's super dismissive of Hugh's character to just be like, oh, he's just a prisoner. He has to do this. He doesn't choose this. He has chosen this. He wants to do it. Just as the fire giants are slaves to their duty, so he is, yes. But he is a slave by choice. He chose to create a god-slaying weapon. Jaren is a slave to Radahn's will to die in battle, so he has to stay in Redmane Castle waiting to throw a festival until he can die. But that's his own choice, isn't it? It's honor. It's an oath. That's what we're talking about here. And Hugh is one of the most honorable ride or dies in the game. He deserves more focus. And to just say that he's like, oh, he is just a prisoner, as if like he didn't choose to put himself in that cell, is too dismissive. I love him so much. Don't ever think that he is not choosing this of his own will, and he's there all the way. There's a reason his questline ends with Roderica, one of the sweetest characters, choosing to respect his wishes. I know, it's so sad. Okay, it's time, Melina.
Are you ready to commit a cardinal sin?
Yes, Melina.
Very well. Let my hand rest upon you. For but a moment.
This is how she leveled us up. Same as the start, when we just met. You can see the burns. Imagine the flame this was built to hold.
O Erd Tree, you shall burn. return for the sake of the new Lord. Thank you for guiding me here. The one who walks alongside Flame shall one day meet the road of destined death. Goodbye.
This was her destined death. We went to sleep and we wake up here. I like that she wants to touch us, but then she hesitates for a moment because she realizes that she'll light us up as well. Also, she is the kindling maiden. She is kindling. Kindling, what you do with it is you use it to create a tiny flame, and that flame will eventually spread, right? Like, that's what kindling is. Because if you try to, like, light up a log or a tree, it won't light. You need kindling. You need some small little dried twigs or sticks. Also, you tend to have kindling. You take the flame, you light it, or you use, like, flint or whatever the heck, and it creates a little flame, and then you take that and you place it on the things that you want to burn. Remember that Melina, as beautiful as I was, I love that moment so much. It's so sad and, you know, sweet. And those beautiful music notes that play, like, in the shaman village. Melina was missing parts of herself until we brought her back to the Erd Tree, and then it was like she was a whole nother person again. She wanted to find her purpose because she had lost it, because she'd forgotten it. That's the real thing that we're getting. She didn't remember things, probably because her body burned. And for some reason, her spirit sort of wandered the lands between, just this wandering spirit. She needed help to get back to the Erd Tree. She needed a Tarnished who could link grace together, because that's what we've been doing this whole time. These lost sites of grace, we activate them and we take her with us. And once again, it's similar to Hugh with leveling up weapons. Can you beat the game without grabbing a single grace? Yeah, for sure, you totally can. You don't need to if you don't die. But you can't go to the round table hold, so leveling weapons is sort of very limited. You can get EG, you have to run everywhere. You know what I mean? Like, so this is one of those things that, yes, in the game you're gonna link these things, but it's also as if you're helping her traverse via these graces. She only appears at them. And then, in Leyndell, right near the Erd Tree, this giant source of grace, she's able to move freely. And she comes back to you, remembering everything. Her body, what's left of it, burnt and bodiless, her ashes, perhaps, let's say, are likely in the Erd Tree. And that is what serves as kindling. So not only does she reacquire the missing parts of herself, she also, apparently, she's looking for her mother, who is in the Erd Tree. Well, at least there's one woman there we know, Marika. So I don't know if she's able to directly talk to her. We really don't know. But when she comes back to us, she is very sure of her duty. And then she basically is a spirit who somehow lights herself on fire with this flame and then spreads it to the Erd Tree. Probably because her body's there. Or more specifically, her ashes. So it's really interesting. Like, there's so many hints that she has already been there, that she's already burned. Hence why she has no body. And what's left of her spirit is now burnt. Also, if the tree is spectral, if it is indeed No longer a physical tree. How do you burn a spirit tree? With spirit kindling. And now we find ourselves here. She sent us here. To Farum Azula. This crumbling realm. This city that we saw floating in the sky. So, they also don't let you teleport because then you'd be soft lock. You won't be able to come back. Hi. Just a bunch of beasts eating at bones. Sanctuary stone. Okay. I'm hoping to get the Beastman's Curve Sword. So, we get lore that make... Ah! Yay! That was easy. Curve Sword, forged of dull iron, wielded by the Beastmen of Farum Azula. The blade is heavy but well balanced, comparatively easy to wield for the damage it delivers. Well, that's easy. It's one of the few weapons that we get. It's actually a strength scaling curve sword, which is really interesting. Well, like all of them, it's quality, but mainly strength. And it's heavy but well balanced. This was a well built sword. The people here were intelligent and able to craft really powerful weaponry. And then, well, we see them and they kind of look like not but rabid beasts. You know what I mean? Like, there's something uncanny about them. However, look at their garb. They have decorations that they formed themselves with delicate work. So they clearly had intelligence at some point, but now it's gone. We also know that they were granted intelligence, along with, like, 5 fingers, so they could use it effectively. And now we've also heard about this Dragon Lord that exists beyond time, which is the first mention that we've had of this, and it's the Dragon Lord of Farum Azula. So... there's something that I sort of never considered with this game in the order we play it, and I feel like this is something that I talk about a lot with Dark Souls 2. So this stream is basically going to be me talking about the other games in relation to this one, because I think it's really, really key. Dark Souls 2 gets a lot of flack for sort of being out of order, I guess, is what I'd say. Like, the logic of the world doesn't make sense. Now, I feel the constant need to remind people who say this that the opening cutscene is us in a strange liminal realm already, and then we follow a bunch of fireflies into a whirlpool of darkness. We fall into the water and we wake up, no water, nothing, just in this strange realm. We're in Wonderland, sweetie, and people are talking about geography. So number one, you know, that's the main thing. But the story structure of Dark Souls 2 operates more like a story. My favorite example of this is the area around Earthen Peak. So we walk into Earthen Peak, and our first boss in the area, first of all, everything's poisoned. We see this land that has just been filled with poison, and we don't know the cause. So think of it like a story. Once upon a time, there was a kingdom, and it fell to poison. Okay, what happened? Well, we find this guy, and he's this... well, he's a slug, is what he is, and his name is Covetous Demon. And he was turned into a demon because he really loved a girl, but she didn't want him. So, his covetousness, coveting something that he couldn't have, turned him into a big fat slug. Okay, little weird, but that happened. Let's continue on. When we continue through Earthen Peak, we find a queen. And she is an evil queen who has cut off her head, and her body is that of a serpent, and she spews poison out of her body and is healed by it. Ah, she's the reason that this land became poisonous. We find out what caused the man to turn into a slug, and what turned the land poisonous. But what turned her poisonous? What turned her into a monster? Well, her husband didn't love her. And in order to get his affection, she tried to use all these magical spells that instead made everyone else love her, but not him, because he was hard-hearted. We find this, okay, and then we go to the next area, which is a massive, heavy, gorgeous castle that is halfway sunk into lava, and we find the king, whose heart was hardened a long time ago and couldn't love his queen because, well, because of something else. And his whole thing was he was so greedy that he couldn't let go of his castle, and his possessions sunk him to the lava where he died. It's literally the backwards tale. One person harms another because of things that happened to them in their past. And the deep lore is this poor king loved someone one time very long ago, but couldn't have her, lost her, and thus his heart became corrupted. He couldn't love anyone anymore, and he just became a being of greed. So that's the story, and we play through it backwards. We see the effect before we see the cause. And it is one of my favorite, and in my opinion, most underappreciated aspects of Dark Souls 2 is that it plays out like a story. And then we have Elden Ring. So first, we learn about the Erd Tree, and we see Leyndell. And Leyndell is the center of this gorgeous Erd Tree and this worship of this land and this age that we've learned so much about. Okay, but then we go on further and we find the giants and we learn about their age, an age of presumably flame and a fell god that had to be defeated. And then, once we defeat them, we end up in Farum Azula. What is the logic? How do we get here? Don't worry about logic. We're telling a story backwards. This is an even ancienter civilization. That's what we're doing. Leyndell first had to conquer the giants. And then maybe the giants didn't conquer Placidusax here, but this is another civilization that had to fall for the others to be built on top of it. And I love it. I will notice that people are not as critical of the Farum Azula magical teleportation than they are in Dark Souls 2. I'm just saying. I love this type of storytelling. I really do. Also, we're kind of doing like a grocery list. So first we had to get the flame, and now we have to get the Rune of Death. So that makes sense to me. Well, I hate all this. This might take a bit. Spike was in love with the Dragon Lady. Actually, the Dragon Lady loved him, and we don't know in love, we just know love. Love takes many forms. There's nothing about him loving her back, though. If anything, the story implies that he really loved his maiden. Although, once again, many forms of love. It doesn't have to be romantic. To me, it's just the same feeling we get with Melina. We feel sad when she's gone. Because we care about her. So I guess your personal interpretation can open up the rest. You notice how this thing absolutely will not stagger? People have really just run with the whole Vike fuck the dragon jokes if it's actually canon. Yeah, it does sort of... Like, no one thinks that Godwyn fucked Fortisax. You know what I mean? It's just the typical opposite sex phenomenon that happens. If they're opposite sex, it's clearly romantic, and if it's not, it's always platonic. You could argue it though. I'm just saying that like there's nothing in the lore that like cared for the dragons in the same way. Like he was a part of the dragon cult. Obviously, he uses their incantations. Ah. Oh shit. Oh, is that a bleed proc? No! Okay, don't knock me off the map. We're like so close. Just let me hit your dumbass. Thank you. Wow, gosh, I wonder if the ancient dragons lived here. Lanciox having taken human form probably contributes to that. I'm just saying that we absolutely, literally don't know the relationship beyond that. And like, Dark Souls 2, once again, is a game about there being many different types of love. And in this game, half of it is about one family. So I'm just saying, like, immediately assuming that he, like, fucked the dragon is, like, pretty extreme. It's arguable, but, you know. It is possible to stance break the ancient dragons. It's just really, really hard. You're thinking of Artorias and Sif? Maybe? Take a look at these graves. So they're open graves. Presumably they were buried like this in the first place. We noticed them before. So I noticed this as well. This, I'm not a skull expert, but I talked to chat last time I played this. This is either a cow or a horse skull. We see beasts, like these sort of like wolf-like canine beasts, and we also see these, but we never see them alive. You can see the teeth, they're flat. Could be a sheep, could be a sheep. A big sheep, but then again, these are big dogs. Humans and dragon mix, is this as a starting character choice? Yeah, but the Draconians are something a little different, presumably. Like, I think they're more akin to the Dragonkin or something like that. Give Sif the library. You're thinking of Seath. You're talking about Gwyn and Seath, and yeah, I talked about that. They are so into each other, it's crazy. It's actually, like, if Gwyn wasn't such a despot, it'd actually be pretty sweet. Okay, and then we have these, the more canine ones, which you've seen buried in various ways. They do also appear to be imprisoned, but some of them are buried in the ground as normal. Yeah, I have a few lore topics that I get real spicy about, like specifically my beloved Hugh. I will not let anyone say that he's just a slave and like he doesn't have any choice in it, because that's like I love him so much, and I think people are way too like, oh dude, see, look, Marek is so evil, she like imprisoned the misbegotten. Bro, that takes away all his agency. How dare you? Other than that though, like there's always room for interpretation. I try to show most of the interpretations. Because like that's what's fun is backing it up with evidence and talking about what that evidence can lead to, the conclusions, you know? Air burial is real? Yeah, yeah. I'm just saying that even though, like, depicting, like, seeing this, you might think, like, oh, they're being, like, grave robbed or whatever. Nah, dude, they were buried like this. This is the intent. Shit. Shit. No. Another Beastman's Curve Sword. Shit, Chad, am I gonna do another Curve Sword run? I'm tempted. Great Grave Glovewort. Since times of old, large gloveworts were used to comfort heroic spirits, given in tribute to those who died the most glorious of deaths, in the hope their stories would become legend. Now, what's so interesting about these is we see them... Like, once again, it's a gameplay thing, but I will say, I think it's pretty significant that we see those in places of burial for the Nox, for Lane Dell, the Catacombs, for this age, for the Farum Azula. So, like, there's certain things that seem to have carried over, such as that tradition. Like it says, in times of old. They mean real old. So now we get items that let us max upgrade our spirits and weapons for the first time. Just around Farum Azula, like right before it. Crown around the neck is submission to a higher power. Let me see. Do you mean in this game or just in general? Because I would definitely say it's a implement of faith. They don't wear clothing, they just have gold around them. We do have it with the commoner's garb and stuff. Cord hung from the neck depicts a sprawling tree, its roots and branches forming two holes. This is a self-imposed shackle, a voluntary display of allegiance to the Earth Tree that increases faith. And then we have these guys with their golden things around their neck. Is that a knock helm? Yep. Oops. Night Maiden Twin Crown is my favorite because it's cute. Sky Burial, that's interesting. Because Sky Burial is referenced in Bloodborne as well as what the Hunters of Hunters do. And they dress as crows as well. Neck binding could be a sort of yoke. Yeah, it's sort of hard because, like, it's also very, like, gorgeous and golden. Like, it's decorative as well, right? It is definitely akin to the self-imposed shackle. And looking at them, a lot of them are buried and, like, on display as prisoners, but I do think it's meant to be an honor. This is very reminiscent of the old hero and the old hero's grave in Demon Souls. They have this exact same thing with, like, shackled heroes, but they're human rather than beasts. But I definitely think it's like a reuse of the same idea. When I look at that in any other circumstance, I would be like, bro, that looks like they were dishonoring these guys, but I think it was actually an honor. Also, if Sky Burial is the feeding of the dead to birds, what if these ones were alive when it happened, which is why they appear to be, like, screaming like that, but they wanted it. It was, like, meant to be an honor. I don't know. So I don't know too much about I don't even know how to say it, frankly. I've only seen it written down, Zoroastrianism. I did my best, sorry. I've literally only ever seen it written down. I've never heard anyone say it before. But I had heard a lot of people talk about how the inspiration is very clear for areas like Farum Azula. Unfortunately, that's just something I don't have real life lore on, so I'll have to leave that to chat. Like, I am seeing it. Pond, thanks for the gifted sub as well. Yeah, Zoroastrianism. I don't know how to say it, man. Listen. I'm a reader. Zoroastrianism. Okay. Is it? Well, there, where do I put the stress? You never give me the stress syllable. One syllable has to be capitalized, so you know where to put the stress. On the A. Okay, thank you. Zoroastrianism. Zoroastrianism? Anyway, that. I don't know anything about it. Ramazula is a tribe Miyazaki to give us the famous giant archstone F. Do you mean like from Demon Souls? Wait, I don't want this. I want this. Ancient Dragon Prayer Book. Prayer Book of the capital's ancient dragon cult. A lost tome that never reached the lands between. Contains red lightning incantations. Gonna have to read those. Zorro like the pulp novel? Astrianism? Okay, you guys are just... I have to admit that when you say stuff like that, you're just like... And then you draw the rest of the owl, and I'm like, bruh, I'm still at 3 circles. Somberstone Miners Bell Bearing. Okay, so that isn't what I'm looking for, but we are going to go give it to the maiden. Radigan probably wouldn't have fucked with Red Lightning anyway. You know what's really interesting? Oh, I forgot we burned the tree! Oh no. Let's go talk to everybody. But first, IBRB. I shall be right back. For waiting. You get the Godskin book? The one in Stormvale? Sure did. If there's another one, let me know, because I don't really have all the books memorized. I don't remember where they all go. Hey! You know what? I used to be able to read IPA. It's just been a minute. I'm rusty. So it might have worked. Archstone. Oh, you're talking about cut content for Demon Souls? I mean, I don't know anything about Demon Souls cut content, but I do know that the old Hero's Grave very much reminded me instantly of Far Missoula the moment I saw it. Like the whole Archstone 4 or 2? No, 4. 4-2 was my nightmare. The run up to the old hero. So I wouldn't be surprised, especially since like the entire in Demon Souls there is an Archstone. Archstones are sort of like the they had the vibe of an open world, but they didn't have the technical knowledge, and it was also 2009. So what they did was they teleported you to each area. So you would go, you had a hub, and then you would teleport to each zone, but they were all completely different areas and different nations in this vast world. Demon Souls was very ambitious. Anyway, each zone was its own culture with its own king and own whatever. And the whole idea of World 4 was this, like, it was all about burial. It was all about like honoring the dead. I've only played Demon Souls like twice, and it was the remake, so I still have to go back to it. But basically at first they would have I think the first boss was the Adjudicator, who would just judge the dead. And what the Adjudicator was this big hulking monstrosity with like a bird head, and the bird was like the judge effectively. And then later on, you find more of the buried dead. It's all like ghosts and stuff. It's a horrible area. But it reminded me of Far Missoula. Oh, snap. Hang on. Okay, the smithing stone is close, but I don't have it yet. Okay, I think it is time to start doing side areas.
You burned the Erd Tree, didn't you? Then the Round Table is soon to follow. No need to fret about that. The Round Table hold served to put a tarnish upon the throne of Elden Lord. And if the Erd Tree needed to burn for that to happen, then the Round Table must go as well. I'll stay at the Round Table for a time. I must learn all that can be taken from this place, and sear it into my memory. How could I call myself the All-Knowing if I did any less?
I feel like I appreciate his focus on acquiring knowledge, but like everything that he is so, everything he does is take. Like even that, I will take all I can from this place, right? Like he makes the acquisition of knowledge sound like a greedy thing, because yeah, he doesn't share his knowledge. He doesn't say I have to preserve it for others. It's for him. It's only for him. Like he makes knowledge selfish. He doesn't care about the tarnish. He doesn't care about the round table. He doesn't care about anything except for enriching his own knowledge. And he'll share some, but it's never all the details. He's so, ugh, you know?
The pursuit of knowledge is without end. For knowledge is never a thing complete. Thus, I maintain the mantle of all-knowing. Perhaps the same could be said of guidance. Who's to say whether we'll remain who we are once the fight is finished? What do you think? As one who aspires to become Elden Lord.
What do I think? What do I think about you and your bullshit, Gideon? Did I answer your fucking question, you dipshit? Sorry. Sorry, inner Wraff came out a little bit. I do love what he says there. Roderigo. Okay, so I sort of roll my eyes at like,
Well, technically, you can't, the acquisition of knowledge is eternal, so I still call myself the all-knowing, even though technically I don't know everything,
like, okay, shut up. But the rest of it, he has a point. This idea of being changed by the road that you have to follow is very interesting.
Take a look around. The round table hold is burned, razed to the ground. Don't worry. I don't blame you. I'll continue spirit tuning just the same as before, which is why I need your help persuading Master Hugh to leave. His roots are so knotted in this place. He won't last much longer if he stays here. His shackles are broken. He's a free man now. It's high time he put the round table behind him.
I knew you'd be back. Lay out your arms. Let's get smithing.
Before it was, oh, I thought you went and died somewhere. Now it's like, I knew you'd be back. And his chains are gone. They've been burned away. Why are you still making weapons?
Weren't you listening? As I've always said, you came to challenge the demigods and their god, to slay them. And as long as you do, I will always smith your weapons. It is what I wish. To smith a weapon for you to slay a god.
I love him so much. And this is why I'm so hard on anyone who's like, no, he's like a prisoner and he doesn't want to be here and he's like forced to do this. No. Remember why... Okay, so remember we talked about how Marika wants to die and has been trying to die for a really long time? He's trying to grant that wish. He's trying to free her from her own shackles. That's what he's trying to do for her. He's the ultimate ride or die. And he chooses to do it. So when he says he is a prisoner, it's my favorite line of his. He says, I am a prisoner to you, Tarnished. Remember, he's met a lot of dipshit Tarnished throughout the years. How many have just come and gone, no one getting anywhere, and then finally, we are going to make it, and he can tell. So he tells us a little bit more of the truth. I knew you'd be back. I'm here to smith the god-slaying weapon. People don't listen to him and Melina when they say that they want to do this. It's true. They really believe in their sacrifice. But it's also like the whole series is about like Marika sacrificing herself. These people sacrificing themselves for the age to come. Like it's all there. It's all about sacrifice. Also Nephili.
In this ash, I can smell the ancient storm. It reminds me of my first talk.
I don't remember what her trigger is. Because I thought by this point she'd be moving. We should be in Stormvale by now. I'm going to be really annoyed if another quest is broken. I'm worried she might be broken because Ensha is broken. What is her trigger supposed to be? I might go talk to Kenneth, though. Hers is just finicky? No, I've never had this problem before. I did talk to Kenneth. He's looking for a lord, but I can go back and visit him, because it's possible he has more to say. Not there. and waiting for her quest for a minute, but it's about time. I hope it didn't break because of Ensha, but I feel like that shouldn't be the case, hopefully. I missed Night Rain. Alright, they're gonna chase me up, so I have to kill them. I've exhausted Gostok's dialogue yet. Kenneth, there you are.
I must begin my search post-haste for a true and stalwart lord of the proper lineage to take the reins of Limgrave.
Okay, so we did exhaust his dialogue, confirmed. Let's go to Limgrave. Go to confirm that Gostok. Last I checked, Gostok was like, hey, I'm going to do some fun stuff, or some shit like that.
Now, I suppose I'm free. I can do whatever takes my fancy. Can I, mate?
Yeah, it should be working by now, so... Okay. Never had to try this hard on PlayStation, let me tell you. This is one of the quests that was added after Elden Ring came out. Like, it wasn't done when the game came out, and I think that might have something to do with it. It was her and Patches, I believe, who weren't done. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I never had to do a weird song and dance on PlayStation. And Jarberg, but I didn't find about Jarberg until way later. Hi!
It's been some time. I must thank you for your aid. I told Father I would be with him no longer. I remembered the vow I took when I first became a warrior, so many moons ago. This land is much like the one from which I hail. I will call upon the storm to drive away the foulness that has settled on the winds.
That's so nice.
Again, I am Nefeli Lu, warrior. Some call me by the title of Lady, but I remain the same woman underneath, though I have now abandoned my former guidance. I cannot express how much you've helped me.
Yay.
Should you become Elden Lord, I would gladly lighten your burden.
Aww.
Farewell, fellow warrior. I will remain to summon the storm, but your guidance and your fight surely lie elsewhere.
Ah, nice to see you after so long.
I wish that were
Safe and
mutual.
sound, I take it, yes? Good. Ah, quite. I have indeed selected a new ruler. Lady Nefeli is strong and just, worthy of the burden of Limgrave's lineage. Such is the sincere opinion of I, Kenneth Height, no less. For the time being, I share command of the castle with my lady. But I plan on returning to my fort afterwards, at which time I can fulfill my old promise by raising you to the glory of knighthood. I hope it is just as wonderful as you imagine.
Bro is always moving the goalposts. He's like, oh, first I have to take back my fort. Oh, I can't make you a knight with my fort looking like this. I need to bring a rule. I need to find a ruler. Oh, I found a ruler, but like I need to stay here right now. I'll knight you later, okay? Bruh. I do like him now. Like he's a posh little bitch, but like he could so easily be yet another grasping for power, but he wants to find the right ruler. He wants to find the right person. He's not doing it for himself. He really is like a classist little shit. But like, he's really doing his best. In this world, he's kind of doing his best. You gotta respect him. Also, he talked a lot of shit about Godric, and he's why we know that Godric dressed as a woman to flee Leyndell, which I always find really funny.
For the time being, I share command of the castle with my lady. But I plan on returning to my fort afterwards, at which time I can fulfill
He's
my
just
own
posh and
promise
British.
by
Okay.
raising you to the glory of knighthood. I hope it is just as wonderful as you imagine.
But I mean, he just has amazing taste. Nefelli's awesome. Where's Ghosty? There you are, you little freakazoid.
Ah, you is it? Haven't seen your mug in quite some time. As you can see, I'm the new ladies' attendant. Freedom was worth squat. Besides, I like it round here. Lady Nefelli still fair of heart and countenance. Still, I have the ladies' trust, so I can loot all the corpses I like. I'll let you take a look at the goods if you fancy.
Yeah, Nefelli's gonna need to clean up some of these hoes. Yeah, Kenneth doesn't support Godric as ruler, even though Nefelli is also of the golden lineage. But I think it also has more to do with, like, nature and how Godric is like, well, he's a shit, you know? He ruins this place. He's all about grafting, and he's just awful. Like, look what he did to the fucking kitchen. There's just, like, limbs hanging everywhere. It's freaky, you know what I mean? Like, and compared to Rykard, I actually think Godric and Rykard are weirdly very comparable characters. Even Rykard had all these loyal knights, but when he became a blasphemer, everyone was like, nah, peace, dude. I'm not following you and you're a snake, except for his ride or die Tanith. So, similarly, I can't blame Kenneth Haight for not being loyal to Godric, because Godric really, really sucks. He's a total despot. He doesn't belong here. He took over because no one else was here or wanted it. He's just a squatter. Nefelli has the, you know, the right of rule. Rykard is a chrysalis body in the manor on one of those benches? What are you talking about? I can't remember that. Which bench? Nefelli has no godblood and Godric, yes. It means Kenneth looks more for Godfrey than Marek, a part of the lineage. Yeah, I always find it very interesting that the golden lineage is specifically associated with Godfrey, right? Like, trust me, I know, because the golden lineage is Godfrey and Marika. And yet, Godfrey seems to be the focus, which I find very funny, with even the names of the golden lineage evoking Godfrey. Godric, Godwyn, Godefroy, right? So, there is definitely, like, an interesting dialogue here, because it's like, okay, but, like, what about Marek? Like, isn't she the god? Like, shouldn't it be her blood that's the important blood? And it's like, no, apparently it's Godfrey's. So it also, by the way, that also shows us the importance of the Elden Lord, right? It's so easy to be like, oh, the Elden Lord, no, like, they're not as important as and yet it is the golden lineage associated with Godfrey that is the key. So, you know, who's to say? Yeah, so Nefelli is a Tarnished, and he doesn't like Tarnished, but he's okay with her, which is interesting as well. Poison Eye guys are right there? I don't remember. New Game Plus, I always harvest him for the golden seed. Damn. Yeah, you can kill him for a golden seed. It's true. I do that sometimes. Elden Lord is more important of the god dragons still worship Lycidisax than Marika changed things with Radagon as her consort king slash slave. But Radagon wasn't the slave in the relationship. So I don't think that that's true. Also, Lycidisax, I believe, is the god and the lord in one. So, yeah. I think Lycidisax is different. We'll talk about Plasty, though. Yep, side quests in time. Anyone else I want... Oh, yeah, of course there's people I want to talk to at the round table hold. So, Hugh, a lot like Melina, right? Like, they want to do this. Two fingers still busy.
You've done it, I see. What use do you have for me now? I am a finger reader. I will remain here until their dialogue ends and the fingers speak again. Do as you please. Take whatever course seems most worthy to you. Now you may go. You'd force this tired old crone to work, even now. Ah, harder taskmaster have I never met.
I like Enya. I just want to keep the lore. So...
Now, go forth. Do what you believe is right.
I love that line. I have this theory that Enya was... I don't even know if I like even hold to it, but I feel the need to talk about it because I always thought it was very charming. This is the Erd Tree, right? This is that sort of moment. If you weren't sure of what this place is, well, we are within the Erd Tree, because when we lit up the Erd Tree, the Round Table Hold burns too. So the Round Table Hold is, dare I say, a remembrance of a safe place for the Tarnished that is hosted by someone alive, to keep it alive so that people can come and go as they please, and I believe that person is Hugh. I also had this sort of theory, because like the two fingers, I don't think they're actually real. I think they're, and if they were in the Erd Tree, then they should be able to commune with the greater will through the Elden Beast, right? And yet they are locked away. I had this sort of fun theory that Enya is sort of like Marika herself, because we don't get to meet her or talk to her. But here she is, and first she's like, oh yes, you're a good Tarnished, do what you're told. Listen to the two fingers. Yes, the two fingers are so great. And the two fingers goes like, oh no, mode. And then Enya's like, oh goodness, you want to burn the Erd Tree? Oh, that's so terrible. And then you're going to get the Rune of Death. Oh, you're bad. Anyway, you should go do that. Don't worry about the kindling. It'll all just go over there. It'll be fine. And then here she's just like, do what you feel is right. And I feel like that is the entire message we've been getting from the guidance of grace. All the other finger readers in the real world that we encounter versus this sort of like weird little safe place are completely fixated on reading hands. And she is not interested in ours. She still has a finger to read, sure. But all she really does is guide us and give us remembrances. She's able to transfer remembrances into something else. Oh, I skipped back.
With you, if it please.
I didn't mean to skip that. Sorry, my fingers limped. She's able to convert these remembrances into things that contain the essence of the being they were, right? And once again, we have to look very closely at any being in the Round Table Hold that isn't a Tarnished and question like what they are. Enya does become inert after the Rune of Death is unsealed. She's a projection of Hugh? Yeah, but I don't think they're all projections. Not all. If she was just like a bot, like, oh, follow the two fingers, you must listen to everything they say. Yeah, sure, then we could just say she's just a reflection, but she clearly has some of her own mind. Now, it could also be that she's exactly what she appears, that she is just an old woman who has read who's spent many eons here and is just kind of, you know, happy with whatever will happen. But I still think it's interesting. Some things in games suggest Radigan was the weak part of the deal. Well, because she didn't choose him. And he kind of a bitch. No, okay, so first of all, Marika was an entity that split into two, but the split happened later. At first, they were just two beings in one. Man and woman, Marika, Radigan, Erebus. There seems to be something very important about this in terms of becoming a vessel for the Elden Ring, because, well, the Elden Ring is, in essence, a Philosopher's Stone, and, you know, with all its link to gold, immortality, the other thing missing is a perfect being, both man and woman, to contain it. So that's what the function is in the game. Marika, Radigan, then, while one, they have, well, I say they, but really it's just Marika, because at that point they are still one, despite having like the sort of internal split, kind of like Trina and Mikola. They have the children of Mesmer and Melina, and then the children with Godfrey, which are more traditional, proper children rather than the offspring of a single entity. Which is why Mesmer and Melina are so different from the others. Then later, Radigan marries Renala. Where did Radigan come from? This was the period of their split. And when they were split, they became more in essence of what they are without the other half. So Radigan became more about order and a fixation on wanting to become complete. Marika became more of what she is. So they split and became more intense as to what they are. And then that's where the interesting part happens, and this is a very complex part, because it's like, okay, they were one, but now they're two, and now they're one again. They later recombined. But the recombination was not wanted by Marika, presumably, or at the very least, not the fact that it would lead to her being imprisoned. She was either forced or had the foresight to send Godfrey away so that he could eventually end her age. But this is the time where it goes from her choice to not her choice anymore. And that's why a lot of her dialogue to Radigan is very like, thou art yet to become me, bitch. Because like, well, it also kind of cuts to the quick, because Radigan wants to become complete again so badly, but he also wants to control her. So that's sort of the thing. Marika chose Godfrey. She did not choose to recombine with Radigan. And I think this is also shown really interestingly with Mikola and Trina. Mikola separates from Trina, but he also does it in such a way that they can never recombine, because he learned from the Marika Radigan deal. He learned that if he is to become a god, his other half has the power to become his foil. And as a result, he thrust her into a pit and abandoned her fully. However, despite him being the Marika of the equation, he is also more in essence like Radigan. And as a result, he lost his compassion in the exchange, and he couldn't even create the age that he wanted if he tried. So that makes sense, but Radigan is definitely not the slave in the equation. Not in the discourse of the game. Radigan wields a lot of power, because the moment he recombines with Marika, we don't hear a peep from her about it anymore. I think that the greater will tipped the balance in his favor because he was the loyalist. Okay, time to do side areas. It's time. Which ending do you think is the most likely canon? All of them. That's the beauty. Hoist secret medallion. Oh, right. Roderick and Hugh. Okay, I'll go back. Wrong way. Hide Roderica.
I see. You're here for some spirit tuning.
About Hugh.
Oh, is that right? So Master Hugh won't listen to you either. You have my thanks regardless. I'll try and talk him round next time. I know he was given this great entreaty to craft a weapon which could slay a god. Though I can't help but think of it as a curse. A fearsome curse. Put on him by Queen Marika. And if that's the case, I'm not sure there's anything we can do.
Entreaty is the phrase used. Roderica calls it a curse. Because, well, to her that's what it is. But what it really is an entreaty.
Lay out your arms. Let's get smithing.
What happened to her?
I've upset the girl. She says that now my chains are broken, I'm free. That if I stay here, I will be ruined with the round table. What use have I for freedom now? I smith weapons to slay a god. I have lived and will die doing so upon this spot. Is there any other way?
I love him so much. Discussion in her bedroom about you are not a god yet, probably very before the moment she broke the Elden Ring. No. That is before they are recombined and Radagon becomes the Elden Lord, the second Elden Lord. Near guaranteed. Because if thou were yet to become me, then they're not one body yet. And what happens when he returns to Leyndell? They become one body. And from then on are one body. And Marika mysteriously vanishes and we see no sign of her ever. By the time she's shattering the Elden Ring, they are one body. So thou were yet to become me is not accurate. That moment that we get is right before, keep in mind, we can only get that right before we fight Godfrey because Melon is gone at the time, and that's significant. There's a reason we're only supposed to learn that then, is because by this time we know what Marika and Radagon is, we know that they're one, we know about the Godfrey thing, right? So that moment right before we fight Godfrey is meant to be like, Godfrey is the one she chose, Radagon she did not. Same as you can't choose your children, you can't choose your other half. Like literally the Radagon. He says what? Leal Hound of the Golden Order, thou art yet to become me. Well, we'll get to the line soon enough. Because you have to remember, the game makes it seem very short, but first they have an age where they create the Erd Tree, and this probably takes some time. So warring, destroying the giants, destroying the Glowmite Queen, all this stuff, amassing an army, like that takes some time, right? And then we have an age, and Godfrey is the Elden Lord of that age. They build the Colosseum, everything's great, everyone's happy, you know, like all these things. So that age, that golden age, pun perhaps intended, took quite a length of time. And this is the age of plenty. This is when Marika was all in on everything. They had all the kids. Of course, there was problems with the omen and stuff, the curses of those who came before. Like, it was not perfect. But for most of these people, this was the happiest time. This is the time where Radigan also married Renala, because to have the true peace, you need to have it. Here's the thing. We don't know how long Godfrey was like with Marika, and then when Radigan was split, like we don't know exactly how long that took. That could have taken like 100 years. We also don't know how long it was between the children being born. For all we know, Godwyn was alive 100 years before Margot and Moog were born, right? We really don't know. These ages could take so much longer because we're dealing with gods and immortals, right? So we know all those things happen. We don't have an exact timeline, but presumably once Radigan marries Renala and there is true peace in the land, like this, there's a big deal made on the Church of Vows. I got a comment on YouTube that was saying that, like, just because that war was over doesn't mean the other wars were over. And I'm like, I kind of think it does, though, because the reason the game makes such a big deal out of the Church of Vows, there's so much attention to detail, even in the location. The windows show the Erd Tree and Rhea Lucaria. The flowers are the blue flowers of Rhea Lucaria and the golden flowers of Leyndell, and they're both blooming there. Like, it's meant to be this deep symbol. The reason they give this to us is not to be like, well, they had a little bit of peace over here and then everything was shit all the time. This is the time where we're supposed to be like, everything for everyone was great for a time, but that time cannot last, right? So then we have the era where Godfrey left, and this is sort of also very confusing because some things in the game, and we talked about this previously, say that Godfrey lost his grace, but we know, we have secret knowledge that Marika took away the grace from the Tarnish, and Godfrey, she planned it, and at that moment she sent them away. They were forced to leave the lands between because they don't have grace, and then Radigan cursed Renala with this evil fucking egg and came to Leyndell. And then suddenly Marika's gone. We know very little about what was going on with her. Even some things in the game comment on the fact that suddenly the Erd Tree stopped giving so much, and, you know, no one knew what happened. Like, no one knows where Marika is. So not only is the time span like really, really long, but it's intentionally confusing because we could be dealing with literally, I talked about this at the start of stream, Amber on the low end takes 40,000 years to form. On the high end, millions of years. And if this is supposed to be Erd Tree sap, like literally Erd Tree sap, not Great Tree sap, how long was this age anyway? Seriously. It's crazy. How long ago were these other ages? She says that her and Radigan will shatter the ring together. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's just her talking shit. Because, like, he's gonna be there when she does it. But he definitely does not want to shatter the Elden Ring. That's like the whole crux of the point. It's let us be shattered both. Yeah, I don't have the full quote memorized, so like, let's just wait till we get there, please. I remember a couple lines, but I don't have everything in this game memorized. So like, if you're paraphrasing, please don't. No, optional areas. Right. Marika is the problem? The problem in what context though? Like, what is the problem? Because if you're trying to keep the Elden Ring together forever and create a perfect age where nothing changes ever and your children are just like forced to be under you forever and like be eternal, then yeah, she is the problem. But who the fuck wants that, right? Oh yeah, wait, what am I thinking of? Because Melina can't give that quote because she's dead. What am I thinking of then? Sag, Melina dead. Night Rain is an alternate timeline where things happen differently. Also, I love the Halig tree being linked to green. An interesting one. So, gold for the Grand Lift of Dectus, red to take us to the Mountaintop of the Giants, and green to take us to the Halig tree. We never find that one? I thought that was in Landell. So, like, she's gone in Landell. So now I'm wondering, was I supposed to go back with Melina and I just forgot? Usually don't have Melina when you find that grace. Oh no, I missed it. That's a terrible shame. No. Yeah, I got my timeline confused. You have to go back to the bedchamber after you fight Morgoth? Oh, man. Oh, unfortunately, some things I am forgetting, chat. It's been like years and there's a lot of interactions. I'm surprised at how well I remember these things, to be honest. But that's a huge bummer that we missed that. Want us to look it up? No. I'll find a way. I don't like to look at others' videos and I don't want a dialogue list. I want to hear it from Melina. So I'll have to find a way. I don't really know how to use Tarnish Tool very well yet, but I'm sure there's a way to fix it. I'm just bummed. That's a very important line. I just totally forgot. Like, I knew it was in the bedchamber. But for some reason, I'm like, oh, you get it before Godfrey. And I'm like, wait. You know? Like, I just was like, hang on. I didn't realize it didn't make sense until now. It's too late now. Alright, so this is our secret path to the Halig tree. It's specifically referred to as a secret path. And the first thing we find is Deathroot, the beast eye quivers. And these jerks. So, while Mikola built the Halig, or grew the Halig tree himself, he likely didn't build all this. So this was already here. He just, like, co-opted the path. Oh, it's alright, Chai. I forget things. Like, I don't want people to remind me of everything, too. Because, like, I'm remembering pretty well. It's just, unfortunately, that's a major loss. That means another lore run. Oh no. Yeah, I'll probably find a way to like trigger the event or something so I can get it on another file. Just to speed through it. Because I'd really like to showcase that. So that's really unfortunate. So that we'll just have to have that as a I'll add that. Marika's the fruit of the poisonous tree. Her ascension to godhood was super sus. Okay, but like you just have to like clarify that further, because if you're just gonna be like Marika is the problem for what? Like that she was a god? Okay, so here's the thing, and here's a very important thing I have to anyone who dislikes Marika and thinks of her as evil. If you hate Marika for becoming a god, then surely you should support the fact that she tried to end her reign. You kind of gotta pick one. If you think that she was a bad god, then her shattering the Elden Ring has to be a good thing. Because she's like, shit, I fucked up. Better destroy it. Right? That's what she's doing right now. She's trying to get us. We are here to finish her off. So that's the thing. If you think that she's the problem, like, then she's also the solution. Which is what makes her such an interesting character. You're right. She realizes it more than anyone. She's trying to die right now. She's been trying to die since before she shattered the Elden Ring. And no one's been able to do it. She set up all these things so that she could die. And she continues to live. Also, lots of octopi here. The octopi has a rare item. Oh, great. Thanks so much, you guys. Stupid vulgar militia. The octopi have a really rare drop that you can wear on your head, and I don't remember what it says on it. But the octopi are very strange. They appear in very strange places. They also eat people. So it could really be as simple as that. It's called guilt? Okay, so, but hang on. You have to be consistent. Being guilty is not a bad thing if you're trying to fix your mistake. Like, isn't that the whole point of, like, being human? Is that we make mistakes, but we are always trying to be better? Like, isn't that literally, like, the whole point? Do you know what I mean? Okay, stand right there so you'll block me from all the vulgar... What the hell? Alright, look at my health. Do you see it ticking down? These guys have the same thing that the black knives have. I just feel like by trying to demonize Marika in this way, you're like just proving my point. Like, yeah, she is agreeing with it. She's trying to end her age. So isn't that a good thing? If you hate her for starting her age, then you must love her for ending it. If you hate her for ending her age, then you must love her for creating it. You have to pick a side. These things are mutually exclusive. That's all. If you hate her for creating the age, then you must love her for destroying it. These are really interesting graves. And this is a very interesting catacomb. Okay, so just a fun reminder of the Vulgar Militia. The Vulgar Militia are the undecorated stewards of rancid, scorched battlefields that none dare approach, and forbidden domains better forgotten by the rest of the world. Also, they are likely hunting for Deathroot, considering there's Deathroot around here, and they are servants of Malekith. Sorry, not Malekith. Who's Malekith? Garank. Love's a strong word, so is hate. If you hate Marika for what she did, then you gotta pick one. So if you hate her, then you must also love her for like, if you hate her for creating her age, then you love her for breaking it, right? Who? That's the thing. That's pretty much like one of my main messages. Do I want to do it right now? I don't know. I think we should do it now. Technically, you don't have to love her, just have to forgive her. I suppose so. But, like, isn't forgiveness divine? Aren't you making yourself a god in that case? I really hate this part. Like, I hate it complimentary. Do you know what I mean? Like, I love it, but I'm like, you know, it's very disconcerting. Alright, you freaking absolute fucking assholes. God damn, I hate Vulgar Militia. I have 60 vigor, by the way. Like, it does not matter to the Vulgi Militias. And they're so small. Yeah, it's not enough. Better get 70. Oh, shit. Well. I had some runes, but it's not a big deal. I slipped. They're called vulgar militia because of the things that come out of my mouth when I'm near them. I know. Like, I can't believe they were like, imps aren't bad enough. Make them worse. And then they created the vulgar militia. It's crazy. I know the beast eye quivers. I know. Oh, Jesus. Alright. I ran off of it. That's the mistake. You shouldn't run off it. You should walk. And then we do this. And then we do a bit of a jump attack. And by jump attack, I mean not a literal jump, but like a... We jump them. Flawless victory. Sacramental bud. Interesting. An immature bud containing fresh blood, believed to originate long ago from a strain of buds cultivated with youthful sacramental blood. A little sinister, a tree growing from blood. But I mean, I guess that's what they do, eh? No. It's so disconcerting. Nah, I don't need prism stones. Prism stones are for people who make mistakes. Just kidding. Prism stones are for cautious people, and I don't do that. I like to test things with my, you know... Oh, look at that! That's so creepy! It's like they're feeding it. Are these the pets? Kill. Kill the vulgars! Kill the vulgars! Admittedly, I am the person to test if a stove is hot with my hand. So does that answer sort of like why I don't use prism stones? Your attack is very similar to Mallet. I mean, Garong. Yeah, no. They use the same incantations that we've acquired from Garong. Yeah, the death of Godwin probably caused a lot of the problems because you have to remember that it was by this point that Marika was already trying to die. And then instead of her dying, which is what she wanted, her child died. Like, in a land without death, when she's put all this effort into protecting her children, one of her children is killed. It's a major betrayal by Ronnie. Like, insanely major. Imagine, you literally overthrew a civilization, killed anyone who could harm you or your loved ones, created an undying age so that no one you love would ever be harmed again, and then one of your children kills another child with your help. It's devastating. We don't know if Godwin was the eldest. If you consider children with Godfrey, I would say yes. But like I said, the birth order is never confirmed. It's just this impression I get that Godwin was the firstborn. But like I said, complete guess. It's just, you know, the way that it's, you know, the scion of the golden bow and all that, you know? So like, I love Ronnie. She thought she was doing the right thing, but holy fuck. Right? Definitely Greek tragedy in that way. Do everything to protect your children, only for your descendant to kill your child. Yeah. Seriously. It's absolutely, you know. So she set the shattering in motion. I think this is gonna be... Oh, I forgot what this is. It's my favorite. It's me! Oh, damn. Chat, I didn't know there was such a sexy boss in this game. What the fuck? Oh, well. Holy shit. Crazy. Woof. Am I right or what? Wow. He. I do have to be careful with Endure, actually. All right, come on, baby girl. Oh, shit. Oh, the points! Mid at best! Mods! Did you throw a crystal fucking dart? Oh my god, Chad, I still have them on my bar. Mimicked here, what is you doing? Mods, ban him! I gotta admit, it's much more fun to fight myself when I'm not using a dinky strength build, but whatever, it's okay. Black Flame Monk Amon. I said it like that because it sounds like Anon, you know? Like when in like a Jane Austen novel, they're like right now, instead of saying right now, they say Anon. Okay, this I'm not reading because it's the same lore as usual. It's just better. And then Black Flame Monk Amon. Okay. Used to summon the spirit of Amon, the Black Flame Monk. Amon swore fealty to the god-slaying Black Flame, and so became the first fire monk to turn traitor. Or perhaps it is better said that he fled from the giant's flame out of cowardice. So remember, the fire monks were worshippers and guardians of the flame of the fire giants. It's an interesting case where they were like, wow, but they also were sent to protect it. He and the Black Flames, what is being suggested here is they fled from it in terror, in cowardice. So they wanted a flame because it was beguiling, but they were scared of the flame of the fire giants, so they went with Black Flame, which is interesting because there's still signs of like godskins around and stuff. It's not like they killed them entirely, but like they seem less concerned with them. This does imply that the Glowmine Queen was dealt with after the fire giants. Why? Like, I agree. I'm just wondering like why we get it from that. Always wonder why Ronnie doesn't get more hate for fucking the world up. Because she's cute. Because she's so pretty and she's wifey. No, really though. I'm telling you, I've learned a lot about the Souls community, and one of the things about the Souls community is if you can talk to somebody, they could tell you the biggest fucking bullshit, but people will take their word as fucking gospel. Like, look at Vendrick. People are like, oh my god, Venny baby. Oh my god, Nashandra was so evil, right, Venny? I'm telling you. No, that's a fair read. So you read it. Ooh, Volgi. All right. You read it that the fire giant's flame was like so scary to them. Because we do know, remember, the fire monks were fighting in the original war. So maybe that could actually be implied, yeah. That it was actively during the war that this Black Flame monk turned traitor. The consecrated snowfield. Oh boy, what an area. Show me the path, O gentle lights. The promised path to the Halig tree. Alright, so this is the path to Miquella's Halig tree. The Erd tree, Erd basically means world, so it means world tree, which isn't unusual considering it's based on the world tree Yggdrasil in part. But then we have the Halig tree, and Halig means holy. Now, then the area that leads up to it is the consecrated snowfields, as in the blessed snowfields, right? Like they have been made holy. And we also have Mikola being linked to this individual that is very nebulous, we don't know too much about, Trina. And not just Trina, Saint Trina. She was referred to by the epithet saint. It's like, you know, a holy title. Saints are holy. We're definitely getting the vibe of this like strange religion, but we don't, these aren't words otherwise used, right? Like, yes, blessed, boon, blessings, holy, saint, but there's like no usage of these words as in relation to the Erd tree. So even now, even without any other information on I said Mikola, we're definitely getting the impression that he is, how do I put this? Okay, maybe like a little bit of a tryhard? You know what I mean? Like, I mean, he does have worshippers, these people who are like really diehard about him, and so does Trina, but like his whole idea is like, yo, I'm so holy, welcome to my holy land. Like, okay. He tried to create a rival to the Erd tree. Or let's not say a rival, a follow-up to the Erd tree, and he literally named it Holy Tree. Like the guy who made electricity? Yeah, him. Alright, I am so lost, but somehow I found this. I was not looking for this for the time being. Bye, Paige. Holy shit, dog. Oh! Friendly fire. St. Trina's torch. So we've seen these carriages, and a lot of them end at the top of the grand lift of Dectus. But this is the first, and I believe the only one that we see in this area, this like far beyond the Forbidden Land. St. Trina's torch, speaking of Trina, candle stand torch that burns with a light purple flame. The carvings depict St. Trina, but in adult form, somewhat unnervingly. The light purple flame induces sleep. Unique skill, Fires of Slumber. Blow into the candlestick's flame, creating a stream of hazy purple fire to cover the ground ahead. The intoxicating flames inflict the sleep ailment upon foes. It requires faith and is one of, I think, 2 sleep weapons in base game. I'll show it off in a bit. I'm gonna try to get to a safe place. So we find St. Trina's sword locked away in Halid, but here someone is bringing this towards the Halig tree. A relic of St. Trina. There are no sleep spells. It's true. There is only grease, arrows. There's a golden seed here? Well, I just realized I never come here. This isn't part of my route, so it makes sense. Look at that hole. Some sort of stone wrapped in tree roots to replace it. The face of the fell god. Oh, there is another carriage. Great, great, great. I'll have to try to find that one. What's in the fog? I mean, I think it's just like a snowstorm, so... Ooh, also, red flowers. I'm trying to think, have we seen red flowers anywhere else? I don't think so. They contrast very sharply with the beauty of the snow. It looks like blood splatters though, doesn't it? At the Blood Church in Altus. Ah, yes, the Blood Church. Right, we did see them there. It's the only spot. Now, we also have been finding sacramental buds. A strain of buds cultivated with youthful sacramental blood. And then we have Trina being mentioned. And I want to show this off. I do have a second here. It's just, it might be a little hard because of this setting. When they say it depicts Trina, they are serious. That is the depiction of Trina. Very long hair, curled hair, but an adult. Her eyes are covered by her hair, but on her forehead, what looks like a third eye is open, because though she sleeps, she sees other things. Her eyes are closed, but it doesn't mean she doesn't see. Yeah, so we are once again linking Trina to being a child to the point that depicting her as an adult is unnerving, as in unnatural, as in abnormal, as in right? So this is our only depiction of Trina in the base game, but it is not an accurate one. It depicts her as an adult as she wishes to be, presumably, or as Mikola wishes to be. Rhymed crystal bud. Have I read these before? A young plant frozen into a crystal before it could mature. Okay. Look at these trees too. It's hard to see, but these are sort of the same trees that we also saw underground. Here they seem to be frozen. Oh, right. Also a spiral on the torch. Yeah, I was so focused on the face, I forgot to talk about that. Thank you. I will add that. So this is effectively an idealized version of Trina. Also, I love how the hair continues on the other side. And on the back. Like, literally, if you knew one thing about Trina before we met her, it's hair. And guess what her main trait is? Hair. I guess we can go this way. So there is a lot of people and like little dinky nobles that are trying to get to the Halig tree. And they are getting eaten by wolves in the middle of the fog. Do you know what I mean? Like, this was a test. Effectively. Like that's what this place is. It's a testing ground to make sure that you are worthy of entering the Halig tree. Oh Jesus, that's gonna be too far. Oh, it's not that far. Okay. All right, I was really trying to find the. Maybe we'll try to find the map. I know we're supposed to follow the lights, but I'm just gonna explore. Yeah, it's a little cruel. Also, another sign of, well... Are you holding a light? Are you Trixie? Yeah, he is holding a light. Another sign of Mikola sort of being... I don't want to say sinister, but he doesn't give for nothing. Is the message from the ghost at Castle Sol. He failed Mikola. Their prayers were not strong enough. Mikola's comrade remains soulless, and as a result, they will never see the Halig tree. That's the phrase used. So, Mikola does not give without receiving something. He demands things of his followers. He takes payment up front, I guess you could say. Also, I'm of the opinion that the Halig tree was only starting to be grown once the Elden Ring was shattered. So everything that we're seeing is stuff that started after the shattering. The needles and the golden epitaph, I'll say that's probably before, at least the needles. Shit, I lost my ghost, man. Oh well, I'll probably find it. But no, I don't think the path was ever welcoming. Because there isn't a path. Oh, Jesus Christ. Are you serious? See what I mean? What the fuck? Okay, no, absolutely not. No shot. Goodbye. No, I will see you in hell. I will see you straight in hell. And this is one of the ones that uses red. Oh, that's so interesting. Spirit trees, by the way. Wow. Yo, frick off. Take a hint, you freak. Stupid mutt. Ow! Okay. I literally couldn't get up off the ground. What the fuck, game? See what I mean? I fucking hate this place. Yeah. There is a group of people who seem to have made it to the Halig tree, but were not allowed inside. I don't even know if I knew there was a red wolf there either. But to be fair, I explored the consecrated snowfields thoroughly on my first playthrough once. And then I was like, this place fucking blows. And then I just sort of try to make it through here as quick as possible. So this is about as thorough as we're gonna be. My runes are here? I could have sworn I was more north. Teaching all the damn dogs magic. Nah, probably not the astrologers. Astrologers are ancient. They're probably gone by now. Anyway, what was I talking about before I got jumped by the dog and distracted myself? Oh, Mikola requires payment. There is a group of people that made it to the Halig tree, but they are not allowed inside. And they protect it. Oh, I found it again by accident. Oh no, just run. Oh, what the fuck is this? Take me anywhere. Can't be worse than here. Wow, this rocks. There's just some cute beetles and stuff. Wait, holy shit. I don't think I ever found that teleportation thingy. Well, it would rock if I didn't have aggro of a bug. There we go. Cool. Side of Elphiel pretty precisely. Which side of Elphiel? This is so fucking stupid that it does this much goddamn damage. I don't even have to fucking try. Like, this is so dumb. You know how long this thing takes? If you're just using fucking dex? My god. It takes a decade. And you just like jump. Oh my god. I said that thing can two-shot you at 60 vigor. Sorcerer of the Karian royal family, so it had to be one of them. Well, we see them all over the place is the thing. We see them, it's possible that they were taught by the Karians because red wolves are associated with, Karian, or not red wolves, wolves in general. Also, the one in the Raya Lucaria Academy is specifically referred to as the... what's it? The Red Wolf of Radigan. So it's possible that was his dog and he left it. Or Renala gifted it to him. Like, oh, my sweetie, here I have a red dog for you, my red-haired prince. Because she's partial to red hair. So is her sister, for that matter. I'm kidding, but, like, it could be that, Renala gave him the dog. Which is also why he left it. Okay, I think that's everything here. Radigan really seems to have been the only one who hated his hair. Everyone else is like fine with it. No one else really cared. Just made a big deal out of it. Speaking of Albinarix. It's the first time we've seen them since Liurnia, and look at them, they're patrolling. God, I hate the thunder noise. One behind Caria Manor. There's one underground. But the ones that use the specifically red crucible magic are particularly interesting in my opinion. Oh my god, I hate them. Two-handing with charged R2s and tons of poise. Yeah, no, seriously. And yet, I find dual-wielding to be this strong. It's crazy. There's so many ways to be OP. Oh, here we go. I forgot the name. Liturgical Town? Hang on. I'll see it in a second. Another religious word. Ordina, liturgical town. So it's basically a town of religious worship. Yet another reference. And like the words used are also very like, well, Christian, not entirely, right? Like, I'm not saying that's the only source, but saint, liturgical, holy, right? Like, holy, it does the Earth Tree spells and things like that. They do holy damage, but like this use of specific words referring to holiness and saints is very unique to Mikola and the area leading up to his location. There is Turtle Pope, yeah, and he does marry them. But really, he just has a hat. He doesn't really talk about holiness in himself. Wearing the raptor feathers? I know! I could buff myself even more. So we see a bunch of ghosts here. They don't seem to hurt us. And here we are. Yeah, I forgot that his tree is a spiral. What a fucking tryhard. Oh my god. I'm gonna write Mikola's tree. Bro is trying so hard to be holy. Oh my god. Yo, Vampy Cat! Thanks so much for the raid. Welcome. How's it going? Held shut by a seal. Oh no. How's it going, everybody? What were you up to? Thanks so much for sending your community over. Oh, you beat me to it. Playing Elden Ring, huh? What were you up to? We are doing a lore run today. I have played a whole lot of Elden Ring. Also, hi, I'm Wraff. I played a whole lot of Elden Ring, and I love its story and its lore. So we're basically doing a very slow play where we talk about the story and the lore, and we uncover it as we play. Practicing bingo, but bingo is hard. Oh, cool. Like the bingo? That's neat. Well, welcome in, everybody. Take it easy, settle in, get ready for some nice, comfy lore. It really has been pretty relaxing today. Black Knife Hood. Hood used by the Black Knife Assassins. The assassins that carried out the deeds of the Night of the Black Knives were all women, and rumored to be Newman who had close ties with Marika herself. Scale armor used by the Black Knife Assassins, forged to make no sound. Traces of power yet remain in its concealing veil, which muffles the sound of footsteps. Crafted with scale armor that makes no sound. It's very interesting that it's scale armor, but scale of what exactly? Like dragons? Elden Ring Bingus. I love Bingus. Suspicious. I love how peaceful it is here, at least until you do the thing. This is also held shut by a seal. And then we have this. Light the 4 figures in the Everjail. Enter Everjail. We have never seen an Everjail like this. So once again, it doesn't say who is sealing this, but that symbol, we haven't seen it yet, but we know we're heading to the Halig Tree, and thus we can definitely guess that Mikola is preventing access. And in order to gain access, you need to enter an Everjail. And with a black knife, Here, we're not really sure why. We know they're scattered all over the place, but maybe this one was trying to kill Mikola? Who knows? This is the one that gives us the armor. Really though, they are so super scattered. It's a little hard to guess what they're up to. You! Oh my god, I'm so glad you're here. I should probably level up real quick. Here, I'm gonna go get grabbed on purpose. Let's do some leveling. Hey, good morning. And hello YouTube chat. Got some new folks. Hi. The fog has spectral dragonkin soldiers. Yeah, I was hoping to find them. I'm not promising to find everything in the consecrated snowfields because it sucks, I guess. But I'm going to do my best to show everything there. Where is my grace? I can't find it. I'm just going to teleport. Maybe the Black Knife thought she would be safe in the Halleck tree. It's possible. So this is a place where it's said to be safe, so people are coming here. And it's possible, it is indeed possible that at one point it was safe. However, okay, we know that Mikola granted access to the consecrated snowfields only to certain groups. I definitely, personally, think that this implies that it was more, and he only gave half the medallion to 2 different people. How are they going to use it? I definitely get the idea that it was meant to be exclusive, that he wanted to keep people away. Maybe it was for safety. You know, sure, absolutely, right? But generally, this was not a place that was open to everybody. So yes, there is this message of it being a safe place for those with nowhere else to go and like all these things, but practically, it's sort of not. Also, yeah, I should mention the architecture. It is exactly like Celia. And a lot of it is buried in snow. Yeah, this looks just like Celia. Celia is a city descended from the Nox, right? So this is sort of similar, and the Black Knives have a very interesting relationship as being scions of the Eternal Cities, which I find very strange because we don't, as far as I can remember, I don't think we see a single Black Knife anywhere underground. But that is who they were, not who they are anymore, I suppose. So, the entire town has become an Everjail. And who is in that Everjail? Oh, right, we can't use the door right here. Get grabbed by Snake Man? Aw, man, I got distracted. That's okay, I'll probably die a lot here, so it's fine. Okay, hang on. Man, I'm so used to Night Rain. This sucks. Albinarics are here. They are imprisoned in this Everjail. As a safety measure. They aren't meant to be like prisoners, they're meant to be protectors of the Halleck tree. Now, there's a big theme of like sacrifice and stuff like that, right? So like, I'm not saying that they didn't want to do this or anything, but at the same time, to me, this is kind of twisted. Like, they came here for a safe place, and the best you got is guard keeper outside the door? No, they're scions indeed. Oh, look, and then we have a picture of a child, or a statue more accurately, holding what looks like one of these sacramental branches right here. A strain of buds cultivated with youthful sacramental blood. They even have the crown. It's very similar to the Celia puzzle. Okay, so we talked about the Nox before, but the use of Scion is really interesting considering what Scion refers to in terms of grafting. So when I hear Scion now, I really just think what they're saying is that they are a part of the culture because they were grafted onto them. Mikla does seem to have a big connection with blood because he bleeds everywhere and makes flowers from it. Yep. That is his thing. So there was a lot of reasons why people totally bought that Moog, the Lord of Blood, would have gone after Mikola, considering he grows whole trees from his blood. It fit with the lore that we knew about these characters. It's just now we know that Mikola's the one who wanted the connection. That the association... Oh, right. I totally forgot about this, chat. That sort of answers the question, what are the Black Knives doing here? So, functionally, they are also protecting the place. Now keep in mind, this is an Everjournal. So they could very well be trapped here against their will. Oh, great. But they sure do work very well. Oh, great. They drop a ghost glovewort. That's so interesting. I actually didn't know that. Oh, Jesus! Okay. Wow, that's interesting. I didn't know this. So the one that's below, there's no body. Its spirit is trapped here. And if you see Ordina Liturgical Town, they're all spirits, so maybe that was the safe place that Mikola offered them. You can't be hunted for your blood if you don't have any. So they're just ghosts. Their spirits are trapped here, though. It's really hard to know if they wanted this. It sure seems like it, though. We have these groups. These... Oh, great. These absolutely disparate groups who are pretty much combined in having no allies and being despised and hunted by most others. And then they have a safe place. Yep, I already got the Black Knife armor. I just totally forgot. I normally do Ordina so quickly that I totally forgot. There's Black Knives down here. Like, in it. So that sort of answers that question. That's so interesting. Miquella's lilies all over the place. Not the place that Latenna was seeking, though. No, Latenna is looking for something nearby, which we do have to go get for her. Even if they didn't want it, I'm sure they were made to want it. That is a good point, yeah. By this point, while in base game we weren't quite sure of Miquella's ability to compel people. Yes, the game tells us he's able to compel people with the bewitching branch, but we don't understand the level of it. It is totally possible that these Black Knives were charmed by him, that the Albinarics were charmed by him, that whatever they wanted was superseded by a loyalty to Miquella above all. But we also know that Miquella is able to not just compel affection, that people do truly want to follow him. Letta, Dryleaf Dane, right? Like, these are individuals that we know wanted to follow him, right? So it's not just... Ooh, glintstone. What a strange item. So it's not just being compelled. He does have people who are loyal to him. And for people who are very desperate, like the Albinarics, maybe this is exactly what they wanted, a safe place. Nope, the game specifically says he knows how to compel such loyalty. That is the exact word used by the game. Let's double check just to make sure. The Empyrean Miquella is loved by many people. Indeed, he has learned very well how to compel such affection. The seal was broken in town. Very strange. But it's so peaceful, isn't it? Yeah, people do choose to follow Miquella. Alright, let's go use up my runes. You. I hope you're the Grave Warden Duelist. The Rotted Grave Warden Duelist, anyway. I can never find the grace. I don't remember what the cutoff for strength is. I think I'm just going to keep leveling strength over and over and over and over again. So, these guys have a very cool grab, and it's unique, and I want to show it off. Alright, they spew rot. There's also a putrid avatar nearby, which makes sense because of, well, Melania's here. We know that from Millicent. Alright, can you do the grab, please? There it is. Look at this. Interesting, huh? They have snakes around their arms, but with this one, it specifically comes to life. They have them on their helmet as well. Bro's actually gonna kill me. Oh my god. Whoops. He's got so much poise. He's a duelist. There is a connection to Mesmer in the way that this is a link to his. Yay, perfect. Wait, are the pants guaranteed or did I just get real lucky? Rotten duelist Greaves. Greaves wrapped with bronze snakes, eaten through by scarlet rot. Worn by gladiators who were driven from the Colosseum, the wearer becomes a slightly easier target for foes. Yeah, I don't think this has the interesting lore, if any of it has it. Rotten Great Axe. Great Axe designed for gladiatorial combat, now festering with scarlet rot. Used by duelists who were exiled from the Colosseum. So, they're duelists, and they also have this armor that draws aggro. I actually forgot it. The whole set has that effect. It makes them more likely to be targeted by foes. They were sort of the ones who were not just duelists, they were exiled because the Colosseums were closed, first of all, but they were sort of forced they were like the bad guys in the arena. This is apparently a thing. My knowledge on this might be a little fuzzy because I remember people telling me about this like years ago with like Colosseums and the arena and stuff. In gladiatorial combat, there usually was like a bad guy. And these guys were likely that because they're depicted covered in snakes, and the snakes were like the villain in the story because of the evil abyssal serpent that we don't know too much about, but is linked to Mesmer, which we'll talk about. All the raw duelists have guaranteed drops for some reason. Okay, well there are others. I know they are somewhere here. Let's get the map first of all. That would be very helpful. We have to clear the snowfields before we move on to the Halig Tree. There's a lot of really weird stuff here. The consecrated snowfields is just like a place where things with nowhere to go end up. The Abyssal Serpent? No. But the Serpent is being a villain? Yes. All over base game. Map of consecrated snowfield and environs. The route through this land, crossed east to west by a frozen river, leads to Mikkola's Halig Tree. This is the path taken by those unchosen, though it is a trial all the same. Okay, so yeah, it being a trial was not something I made up. The game literally tells us that this is meant to be a trial. Although it could mean now, but when I hear trial, so there's two meanings of trial. There's like, it's a trial as in it's meant to be. Like literally this is your trial. This is like sort of like your test to prove yourself. And trial as in it just being hard. But I do think they're meaning that it's meant to be a trial. And always was. Designed this way intentionally. Oh, great. Reichert snakes? Except that we know there was a serpent beforehand. Well, okay. I guess this is sort of based on the opening cutscene, which may not be literal, so... Oh, I love this. This is a cute thing that they have here. The wolves are chasing a beetle. Where is all my weapons? There they are. Get the beetle? Oh. Look at these flowers. White Shadow's lure. Ah, they were chasing it because it's White Shadow's lure. That's so funny. Hold armament in a brief silent prayer to create a white shadow. The apparition lures in foes of human build who are not in combat, drawing their aggression. Revi spell. Okay, so the opening cutscene depicts Rykard being eaten by a snake, and it is indeed a very small snake. Now, keep in mind, I sort of am of the opinion that the opening cutscene can be sort of like artistic depictions and aren't necessarily meant to be taken as gospel, but I think it's still a really interesting depiction considering the snake is massive by the time we meet him because he has been eating so many tarnished. In other words, while there was a snake, that was not the snake that is depicted that we find its shed skin in the Godskins arena. Because it's too small. And Rykard, I mean, we don't really know if he's been shedding his skin. Like, we don't really get that message or anything. We don't, like, learn about that. So, you know, it's likely not Rykard's shed skin, considering the Godskins are there. So, yeah, it's one of those things that there was always hints that there was another serpent that isn't the one that Rykard was eaten by. Which is why they had the Serpent Hunter. Hello. Oh my god, I forgot about bro. Gamers, he's stuck. So on our way through here, we find a lot of stuff. We find dudes stuck in the ground, dudes getting eaten by wolves. Like, this is what Mikola wanted to test people. Bro's in a predicament. There was an incident. We'll help him. I'm afraid that's the only way. Ah! I totally forgot! We helped him! At what cost? Ah! We helped free him from this mortal coil! And now he will free me. Bro, he's like a Chad bear. But it's okay, I'm a strength build. Why, I thought you knew that's why? No, dude, I totally forgot. I'm not doing a bit! I forgot! I had fucking no idea. Like, I probably found on my first playthrough fucking 4 years ago. I didn't remember this. This is honest. Bro, of course I forgot. I haven't done this in fucking forever. If I even did it. I probably did, though. I vaguely remember guys stuck in ground, but like... I totally forgot he becomes a bear. Oh, man. What do you mean, how could I forget? How could I forget, like, the entire fucking plot of Witcher 3 video game, man? Because it's been 5 years since I played that. And I forgot. I completely forgot that Avalog existed, but to be fair, that was a fair repression, because bro sucks. Love that for me. Yeah, larval tear. Even one up here. I have a very powerful brain. I have a brain designed for, holding lore and doing first playthroughs, which means that even after I play a game, a few years later, I can do another first playthrough because I don't remember it. It's that type of powerful brain. Only a little further now. Show me the path, O gentle lights, the path to Elphael. No slandering elves? Nah, in Witcher they deserve it. Specifically the elves of what do you call it? The ones that are like trying to kill all the humans and stuff. Well, worse, enslave all of them. Is that the minor Erdtree? What is that? No, that is a... Oh, I need that. Hang on. I'm doing a bit... Oh, okay. Honestly, I'm jealous of that brain. I'm also jealous of my own brain. Like, well, I mean, if I didn't have one, I guess. Really? I have a memory like a sieve. But when it comes to lore, oh my god, I remember all of it. Oh my god, a graven mass. A lot of graven masses. Glintstone Craftsman's Cookbook, yay! The consecrated snowfields are basically an area that I can describe as random bullshit go. It's like everything just ended up here. It's the most random fucking spot in the game. Everything is here. It's like a melting pot. More of the creatures that Selin turned people into. Oh, right. Don't we have to summon the... Is it the two-fanged imps or something like that? Okay, unfortunately mine are level 1, so... Might have to level them up. Wait, send some of the spirit back to the beyond. I mean, they're dead. What's the... Ah! What the... What the... I lived! Chat, help! What did I... How... What? Where am I? Where am I going? Holy crap. I'm on a roll. For like surviving, I guess. Where even am I? Okay, we got a whole tooth. That's awesome. Where the frick am I going to? Here? Is that the platform? Okay. I hear something large breathing. That's not a good sign. Oh, isn't this the snake? The worm, probably? Yeah, I planned that. Uh-huh. What can I say? I'm a gamer. Well, I guess we doing this now. Oh, look. There's a thingy over there. Okay, we'll go there, but first I want to go to this great worm. Oh, right, Great Worm Theodorix. You got a whole name and everything. Yeah, no running for you, sweetie. I'm a strength build, okay? Know your place. I am Miyazaki's chosen princess. I am using his chosen build. That's right. Down on the ground. Okay, I'm sorry. I got hit from behind it? That's fine. It's okay. That's just Elden Ring. No problem. A new draconic power. Theodorix was special indeed to end up all the way here. So, once again, yet another person probably looking for aid. And perhaps healing. That's the other thing. Miquella is known for managing to heal people of ailments that they otherwise would not be able to heal from, right? So, like, he was able to keep the Scarlet Rot at bay. We don't know how common this was, how common knowledge this was, but presumably it was pretty well known that he was a prodigy and an amazing healer because all these people were coming to him. Great worms are people that ate dragon hearts and then eventually became worms themselves, right? Like the dragon parts reasserted themselves. It's also so disturbing that we eat the hearts of people who became dragons. Are we eating people hearts or are we eating dragon hearts? Like there's like a primal and cannibalistic aspect to this for certain. Anyway, this would be a person, Theodorix, would probably be a person who wants help, presumably. But didn't get it. Ended up here. Couldn't get into the Halig tree. Cave of the Forlorn. And right outside the Cave of the Forlorn is the Grave Worm. What item do you craft with the ovary? That's a good question. Anti-bleed boluses. Bleed and frost resistance. Invigorating cured meat. Okay. White cured meat. So, land octopus ovaries help with bleed resistance, or use this FP to enter a temporary state of fervor. That also uses the ovary. I've been trying to find all the books that I have, like, that I can, but I don't know if I have all of them. Interreference to menses? No, I think it's just a reproductive organ. So I think it's just, like, nutritious? A bit weird, I guess. It's also a little cannibalistic, though, because the, land octopi eat people in order to bear young, so they use their ovary to bear young, and that is fed off of people. So there's also this idea of like consumption and, you know? They do this in Delicious and Dungeon, where they want to eat the meat of something that has eaten a person, and they're like, are we eating a person right now? And it's, well, it's a good question. Anyway, I'll be right back. Just gonna use the restroom. Give me 1 minute. Dungeon Mesh he mentioned? Oh man, right? So good. I couldn't wait for the anime to continue, so I just read the manga. Okay, I want to do this after, because it is later than I thought, so I'd like to actually do... fine. I like to do a couple cleanup things. I agree. Season 2 is going to be incredible. Like, it's such a funny show. Let's go to Garunk. That's one thing I meant to do. We have 2 death root for him now.
I won't forget. Again. Mine appetite. My sin. I must have more. I must consume more.
You know what if that's kind of literal? So when he eats death root, he sort of doesn't seem to be loving it. He just seems to eat it because he has to, right? So my impression of that was very much it's like a punishment, but he keeps going on about my punishment, my sin, and he won't forget it. We know that somehow the rune of death was stolen from him by Ronnie. I also definitely think that the evidence of Marika having been involved in the planning of the Night of the Black Knives is partially this. The fact that Garunk was distracted, right? Because, of course, Garunk is Malekith. Shh, secret, right? So she would know his weaknesses. What if he's being very literal here? What if his sin was that he was distracted by food? Right? Like, could it literally be that simple, that he was distracted for a moment and thus he punishes himself by consuming death root to sort of reverse what he did in a way, right? It could be. We definitely know he's punishing himself for having lost a piece of the rune of death. But it's just, the question is, how do you get the rune of death from him? Well, dogs love food. Yeah. Like a dog getting distracted by treats. Yeah. Think of it. He's basically he's a guard dog. And he got distracted by something. So I'm not even sure if I like agree with this theory of that I just sort of realized, but either way, we know that somehow he was tricked, manipulated, distracted, and the rune of death was stolen from him. And he considers that a sin of his. That we know for sure. English says Marika betrayed him, but Japanese uses terms that could also mean disappointment and never specifies who, so it could be he disappointed Marika, letting the rune be stolen. Well, either way, based on the betrayal, it's sort of like, it's an echo of Ronnie betraying her shadow as well, right? Betraying your shadow doesn't mean that you don't, like, I have my theories on that, but we'll get to it. I just wanted to bring this up because I thought it was interesting. But yeah, it's the same thing, because he feels guilty but he remains sane. That's the very important thing. Versus Marika is planning and has been planning to shatter the Elden Ring, betray everything, and yet, just like Ronnie does, and yet Garunk / Malekith is still sane. He's torturing himself and guilty, but he hasn't gone the way of Blythe, which is really interesting to compare. How is it that both of them, both Ronnie and Marika, betrayed the Golden Order, and yet Garunk remains sane? But we'll get to this. It's actually pretty interesting, because, yeah, you can still betray someone and love them. Just like Ronnie. Okay. Garank's Beast Claw. Superior incantation taught by Garank, the Beast Clergyman. Creates beast claws that rend surroundings with shockwaves. Long ago, Garank was a beast of such terrifying ferocity that his former name meant death of the demigods.
It is all consumed. Still, I am not sated. Not nearly sated.
Marlowe after I give him Churu.
America! Is this what it is to sin? Will things never be the same again? Tarnished. My thanks for thy long labor. But I have done all I can in this land. Henceforth, mine appetite shall be my sole companion. Farewell.
Is this what it means to sin? And he asks Marika specifically, is this what it means to sin? Will things never be the same again? Some sins you can't erase, you can't make up for. Things will never be how they were. Like a death. Wonder if it is all consumed means that the death root won't spread in the lands between anymore. No. Death is broken. Godwyn's body is the source of the death root. Gameplay-wise, what this means functionally is that we have no more death root to acquire. That's basically it, right? However, what death root is formed of is Godwyn's body. So his body is still there, is still growing, is still spreading. So no, unfortunately. Yeah, I hope we get to see him again. Me too. Me too. Yeah, Malekith does a great job. All the voice. I mean, Garank. All these VAs do such a great job, really. The rune feels incomplete and wants to be complete again. That would fit with other things. Yeah, absolutely, right? Like, there's a huge thing with Radigan wanting to be complete, with things wanting to return to their full form. His appetite and his sin, I definitely think it more relates to like an emptiness that he cannot fill. And that would be perhaps guilt, perhaps. Like, he definitely sees himself as having committed a sin because he failed in his duty, because he was given a duty by Marika. His duty was to keep the rune of death sealed, and he failed in that duty. So even though it wasn't his fault, he was tricked, distracted, manipulated, whatever it was, even though Marika probably had a hand in it herself, he was never discharged from his duty. So that's sort of what's really sad about this, is because he is cursed with a duty, just like Hugh is, or the fire giant. This idea of being burdened is also present with the scar seals. These seals represent the lifelong duty of those chosen by the gods. Solemn duty weighs upon the one beholden, not unlike a gnawing curse from which there is no deliverance. So that's sort of the impression. The hunger, it could be literal, right? And it definitely reflects as literal. And the thing about Malekith is he speaks very haltingly. So I keep calling him Malekith, sorry. Garank. He speaks so haltingly, as if he's not used to it, or as if he's holding something back. And it's sort of hard to tell. And there's a possible read on this that A, he isn't used to speaking, or that speaking is a struggle. right? Now, speaking could be a struggle because he isn't used to it, but I definitely get this vibe that he is devolving back into a beast and he's trying to hold it together. This is also furthered by the fact that at some point he loses it and attacks you and needs to be calmed down by being hit. And then finally he's like, whoa, whoa, I won't forget again. I won't forget. For a bit, he forgot his duty, the curse to which he was beholden. Maybe Ronnie made him sleep and took the rune. Yeah, it's true, but I really think that knowing a weakness... Ronnie's clever. I still think Marika had to be involved. The part of Malekith in the plan and the Black Knives in the plan suggests to me that Marika had to have been involved, but the assassination target was meant to be her, for sure. Either way. Anyway. So... Malekith... Gronk is punishing himself for a sin that like wasn't his fault, but it nonetheless led to horrible things. So like, what if someone told you it is your job, you are a knight and your job is to protect this thing, because if it gets out it would be real bad, and you just sit there and you protect it, and then one day it is taken and you're like, fuck, that's your fault, that's your sin, because it was your duty to stop it. That's effectively what Malekith is. So even though we look at him and we feel bad, because it's like, well, it wasn't your fault, dude. But like, to him, it doesn't matter. It was. He was charged with his duty, and, well, Godwyn died because of it. Is Marika that provided intel on Malekith having the Rune of Death in the first place? No, I think that was pretty commonly known. The name of Malekith became synonymous with, you know, Death of the what was it, Death of the Demigods? Or Destined Death? Yeah. His former name meant Death of Demigods. Malekith literally started to mean death. Everyone knew. But think about that. In a land of immortality, think about what it would be like to face a beast that can actually kill you. That's scary. To people who had never known death, that would be very alarming. No, Malekith going on a rampage, as far as we know, is not a thing. Wouldn't Malekith have a connection with the Glowmite Queen? Well, like, he killed her. Well, sorry, he defeated her, is the phrase the game uses. So yes, but also, like, no. Marika wanted to be killed by the assassins. Why such a complicated plan instead of just give me the rune a moment, please? Because, she was sharing the body with her worst enemy who didn't want this to happen. So she had to do a very, 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 very circuitous plan. We don't even know how she was able to communicate with Ronnie, but presumably there was some way. Because keep in mind, she wasn't able to control her own body at that point. Through Melina? I don't know. Like, it's definitely possible. I just don't really see enough of Melina at this point. At the point where she was desperate enough to arrange her own assassination, she probably couldn't communicate with Malekith safely. Yes. Also, if she communicated with Malekith and said, hey, give me the Rune of Death back, Malekith would be like, but why? And, well, you know, presumably it would also lead to him going crazy because, like, Marika would be like, well, because I'm going to use it on myself. And that would be betraying the Golden Order. And it would also be doing harm to his Empyrean, so we don't even know if he'd be able to do that. Like, that's the thing. If Ronnie told Blythe, you have to kill me, would Blythe be able to do it? I feel like no. If Ronnie told Blythe, give me a weapon that I'm going to use to... Would Blythe be able to do it? I don't know. It's a very strange situation where the one who is charged with protecting an Empyrean at all costs has the means to kill that Empyrean too. Ronnie does have the ghost bell. Yeah, but like Melina, if you're talking about like summoning and speaking to Melina, I don't really think that Melina... She doesn't come when called by the bell. Melina's always been a strange case. We don't know what her nature is. We don't know when she burned. Like, I don't know. So, and then of course there's that line of Torrent's previous owner. So a lot of people think Melina. I still think they're talking Marika. Because the phrase could be used to refer to both of them. So the thing is, we have a lot of possibilities, not a lot of solid answers. It's just, I never saw too much of the link between Melina and Ronnie. I know some people did, right? So like, if you do, that's fine. Like, I get why, like I see it, but I just never found that evidence to be strong enough to really cement me as like, yeah, oh my God, so linked. To me, the links exist between Ronnie and Marika and Melina. And there might be a third connecting Melina and Ronnie, but personally, I just never, that's not something that I found too compelling, I suppose. Godwin died in the golden age of the Golden Order. Which mage tells us that? Because no, Godwin died way later because it was right before the Shattering. So Godfrey would have been gone. That's the thing. Because I agree. It was apparently during the Golden Age, but that also doesn't make sense. Because we learn also from Ronnie that like right after the Shattering, very close after the Shattering, after the Night of the Black Knives was the Shattering. And a lot of the lore suggests that it was like one led to the other fairly swiftly, as if it was an act of desperation. And the depth of the desperation is sort of explored. Yeah. So I agree. I don't remember which one you're talking about, but I do remember hearing that line of dialogue and being like, okay, that doesn't really make sense though. I guess it's just sort of supposed to be that the Golden Age was like, even under Radigan, even when the Age of Plenty was waning or had waned, a lot of people were still like, yay, Erdtree, everything is great. Right? Somehow this game is a lot like E33. Oh, I've been saying it. The moment we found out more about the Paintress in E33. In fact, fellow knowers like me called the Paintress right in the starting zone, right in the tutorial. The foreshadowing was heavy. So, 100%. Mm-hmm. I think that the Paintress is a ton like Marika in this game, actually. Marika and Radigan had children before or after they became one person. Okay, they recombined. Because that's the thing. They were one person, they split, and then they recombined, and that's when they had children. The children they had as one entity are simply Marika's children, Mesmer and Melina. There is no distinction of them being Marika and Radigan's children, because I think it's meant to be like Zeus's single births. Yeah, that's the thing. It's said to be long before the Shattering, but every other source tells us it was almost right after another. That's kind of the thing. Roger knows what he's talking about, but our other sources are the fucking murderer. So I feel like she has more of an idea of how it happened. You know what I mean? Because, like, that's the problem. Yeah, I heard that dialogue too, and I'm like, I don't know, Roger. I don't think you know what you're talking about, sweetie pie. Because, like, Ronnie tells us, and then someone killed Godwin the Golden. Queen Marika, driven to the brink, shattered the Elden Ring. I wonder who killed Godwin the Golden, Ronnie. Someone. I love Ronnie so much. So anyway, yeah, no, I know, but that doesn't fit with other sources. And Roger, he's a real scholar. He knows what he's talking about. He's pretty good, but he's not literally the killer standing over the body with a knife being like, here's how I did it. All right, gamers, we're gonna call it for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks for hanging out. We got some more endgame lore near the end there. But yeah, I'm gonna get some rest and maybe do another stream tomorrow because I really want to play some Night Rain. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. Have a great night. It's EP time. I went a little later than I meant to because I was having so much fun with lore. So we'll be finishing. We'll be probably entering Alphael next time. Oh my god, you know who's in Alphael? I'm very excited to fight her. I really like her. I hope she takes me some time. I'm scared my strength build will be too good. Featured Avatar! Them too! Yeah. Only one to ever mention the golden age of the Earth Tree, so it's not really like that helps establish a timeline. Yeah, no, absolutely. That's the thing. Like, I know what you mean with that line, but it's like Roger knows more than most, but he doesn't know everything. You know? It's not just Ronnie, though. Someone else talks about the shattering. I thought it was Ofnir. I thought it was getting an Ofnir who mentioned sort of it like shattering, but anyway, I think it makes more sense that way, though. That's the thing. Like, the plans brought, like, Marek had been planning for a long time. Her plans came to nothing, and thus she went nuclear. Right? That's sort of the timeline that I get, right? She had these plans. She'd been setting up puzzle pieces for a very long time. The Tarnished, all this, keeping the Fire Giant alive, Melina, the Gloam-Eyed Queen, like all these things. And then comes to nothing, so it's time for Hammer to the Elden Ring. Right? Anyway, we'll talk about this next time. Thank you so much again, everybody. Appreciate it. There will be more time for lore. See you next time. Good night, everybody. Bye.